What do I do, YouTube? It's your boy King David in this thing, and I'm back at y'all again with another video. So before I get going on this video, man, I'm gonna need y'all to go on here, hit that like button, and if you're new here, be sure to subscribe one time for your boy, so I can get this, so this channel can continue to grow like it needs to grow on here. You know what I mean? Alright, so with all that out the window, man, y'all see what the title of the video is. Demetrius Andrade is going to 168, and Canelo fanboys are mad. You know what I mean? You know, Canelo fanboys are piping mad right now at this particular point, man. And you know, it's crazy with Canelo fanboys. And honestly, man, you know, I know y'all Canelo fanboys. The only people who would be mad about this are Canelo fanboys. Why do I know this? Because you are the guys that are rooting for Andrade to lose. So that way, no one can ask your god, your hero, Canelo, about an Andrade fight, okay? We know what it is. We hip to the game. We know y'all niggas. Any of these dudes who you see say Andrade is a bum and say this and all that about Andrade, they're Canelo
trade stuff.
You literally out yourself as a fanboy, a Canelo fanboy, preferably, because Canelo Alvarez fans don't like when people real fighters want to fight Canelo. Canelo Alvarez fanboys don't want to see real fights. Canelo Alvarez fanboys don't want to see the best fight the best. They just want to make sure that Canelo's protected and he has the easiest fights that he could possibly find. At the end of the day, that's what it is. So Canelo, when you see the Canelo fanboys disrespecting and Demetrius Andrade in regards to a decision that a lot of people suspected he was going to do anyway, and a lot of people have been telling him to do anyway. I mean, move up to 168 pounds. I mean, if we go back a year, 2 years, these same Canelo fanboys were bitching about Andrade not moving up to 168. Now he's moving to 168 and it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? But we know Canelo Alvarez fanboys always move the goalposts, especially when it comes to Demetrius Boo-Boo Andrade. But we see what the news is. Demetrius Andrade moving up to 168 pounds. And again, the Canelo Alvarez fanboys are mad. But why are y'all mad exactly? I mean, I know why y'all mad, but let's break this shit down. Why are y'all mad already? You know what I mean? Why are y'all really mad? Because at the end of the day, Andrade fights this dude Benavidez, who y'all quote unquote feel like he's ducking. He fights this dude, and y'all still complain at the end of the day. Andrade beats this dude, and you still say he fought with nobody. You're not gonna put Andrade on a pound for pound list if he beats Benavidez. I mean, let me know. Are y'all niggas would y'all put Andrade on a pound for pound list if he beat this Benavidez dude? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You would continue to say the same dumb shit that Andrade hasn't fought nobody. How do I know this? Because you say that about all of Andrade's opponents who are equal to, if not maybe a little bit better than this young big dude. And I know you niggas are going to sit around and you're going to cap and say Beck is the best guy who Andrade would have fought. But at the end of the day, that's some bullshit, really. That's some bullshit. What has Beck done in order to prove that he's better than anybody else Andrade has fought? What has Beck done to prove that he's better than anybody else on Andrade's resume? The dude has never won a belt. The dude has never beaten a guy worth a damn. Okay, and if you're gonna sit there and say Indom is a top quality opponent, then I'm just, you know, you don't have no business talking boxing in the first place. You know what I'm saying? But real question, what has Beck done to prove he's any better than any of Andrade's other opponents? So he fights this dude, he gets no credit for it. He doesn't fight this dude, he gets no credit for it. He moves up in weight like what a lot of you Canelo fanboys give Canelo so much credit for moving up in weight. Oh, Canelo moved up in weight all the way to 175 to fight Kovalev. So Andrade moves up to 168 to fight this dude, what's his name? I don't know, Rob Parker, I don't know, Stuart Parker, I don't know what his name is, something Parker, Jeff Parker, I don't know. But y'all don't have the same energy for Andrade fighting up to fight this undefeated guy at 168 pounds in his first fight. But y'all give Canelo all this credit for fighting a Sergey Kovalev who had just been beaten the fuck up by Anthony Yarde and 2 fights removed from getting stopped by Andre Ward. I mean, make it make sense to me, y'all. Make it make sense. You upset with Andrade for staying and fighting Yannick because he still ain't fought nobody, quote unquote. And you mad at Andrade for going up to 168 because, you know, wait, why are y'all mad for him going up to 168? I'm trying to figure it out. What is y'all, because he's ducking Yannick? Is that what y'all trying to say? He's ducking a guy with 11 fights? Is that what this dude got 11 fights right now? He ducking a dude with 11 fights. He ducking the dude that y'all ain't gonna give him credit for. He ducking the dude with no belt. He ducking the dude with, really? I mean, y'all gotta make it make sense to me, Canelo fanboys. Make it make sense to me. And you know what? To cap it off, you niggas are such hypocrites. To cap it off, Andrade pulls up on Canelo at his fight. Asks Canelo, when we gonna get this fight? Canelo? What's good? What's goody with the fight, Canelo? What up? I'm trying to see about it. When you think we can knuckle up? Pulls up on this dude. Canelo says, you fight with nobody, man. You fight with nobody, man. Payday. He won payday. You niggas laugh. You kickle. You guys kiki and ka. And you think it's the funniest shit ever, right? But Andrade moves up to 168. Without fighting this Yannick dude, somebody that y'all niggas just heard about yesterday, somebody that got 11 fights, somebody that's never been a world champion, and you niggas cry duck? Miss me with that bullshit. Y'all. All this ducking and dodging Canelo's done at 154, when he was the mandatory for Demetrius Andrade's WBO belt at 154 pounds and chose not to fight Demetrius Andrade, but to fight Liam Smith, the guy who ended up with the belt after Andrade got stripped for inactivity. When Canelo Alvarez had that WBC belt and then chose to fight James Kirkland at 155 pounds, okay? When he could have fought Demetrius Andrade and decided to fight James Kirkland. You niggas allow that shit. That's fine. When Canelo was at 160 and decided he only needed one more belt in order to be undisputed and could have fought Demetrius Andrade and became undisputed at 160. Or could have fought Jamal Charlo and then moved up 2 weight classes to fight Sergey Kovalev at 175 pounds. You niggas said that was okay. Demetrius Andrade moves up to 168 looking for a Canelo fight, and you niggas cry duck? Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. So you niggas don't keep the same energy. You niggas, it don't matter what Andrade do. And I said it in my last video. It don't matter what Andrade do. You niggas are always gonna have a problem with it. Y'all niggas ain't real boxing fans. Y'all not real boxing fans. You not. You know, I know you not. When you talk about a fighter like that, I know you're not no real boxing fan. Andrade's trying to go after the big fights. Oh, he ain't fought nobody. Is Yannick or somebody? Or would y'all put Andrade on the pound for pound list if he beat Yannick? No. You still gonna continue to say the same shit. He ain't fought nobody. Andrade knows that. I know that. You know that. He gets no credit for Yannick, and Yannick is a tough fighter. Honestly, I would have preferred for him to stay at 160 and fight Yannick, because I know if he goes up to 168 pounds, Canelo's gonna vacate the belt, and you niggas are gonna justify that bullshit. You niggas are gonna say, oh, well, Canelo vacated the belt so he could go after bigger and better things. So Andrade didn't vacate the belt at 160 so he can go after bigger and better things, so he can chase Canelo Alvarez, so he can look for bigger fights, or the fights that he deserves as the longest reigning WBO champion at middleweight. The dude that just fought in a mandatory fight against Liam Williams, and now somehow, some way forced into this fight, this Yannick fight with this dude who's 11-0, who's a former Olympian. Y'all give me a fucking break with all this, man. It's cappery at the end of the day. It's all cappery. You niggas justify Canelo saying you fight with nobody. You fight with nobody, not fighting a 2-time world champion, undefeated world champion, 31-0. But you niggas want to cry and bitch and complain about Andrade not fighting an 11-0 fucking dude who hasn't even won a world title yet. Give me a fucking break with all this bull ass shit, man. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. You know what I'm saying? And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna holler at y'all on the next one. Peace.
Oh man. Thank you, my man. Thank you.
Big fan.
Thank you.
What's up, though?
I know that.
What do we make it happen, though? What do you think?
Man, you fight with nobody. Hey, you are a champion, but are you? What?
Wait, you avoided that fight.
Hey, you fight with nobody, man. You won You won the belt with nobody.
Okay, a lot of people have.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man. It's my night. Who I'm fighting? Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here. Why the fuck you? Don't talk to my dad like that. Why fuck you? We don't get that.
Hey, get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna fuck you up right now.
Come up here. Come. Get out of here. Be a bitch.
Oh, look
Fuck
at
you.
this guy.
Fuck you. Alright? You that tough? Doesn't tell your mouth?
Hey,
You that tough?
get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Congratulations, bro. Watch your mouth. Watch your fucking mouth. Watch your mouth, bro.
Hey,
There you go, guys, please.
What? Hey, what?
hey, you are a horrible fighter, man. You never gonna get the fight, man. You are a horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter.
Come beat me, bro. Come beat me then.
Okay, next question.
Just payday. You want payday. I know that.
Watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. When I see you, it's on.
Yeah.
Canelo, you a bitch. I'm putting it out there.
Yeah. What they do? Yeah, we in the building. What they do, boxing family, what it is. Your boy King David in the building, what they do? Yes, sir. We in the motherfucking building, man. Salute to all the real boxing fans out there. I say salute to all the real boxing fans out there. We in the motherfucking building. You know what I mean? We're going to talk some good boxing today. You know what I'm saying? If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button one time for your boy. You know what I mean? We're going to be cooking today. You know what I'm saying? I see we got a few people in the motherfucking building. What's going on? G Parker in the building. G Parker say, I got to ride with Earl Sprints. Uh-oh, we talking that Earl talk. Oh, Lord. Let me make sure the sound shit is good first before I continue. Let me make sure the sound is good. Hold on a second. Okay, we good. Sound all right. Y'all let me know if there's any problems. Let me know right away, because I'm a dude famous for having sound issues. You know what I'm saying? But salute to all the real boxing fans out there. Again, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, hit that goddamn like button. But back to G Parker. G Parker starting this Earl Spence talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give Earl a break. You know what I'm saying? I ain't talk about Earl in a little bit. You know, I'm trying to give him a break. I ain't do no live streams about him. You know what I'm saying? It's coming though. You know what I'm saying? But he said, I got to ride with Earl Sprints. You and AB got to stand scared, scarce stance. Bud Crawford, let's fucking go. They had the little press conference, you know what I'm saying, today. Dennis Ugas and Earl Spence Jr. I ain't get a chance to watch it yet, but You know, should be interesting. I'm gonna check that out later. We got Darren Young in the motherfucking building. Salute to Darren Young in the building, man. He say what's good, King? What they do, man? David, salute, yes sir. We in the motherfucking building. We get ready to cook something up real decent, real nice, real proper. Y'all know how that go. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But again, man, salute to all the real boxing fans out there, man. Y'all see what the title of the live is, man. We talking Demetrius Andrade versus David Benavidez. So this is a live stream that's way overdue. This is a live stream I should have did 2-3 weeks back, you know, when the shit actually happened. But fuck it, man. I got stuff going on, man. So I'm doing it now. Get over it. Get over it. I'm doing it now. Get over it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give y'all my thoughts on this whole situation, man, because I think this whole situation with Demetrius Andrade and David Benavidez is real interesting. I think this is a real interesting situation. You know? So, you know, we got to go ahead and we got to talk about it, man. We got to talk about it, man. So first and foremost, man, let's go ahead and start the conversation out with it. Now do y'all understand? You know what I mean? Now do y'all understand the situation with Demetrius Andrade? You know, because the situation started out like this, man, where, you know, he was getting a lot of criticism and a lot of hate from boxing fans in regards to this Yanbek fight not happening. A lot of dudes were on his ass about Yanbek, which I don't truly understand, because we're talking about a dude that's 11-0. We're talking about a dude never held the belt. We're talking about a dude that got nobody of any note on his resume. But dudes want to complain, bitch, and complain about him not fighting this Yanbek dude. You know what I mean? Which is asinine, which is ridiculous, which is stupid to me. You know what I mean? Nevertheless, he got a lot of criticism in regards to the Yanbek situation. And then when that shit happened, I popped on the scene and I did a video kind of putting things in perspective, because you know how I do. And you know, even still though, there were still a lot of people that, you know, stood on their square in regards to the criticism about Demetrius Andrade. So now, fast forward to today, we get the news that both David Benavidez and Demetrius Andrade are pretty much on a collision course for each other at 168 pounds. And with all that being said, now do y'all understand the situation? Now do y'all get what's happening here? You dudes that hate Demetrius Andrade, y'all trying to say Demetrius Andrade is ducking Yanbek so he can fight David Benavidez? Is that what y'all trying to say? You know, Demetrius Andrade is moving up to become Canelo's mandatory, so y'all trying to say that Demetrius Andrade is ducking Yanbek so he can fight Canelo Alvarez? Is that what y'all trying to say? You know, and this is where you Andrade hater, Canelo fanboys, because really most of you dudes are Canelo fanboys, you know what I'm saying? But you Andrade hating Canelo fanboys, really you guys paint yourself in a predicament, because you'll say that a guy is ducking a fighter that you're not going to give him credit for beating, and then in that same situation, you see that he's on a collision course for the biggest and best fights in the division. The biggest and best fights right now for Demetrius Andrade are the guys that we know about. The Canelo Alvarez, the Jamar Charlos, the David Benavidez's, the Caleb Plants, whatever. You know? So how can you criticize a guy that's doing any and everything in his power in order to fight the best competition that he could fight? Let me check the sound, man. I get worried. Let me check the sound. I get hella paranoid about this goddamn sound. Let me check the sound. Okay, we still good. We still good. We still cooking. We still cooking. Darren Young say he ain't say Bud name when asked by a reporter. The heat starting to come on Spence. Oh, y'all trying to turn this into an Earl Spence stream. We talking about Demetrius Andrade, and y'all trying to turn this into a Earl Spence stream. Darren Young, absolutely. I got a video coming about that, because a lot of people they coming out their mouth and they talking about Earl Spence say he gonna go get that other one. You know what I'm saying? He in the ring talking about we gonna go get that other one, that other belt. After we collect all three of the belts, I'm gonna fight you Dennis Ugas, and then I'm gonna go get that other one. Now you don't sound too convincing. You don't sound too sure that the fight's gonna happen. As a matter of fact, Earl Spence, they asked him about Terrence Crawford at this press conference, and he's still talking that we'll see talk. He's still talking like we'll see. To this day, right now, they asking Earl Spence about Terrence Crawford, and he's still talking about we'll see. You done cleaned up your side of the street. The only fight to make at this particular point in time is Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford if you get past Eugenio Ugas, because that's a big ass if. And even with that, you still talking, we'll see. But you know what? This ain't about Errol Spence. We talking Demetrius Andrade and David Benavidez. So back on point. Back on goddamn point. But back to Andrade, man. We see that Demetrius Andrade is trying to fight the biggest and best competition. David Benavidez is the biggest and best competition. The 168-pound division right now has the bigger and better competition for Demetrius Andrade, who is a guy who's looking for the biggest and best competition, period. So when dudes come out their face and they say Andrade's ducking Yanabek, really they end up putting their own foot in their mouth, because these are the same people that aren't going to give him credit for beating guys like Yanabek. So here we are in this situation. Andrade's moving up. He still hasn't vacated technically. Andrade's moving up to 168. He's looking for Benavidez. Benavidez is looking for him. And at this point, those of you who hate Demetrius Andrade, y'all should be able to see now what the plan was all along with this move up to 168. And if you can't see it, you're blind. But more than likely, you do see it and you can't admit it if you're an Andrade hater. Terrell Payne in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, Terrell Payne. Say Spence don't want that fight. No, he don't. No, he don't. Dudes are going to be real hurt after this. Eugenio Ugas, if Spence manages to make it past Eugenio Ugas, they're going to ask him about Terrence Crawford. And you know what he's going to say? The same thing that he said the other times he's been asked about a Terrence Crawford fight. And that's that he plans on taking a vacation and chilling on his goddamn ranch. You know what I mean? That's what Errol Spence is going to do. That's what his pattern has shown him to do. If Errol Spence was interested in that fight at all, God damn it, he would have said something about it. He would have said he would be saying Terrence Crawford's name. He would be showing some sort of interest in the fight. But at this moment in time, we can't get any type of emotion, any type of interest out of Errol Spence. Oh, I'm gonna get this belt, and then we're gonna get that other one. He still ain't saying his name. Oh, we'll see. Come on now. Ain't nothing serious about that shit. Darren Young say Andrade is a savage. David hasn't been as vocal since the potential offer has been discussed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because we see that he's going against his own promoter, and we're going to get to that. We definitely going to get to that. He's going against his own promoter. We're going to listen to that interview and break that shit all the way the fuck down. You know what I mean? All the way the fuck down. Darren Young says Benavidez, he needs more money to fight Andrade. Absolutely. We're going to talk about this shit too. It's a whole lot to unpack in that goddamn that video from the Boxing Voice. Shout out to the Boxing Voice that they did with Samson. So we're going to listen to all that shit, though. We're going to listen to all that shit. But one thing I got to say about David Benavidez, first and foremost, is I respect David Benavidez as a fighter. David Benavidez talks like a fighter is supposed to talk. He says the things that fighters are supposed to say. You know what I mean? And at the same time, he fights the guys that fighters are supposed to fight. I don't think that Caleb Plant would have fought David Lemieux. I don't think that Jamal Charlo would have fought David Lemieux. But David Benavidez is taking him on and ain't even no belt on the goddamn line. David Benavidez gives off signs of a real fighter. David Benavidez is the definition. To me, he's the definition of a real Mexican fighter. He's a guy that embodies the personification of guys like Juan Manuel Marquez and Eric Morales and Julio Cesar Chavez. David Benavidez is a better representation of Mexican fighters than Canelo Alvarez ever could be or ever has been in his career. A guy that's looking to fight any and everybody. A guy that's looking to prove himself. Prove that he's the best. Because at the end of the day, real fighters look to prove that they're the best. Everybody else is looking to get a paycheck. or in Canelo words, payday. You know what I mean? Including Canelo himself, who looks for paydays for the most part. All that being said, you know, David Benavidez, I just have a lot of respect for David Benavidez. I think David Benavidez is just his attitude, the way he approaches the game, the way he approaches the sport. The fact that he ain't scared of nobody. The fact that he says the right things when he's asked about it. You know? Because at the end of the day, I always say this, right? I always say this, and I'm going to continue to say this shit. I always say this. At the end of the day, we don't know what happens with the promoters, the back part of the promotion company. We don't know what all the particulars of that, right? We don't know. People like to talk about it. People like to speculate about it. People like to make assertions, and people like to make inferences and things like that in regards to what's going on in the background. But at the end of the day, we don't know, okay? But what we do know is what's coming out of fighters' mouths. And what we do know is the actions that fighters take. What we do know is how fighters respond to certain questions. What we do know is fighters showing interest in particular fights. When you ask David Benavidez about an Andrade fight, he has the utmost respect and the utmost interest in a fight like that actually happening. But in inference, when you ask somebody like a Canelo Alvarez or you ask somebody like a Jermall Charlo, the first thing that comes out of their mouth is horrible fighter, boring style, all these little duck phrases, all that duck language that we hear come out of people's mouths in regards to the things that they should be saying as opposed to what they are saying. These are the things that lead people like me to believe that these guys don't actually want the fucking fight. You know what I mean? But I say all that to say this, right? I say all that to say this. Real fighters look for the best fights. Both David Benavidez and Demetrius Andrade, in my eyes, are real fighters. And they're looking for the best fights. Unlike these other dudes. You know what I mean? You know? But with all the bullshit, though, you know, even though we got two guys that want to see each other in the ring, looking for the biggest and best competition, we got guys like Sampson. We got guys on the back end who don't want to see these fights happen, that don't want these fights to happen out of fear of their interests, out of fear protecting their interests, okay? In the sense of PBC, they're a little hesitant about putting David Benavidez in the ring with Demetrius Andrade because they understand that that's a tough fight. They understand that Demetrius Andrade has a big, there's a good chance Demetrius Andrade could beat David Benavidez. And then that therefore drops the value of their product, David Benavidez, which I understand, you know. But what we about to do here is, and you know what, one other thing I want to mention too, man. One other thing I want to mention, you know, in regards to the horrible fighter thing, because, you know, you got guys like Canelo that call Andrade a horrible fighter and things like that, right? But when you hear David Benavidez talk about Demetrius Andrade, you ever notice that he doesn't say he's a horrible fighter? He always says the complete opposite of that. He always says that Andrade's a great fighter. So how could what he say and how could what he says and what Canelo says be so completely different? How could what he says and what Jermall Charlo says be so completely different? Benavidez has an interest in fighting Andrade, therefore he's a great fighter. But when you don't have any interest in fighting somebody, then you call him a horrible fighter. These are the inferences that we actually need to be making. These are the details that we actually need to be looking out for as boxing fans. Benavidez has an interest in fighting Andrade, therefore he's a great fighter. But Canelo and Charlo don't have an interest in fighting Andrade, therefore he's a horrible fighter. You know what I mean? But let's keep it moving, man. What I'm about to do here, I'm about to play this interview from Samson. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know what the fuck happened with Samson. The shit that the salt that he's throwing on the Andrade Benavidez fight. We're gonna play an interview from Samson. We're gonna break that motherfucker down, man. So here we go. Let's get it in.
Speaking of stupidity, is it stupid of us boxing fans to believe
Why this shit breaking up like that?
that a possible fight with Demetrius, Andrade, and Benavidez is possible, being as though one is with DAZN and the other is obviously aligned with PBC? Because David Benavidez said he would be willing to fight Demetrius Andrade, who obviously
motherfucker breaking.
Can't get a fight with anyone. And obviously that would be the biggest win on David Benavidez' resume if he was able to beat the two-time two-division champion, Demetrius Andrade.
Well, let me put this way. I'm not aware of the conversations. I'm aware what he say, but knowing David Benavidez is not afraid to anyone, like many of the boxers. And if he say that, I imagine that is to prove that he will fight anyone, regardless how unlikely.
Okay, so you can already hear the cap. The video skipping, man, which is fucking ridiculous. But you can already hear the cap coming out of Samson's mouth. He already talking like the fight is unlikely. And I just, first of all, I don't understand why the fight would be unlikely, given the fact that they'd be in the same weight division, given the fact that more than likely we would see two guys who would hold two different belts and they would come together for a unification fight. So already Samson is just talking the wrong type of talk, you know what I mean? Already, you know what I mean? But let's keep it going, man.
Is to the people see this guy, you know what I mean?
But you think it's possible, or obviously with Benavidez fighting for Showtime and PBC, a fight with Andrade right now is not in the cards?
Well, let me put it this way. I am an exclusive promoter of Benavidez. I will tell you the fight, it could happen. But in this case,
I'm trying to figure out where my
Showtime or PBC.
There we go. Oh, my shit.
it can be either way, but the money, it need to be superior, much more than to fight Canelo.
Okay, so let's stop it right there, man. I fucking getting bits and pieces. I don't know why the shit's fucking up on me, but I always have some kind of technical bullshit going on. But you can kind of hear in between the goddamn pauses that this dude said he needed more money for Andrade than he would need for Canelo Alvarez. You know, and I mean, this is the type of thing that just really hurts boxing. You know, this is the type of thing that really just it really just throws salt in the game entirely. Why would David Benavidez need more money to fight Demetrius Andrade than he would need to fight Canelo Alvarez when Canelo Alvarez is supposed to be the best fighter? Canelo Alvarez is supposed to be the hardest or the toughest fight for everybody. Canelo Alvarez is supposed to be pound for pound number one. Canelo Alvarez is supposed to be all these things that all these fighters are not supposed to be, right? But yet and still, David Benavidez's promoter saying that he needs more money to fight Demetrius Andrade, a guy that is supposed to be a horrible fighter, a guy that's supposed to be easy work, a guy that has a boring style, a guy that's this, a guy that's that. Why would Canelo need, or why would Benavidez need more money for Demetrius Andrade than he would need for Canelo Alvarez? So Benavidez already said that he's willing to take a pay cut in order to fight Canelo, right? That's what he said, right? So you're willing to take less money, okay? You're willing to capitulate to the Canelo stipulations, because we know Canelo like to lay out them goddamn stipulations on that contract. You're willing to sacrifice your career in order to get in the ring with Canelo Alvarez, right? But you need top dollar. Okay, because you're so sure you could beat Canelo Alvarez, but you need top dollar in order to get in the ring with Demetrius Andrade. You know what I'm saying? My guy G Parker done made it back in the motherfucking building, man. Salute to you, G Parker. Having some technical difficulty bullshit going on out here, man. I'm trying to play a video. The shit skipping. I don't know what the hell going on, goddamn. I don't know what the hell going on. But yes, sir, back in the motherfucking thing. You know what I mean? But let's continue on with the video. Let's hear what else Samson talking about.
It has to be more than fighting Canelo.
That's correct.
Okay, so there was a rumored offer from Eddie Hearn to Jamal Charlo to face Andrade once upon a time for an unified fight at $7 million. Does that sound right to you?
You need to be much more than that.
More than $7 million to fight Andrade.
All right, so let's stop it right there. How the fuck you need more than $7 million to fight Demetrius Andrade? I mean, wait. So let's see how much David Benavidez has made in his career. I'm Googling this motherfucker right now. Benavidez. David Benavidez fight purses. Okay, so I'm looking at a goddamn site. What is this site? Essentiallysports.com. Hold on. I don't want to look at that shit. Let me look at something else. Versus, hold on. Let's see how much you making for David Lemieux. Just David Lemieux. Let's look at this shit. Let's start there. Let's see if we can find what the goddamn purse is. Shit, let's see if we can find what the purse is, man. Purse. So first and foremost, I'm looking for the fight purse, right? But if I can't find it, right? PBC is paying Earl Spence $1.5 million for his fight with Dennis Ugas, which is supposed to go on pay-per-view. So with that in mind, I think it's safe to assume that David Benavidez isn't making more than $1.5 million guaranteed on this fight with David Lemieux, okay? So if $1.5 million is your guarantee for David Lemieux, how in the fuck can you ask for more than $7 million to fight Demetrius Andrade? I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm just trying to figure out how that works. You know what I mean? How you need more than $7 million to fight Demetrius Andrade, But we can more than pretty much bet that you're not making more than $1.5 million in order to fight a David Lemieux, which is not going to be on pay-per-view, in which case a fight with Demetrius Andrade would be on pay-per-view or would be on DAZN on some sort of premium network, in which case it should bring in some sort of revenue, is what I'm trying to figure out. Darren Young say more than $7 million. That's without a belt. That's insane. That PBC mentality. Absolutely. David Benavidez don't even have a belt right now. And he need more than $7 million in order to fight Demetrius Andrade. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck that work. Anil Andrade said, did you see Sampson's newest interview? He saw back in he's now backtracking and saying that Andrade would not get a Benavidez fight because he doesn't like to slug it out. Oh shit. So that's also in this interview too. We're gonna get to that. Sampson saying that he don't like the style, and you can hear the bullshit come out of his mouth. Like you can just hear it. You know, I got a lot of respect for David Benavidez because he's talking the right talk, but his promoter Sampson seemed to be like on some bullshit. You know what I mean? And I don't know if this was strategic for this dude to come out and be on some shit like that, or if, you know, if Sampson and Benavidez being on two different pages, it could be a little bit of both. But for him to come out and say some shit like this, you know, Lil Bean J say, salute to you, Lil Bean G, and also salute to Leighton Andrade. Salute to you, family. He say, sorry if you've already covered this, but how much of this is Benavidez slime all promoter? We're gonna listen to an interview from Benavidez because there's a clear difference between the way Benavidez talks and the way that Sampson talks. So we're gonna go over Sampson, and then after that, we're gonna do it. We're gonna listen to an interview from David Benavidez where, you know, where we can actually be on that shit, where we can hear what's going on with that. But let's continue on with this interview, man.
Yes, because it's not an easy fight. He's a great fighter that whoever he wants to.
Also, no, he just said he's a great fighter. Okay, not a horrible fighter like Canelo say or like Charlo say. Even Sampson, with all the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth, he said Demetrius Andrade is a great fighter. So why is his opinion and Canelo's opinion completely different is what I'm trying to figure out. Why is his opinion and Charlo's opinion completely different is what I'm trying to figure out. Are they capping because they have no interest in the fight? Or is what they say actually true? But let's keep it moving.
To put that fight that most likely is not so attractive, that one need to be for the money.
But damn, more than $7 million.
To talk about.
Even Ness is blown away. He's a diehard goddamn Canelo fan. Even Ness is blown away by the mention of more than $7 million for a guy who's probably making $1.5 million or less than $1 million as a guarantee per fight. But $7 million isn't enough to be able to appease his promoters or his team enough in order for him to get in the ring. But let's keep going.
Wouldn't that be a career high payday for David? Has he ever been paid $7 million?
Never.
So
he just admitted that David has never been paid $7 million. Never. The way he said never. Never. So why would you deprive this young man of getting paid $7 million in the biggest fight of his career, which is Demetrius Andrade? Also, he can wait Canelo out. Canelo may never fight this dude. But this is what we deal with in boxing. This is what we deal with in boxing. Let's keep it going, though.
Are you pricing yourself out in the eyes of the media and Eddie Hearn?
No, because this is what he deserves when he fight a guy that doesn't bring.
You say this is what he deserves when he fights a guy that doesn't bring what?
Nothing to the table.
Oh, but
And this is duck language, okay? This ain't nothing but duck language. Again, don't bring nothing to the table. Don't bring nothing to the table. 2-time undefeated world champion, soon to be a 3-time, actually 4-time 3-weight division champion, but he don't bring nothing to the table. I'm gonna need some explanations and some goddamn. I'm gonna need some explanations in regards to that. How does a 4-time 3-weight division champion, okay, which is soon to be, okay, because after he gets through Zach Parker and Canelo vacates that belt, he will be the WBO champion, okay, at 168 pounds. So how does a soon-to-be 3-weight division, 4-time world champion, undefeated, how does he not bring anything to the table? Samson? And this is why I say that it's duck language at the end of the day. I always call little statements like this duck language because at the end of the day, it's just shit that motherfuckers throw out there in order to take attention away from the fact that you don't want the fight at the end of the day. So all these little excuses come up, all these little caveats come up when we're talking about trying to make a fight between you and somebody that you probably don't want to fight. And again, if you were sure that you could beat somebody, if you were sure you were going to be able to get the win versus somebody, it wouldn't matter what they brought to the table. Okay? Because I guarantee you, David Lemieux don't bring nothing to the goddamn table. Okay? And for Canelo, Avenir Durham didn't bring nothing to the table. Rocky Fielding didn't bring nothing to the table. Okay? Anthony Durrell didn't really bring anything to the table, but that was a good win for David Benavidez. Shit, David Benavidez. Shit, we could make the same goddamn argument for David Benavidez. What does David Benavidez bring to the table? You trying to say that David Benavidez sells out stadiums? He sells out arenas? David Benavidez been on pay-per-view? How many times David Benavidez been on pay-per-view? And this is the problem with PBC and the guys that work on behalf of PBC. They got all this duck language pumping out, but at the end of the day, it don't mean shit because you're speaking on behalf of a fighter that hasn't accomplished anything yet at all. David Benavidez is trying to be great. Demetrius Andrade is trying to be great. Let these dudes fight. But let's keep it going.
Andrade is a 2-time champion, 2 divisions. How doesn't he bring anything to the table?
People doesn't pay to see him.
Okay.
So just
Shout out to Ness for asking such good questions. Saying the same thing that I just said. How does a guy like that not bring anything to the table? I'm really curious. Undefeated 2-weight division champion, soon to be 3-weight division champion. How does he not bring anything to the table? Samson answered by saying, because nobody buys his fights. But when you watch the last Andrade fight, if I recall correctly, that arena looked like it was pretty filled up. If you watch the last Benavidez fight, that arena didn't look all that filled up. You know? Let me see. My guy, Everybody Fears Andrade, is in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, Everybody Fears Andrade. Nilton Andrade says, Samson and the WBC are straight racists. They allow Benavidez to fight Andrade because they know if Andrade wins, it will be the end of Canelo. Absolutely. Absolutely. It will be the end of Canelo. Because at the end of the day, you'll no longer be able to deny this man. You'll no longer be able to say he's a horrible fighter because by you saying he's a horrible fighter, you're calling everybody that he beat an even worse fighter. Okay? So if this dude manages to get the win over David Benavidez, then it's over for Canelo, like my guy Nilton Andrade just said. You know what I mean? And then Andrade also says, I meant they will never allow Benavidez and Andrade to fight. Well, whether they like it or not, I need David Benavidez to stand firm in his belief that he needs to make the fight between Andrade and himself. Okay, so this fight, whether or not this fight happens, is going to be completely up to David Benavidez and whether or not he's going to be willing to push the envelope. Because at the end of the day, my position is always that fighters make fights. Even though it's not in the promoter's best interest in order to make certain fights happen, there are certain things that the fighters could do in order to force fights, in order to force their promoters to make the fights happen. And if David Benavidez believes in himself enough, he will make the necessary decisions and the necessary moves in order to ensure he gets in the ring with Demetrius Andrade, especially if it's a unification fight. But the way that David Benavidez is talking right now, I have faith in him that he's going to be able to do something in order to make sure the fight happens. You know what I mean? I got some belief there. Everybody fears Andrade says, gonna listen to the playback. Did you hear Andrade on Twitter Space last night? Nah, I didn't hear him last night, everybody. I ain't hear him. Go ahead, fill your boy in. While you fill your boy in, let's keep on with this interview.
Just to be clear, he would need to make more, David, that is, he would need to make more in a Andrade fight than he would in a Canelo fight?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct, because Canelo, it means a lot for David. And Andre is another fight that maybe it will win, but it will not look good.
So you're saying,
all right, so Samson talking that bullshit, so you can hear it already. Let's pause it already. You can hear the bullshit because check it out. The motherfucker saying it won't look good. Why will it not look good? See, and that goes to show you all the reservations that he has in regards to Andrade, because you know that Andrade's boxing ability is to a high enough level to the point where he's gonna be tough to hit. He's going to hit you and not get hit back. It's not going to be a rock'em sock'em robots, okay? But at the same time, there's a good chance he'll win the fucking fight. So when he's saying that it ain't going to look good, I hear duck language. I hear duck language. That's what I hear. My guy Terry Smoot in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, Terry Smoot, with the fists up. Yes, sir. My guy Bold and Understand is in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, Bold and Understand is. Hey, and if you're in the building, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my guy Bold and Understand his channel, man. You know what I mean? Make sure y'all subscribe to my guy channel. My guy Troy Soros in the motherfucking building. He's like, what up, brother? Just tuning in. I was at the undefeated boogeyman champ Andrade last fight, and that arena was 11. Yes, sir. Oh, he don't. Nobody paid to see him fight. So why was that arena on 11 then, Troy? Enlighten your boy on why that arena was jumping if nobody paid to see him fight. And these are the type of little punk ass excuses that these dudes want to make in order to get out of making the fight that everybody want to see. David Benavidez want to fight. Demetrius Andrade want to fight. Make the motherfucking fight happen. You know, make the fight happen. Terry Smoot Jr. says Andrade ducking Benavidez. See, that's the number one troll in the world. Terry Smoot Jr. Andrade ducking Benavidez. Pay that man his money. You come into his backyard. It costs to try to be the boss. I hear you, Terry. I don't agree with you at all, but I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, I mean, the zone is definitely gonna probably have to overpay in order to make any kind of fight for Andrade, you know, for sure. So Terry has a little bit of a point in regards to that, but as far as Andrade ducking Benavidez, I mean, that's just crazy talk, Terry. Come on now. Andrade didn't even have his first fight at 168. What you talking about, man? Terry follows up with the bullshit, talking about Andrade is such a duck. I thought they got money over there at DAZN and Eddie Hearn. I gonna put the bag up, Terry. Don't worry about it. Terry also says it ain't gonna look good for Andrade. He continuing on with the bullshit. Andrade goes to sleep like Leo Santa Cruz. You think so? I got money on Andrade beating Benavidez if that fight ever happens. Andrade beats Benavidez. You know, I think even Benavidez knows that he gets beat, but we gonna play the interview. But I think in general, Benavidez is just a warrior. He's just a guy, and this is why I have a lot of respect for David Benavidez. He's just a guy who's just win, lose, or draw. He's looking to fight the best competition, and that's just how more fighters need to be. They need to be willing to fight the best competition, no matter what the situation. You know, but let's keep it going though. Let's keep it going.
and so do you feel that Andrade gives Benavidez more problems than Canelo, or why wouldn't he look good?
It will beat, but it will not look good because it's the style make the fight, and it's not the right style for anybody. Doesn't mean that everybody is afraid of him. He will look winning.
That's exactly what that means, Samson. That's exactly what that means. What the fuck? I hate when niggas say that shit. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that anybody's afraid of him. They just don't want to fight him. What? That means you're afraid. It means you're afraid to lose. You might not be scared like you like you're scared of his. You're scared of the man's shadow. It doesn't mean that you're frightened of him as a person, but it means that you're scared you're gonna lose. That's exactly what that means, Samson. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? It doesn't mean that he's scared. It does mean that you're making your fighter look bad. All this shit coming out your mouth is making your fighter look bad. You're doing the opposite of what promoters should do. You're doing the opposite. David Benavidez is making himself look good, and you're making him look bad. The fuck? But let's keep it going though.
No loser, it will look bad.
Mm.
You know, let me tell you a story. When Sergio Maravilla Martinez came to America, and I saw him in the first fight, I told him, you need to engage more. You need to fight and to change a little bit your style.
You know, first of all, and to cut this shit off again, first of all, it's funny that he used to promote Sergio Martinez. Sergio Martinez used to move around the ring like a motherfucker. Throw jabs and straight rights to the fucking body. He did that through the Julio Cesar Chavez fight. That's how he ended up winning that fight. But that's how he won a lot of his fights, by moving around the ring, throwing jabs and straight right hands to the body. Okay. So Samson is saying he needed to engage more. Okay. Martinez wasn't a super engager. He was more of a boxer than a guy who was just gonna slug it out. Martinez ain't slugging it out with your ass. He moving around the goddamn ring. So, you know, it's just more cap coming out of this dude's mouth at the end of the day. More cap. But let's keep it going.
That doesn't happen with this kid.
Also, too, he said it don't happen with Andrade, but didn't Andrade just have a second round knockout in his last fight with Jason Quigley? Didn't he just knock Jason Quigley out in 2 rounds? So how is that a dude that don't engage? How was a dude that don't engage knocking somebody out in 2 rounds? You know what I mean? That's what dudes like. It just comes off as more lies, more duck language. But let's keep it going.
Andrade, it will never change. Because he wants the win. He doesn't want to show a good fight to the people who pay to see him. And that is the difference.
More duck language.
But isn't it up to the opponent? I mean, if you got a guy in there that doesn't engage,
Excellent questions by Ness, man. Excellent questions. If you got a guy that's moving around the ring, that's not engaging, right? You're supposed to be the best fighter. You're supposed to be that top guy. You're supposed to be that guy that's so good, so great. Your skills are off the chain, off the wall. You're pound for pound number 1. Shouldn't all your fights be exciting? Shouldn't you be able to push the action enough for it to be exciting enough for your fans? I mean, if I recall correctly, Mike Tyson was knocking everybody out, all the styles, okay? If you was moving around, he was knocking you out. If you were standing in front of him, he was knocking you out. Because Mike Tyson in his prime was the best heavyweight. And he was able to prove he was the best heavyweight by knocking everybody the fuck out, no matter what type of style they had. So why does a dude who has a certain type of style, why is it now all of a sudden, you know, yeah, you know, he's not going to press the action. He's not going to do this. But if he doesn't do it, shouldn't you be doing it? As the quote-unquote GOAT, pound for pound number 1 fighter, isn't it your job? The most exciting man in sports entertainment. Woo! Isn't it your job to be able to press the action enough to be able to make it exciting for the fans? Let's read some comments real goddamn quick. My guy, Nilton Andrade says facts. Salute to you, my boy. My guy, LLG Bean J in the building says something stinks here. None of this makes sense. This is exactly This is exactly the fight for Benavidez, Andrade. Lemieux makes sense. Makes sense to someone who must be cutting Samson in on the action. Absolutely, man. I don't get why he would not want to make this fight happen. You know what I mean? I mean, there's just absolutely no reason for it not to happen. Especially since Canelo has come out for the most part and announced his itinerary for the next year. So we know Canelo ain't fighting Benavidez for this next year. Okay, we know that he ain't fighting Andrade for the next year because the plan is Bivol, Triple G, and then maybe Makabu or Ryder or some shit like that, right? That's what we hear reports of. So 2022 is a wrap for Canelo. Forget about Canelo if you're anybody else, okay? So with that being said, David Benavidez is 24, 25 years old. He got some time. But Andrade is what, 33, 34? He's a guy that needs a fight right now. You know what I mean? Why not make the fight between these dudes? As a promoter, are you really going to hold Benavidez hostage in his career for another 2 or 3 years in anticipation for Canelo maybe one day possibly fighting David Benavidez, which we've seen has not happened? Canelo Alvarez was able to become undisputed without fighting a David Benavidez. You know? So, you know, I don't get these dudes and their logic. I really don't. I really don't. Let's look at some more comments. Nilton Andrade says they're going to have to take it to court to get this fight to happen. Man, I hope they're going to do something, man. They're going to have to do something. I hope David Benavidez I hope he really he sounds like he really wants to fight. But I hope he's willing to make the sacrifices needed in order to ensure the fight happens, you know, because obviously him and his promoter ain't on the same page, you know. But even though that is the case, again, there are things that fighters can do in order to force the action. But let's keep it going. Troy Soro says, I'm driving so hard. I'm driving so hard to respond. I hear you, fam. I hear you. I'm going to open up the goddamn panel in a little bit. So stay tuned, man. Stay tuned. You can go ahead and voice your opinion on this thing. Darren Young say he may stop Benavidez. Absolutely, man. I mean, dudes don't give Andrade enough credit for being the superior boxer that he is, man. Dude is able to make adjustments. Dude can fight on the inside. He can fight on the outside. You know, the levels, the counter punching, the speed, the power. I mean, he's just a problem for anybody who he gets in the ring with. Andrade can also switch hit. That's the thing a lot of people don't understand. He can switch hit as well. So he's just a problem for everybody at the end of the day. You know, he's a problem. He's a problem. But instead of dudes saying he's a problem, they rather say bullshit like he's a horrible fighter. But when niggas like me listen to he's a horrible fighter, it just means, translation, he's a problem. You know what I mean? Nilton Andrade also says, just like Floyd said, the name of the game is to hit and not get hit back. Absolutely, man. The name of the game is always hit and not get hit back. Why the fuck would you want somebody to hit you in the face if you can avoid that? You know? I hate when certain people act like, you know, yeah, I like getting, I'll take a punch in the, I mean, what the fuck? No, brain damage? Much? I don't get these dudes. You know? I don't get these dudes. But just like with Terrence Crawford, just like with Devin Haney, these dudes don't want to see another Floyd Mayweather. They don't want to see another black fighter with dominating the sport like a guy like Floyd Mayweather. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see a guy like that. A guy that's able to win fights easily, effortlessly. A guy that's making a black dude that's making $100 million, $2 million, $200 million a fight, $300 million a fight. Can't tell them shit. They don't want that. So what they would rather do is they would rather take their other fighters, put them on the back burner. Shit, they probably pay these guys. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I'm gonna let y'all know. I wouldn't even be surprised if we discovered that certain promoters pay certain fighters not to fight certain fighters. I wouldn't even be surprised. That's how fucked up this shit is. You know? Because to me, if I'm David Benavidez, right, And I know that the biggest fight that I have available to me is a Demetrius Andrade. I can't fight Caleb Plant. I can't fight Canelo. I can't fight these other dudes, right? And I'm like, I want to fight Demetrius Andrade because that's the biggest fight available to me right now, right? And you're my promoter, and you tell me, no, we don't want to make that fight happen. Well, you're going to have to pay me. You're going to have to compensate me to not make a big deal about that. You're going to have to put money in my pocket to get me to turn down $7 million motherfucking dollars. You're going to have to make it sweet. You're going to have to sweeten the pot for me to get me to turn down a bag and an opportunity for me to prove that I'm the best fighter in my division. You know? So I wouldn't be surprised if we found out later on down the road that these promoters pay fighters to not fight certain fighters. I wouldn't be surprised. You heard it from your boy King David here. You know what I mean? Let's go back to the comment section, man. I don't see what's not to like about this fight. Benavidez is the youngest battle-tested vet in the game. Andrade is in his last years as a great, smart, experienced fighter. What the fuck? Absolutely, man. I couldn't have said it better, bro. Couldn't have said it no better. They forgot Andrade was the best amateur in his class. Absolutely, man. Top amateur. Top amateur Olympian. How is an Olympian a horrible fighter? How many Olympians do you have that are horrible fighters that represent their country in the Olympics? That have hundreds of amateur fights. How many of these guys do you know are horrible fighters? Quote unquote Canelo Alvarez. You know what I mean? Anil and Andrade says Ali moved around, so Ali's style's not good for the fans, especially when he fought Foreman. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. They call out and they don't want another Ali. You know what I mean? They don't want another Ali. They didn't like Ali. You remember how, first of all, they call Ali the greatest of all time now, right? He's the greatest of all time. He's the great. Oh, they love Ali. Oh, I just love Muhammad Ali now, right? But before Muhammad Ali got Parkinson's, before he retired, they hated the fuck out of Muhammad Ali. They did everything in their power to get Muhammad Ali away from proving that he was the best fighter, from proving that he was the best. They went out of their way to draft this man into the military. They drafted this man into the military. This man gave away what was it, 2-3 years of his prime boxing career due to a lawsuit because they hated this man so much they didn't want to see him fight. They didn't want to see him make money. They didn't want to see this man prove that he was the best. You know what I mean? That just goes to show you how far the racism goes, how far the bullshit goes when it comes to preventing the resurgence of a great Black American fighter. You know what I mean? Knockout Boxing 86 TV is in the motherfucking building. Salute to you, Knockout, man. Hey, if y'all in the building, man, y'all be sure to subscribe to the homie. Knockout Boxing 86 TV is in the building, man. Y'all subscribe to my guy channel, man. He an Earl Spence fan, but he a good brother, though. You know what I mean? He a good brother, man. Salute to you for coming through, man. I'm finna open up the chat, man, if a little bit later in a second. If you want, you more than welcome to come through, Knockout. And I know my guy go live a little bit later on tonight. I think 7:30 Central Standard Time. So I think that's like 9:30 Eastern. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely gonna check you out tonight. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hop on Knockout because when you go on, I'll be having stuff going on around that time. But you know, if I get a chance, I definitely swing through. But salute to my guy Knockout Boxing 86 TV for coming through. LL Bean J is in the building. Say truth, yes sir. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say, if you don't want to fight someone because you think they're a horrible fighter, then everybody on your resume better be better than him. Absolutely. That is not the case when you look at Canelo Alvarez's resume. Absolutely, man. I think that 99.9% of everybody on Canelo Alvarez's resume gets washed by Demetrius Andrade. There's probably about 2 or 3 guys that actually give him a tough fight, in which case I still think he wins. I think Andrade beats Lara. Yeah, I said it. I think he beats Lara. I think he beats Caleb Plant. I think he beats Billy Joe Saunders. I think he beats Triple G. I think he beats all these guys. Okay, that Canelo has on his resume. Those are facts, man. Facts on facts on facts. Knockout boxing, yes sir. LL Bean J say, yeah, knockout boxing, yes sir. I mean, because real fight fans know what it is. Real fight fans understand what they're looking at. Real fight fans don't just go off of whatever the narrative is at that particular point in time. They use their eyes and they observe who's a good fighter and who is indeed a horrible fighter. You know who was a horrible fighter? James Kirkland. He's a horrible fighter. I like James Kirkland, but he's a horrible fighter. You know what I'm saying? You know, but Canelo had no problem jumping in the ring with a James goddamn Kirkland. So if you don't want to fight horrible fighters, why'd you fight James Kirkland? You know what I mean? And I like James Kirkland, man. And I hate to say that, but you can't sit there and say Andrade's a horrible fighter, but then in the same breath, you want to turn around and you fight guys like James Kirkland like they're the greatest of all time, like they're the GOAT. You know what I mean? Neil Andrade says, Boo Boo was telling the story of how he went down to the world famous Mayweather boxing gym and sparred everybody there in clean house. And even Javante Davis was there. You think these dudes don't know about Boo Boo Andrade? These dudes know exactly who the fuck they dealing with Demetrius Andrade. You can tell who they know about. You can tell who they know about Neil and Andrade. Dudes like Terrence Crawford, they know about these dudes. They say one thing, but they do another. They know exactly what these dudes can do on the ring. They know exactly how skilled these guys are. They know exactly how talented these guys are. Every time these guys fight, they watch all their fights, okay? And I'm not talking about highlights. I'm talking they're watching from round one, from the bell in round one to whenever that fight ends. They're watching it multiple times. These dudes know exactly who they're dealing with. These dudes know more about Andrade, Crawford, and Haney than we do. These dudes watch them more than we do. They can probably tell you about the amateur fights and the things that they did before. They can probably tell you about training sessions with these guys. These guys all know about each other, man. They all know about each other. You know? So, shit. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say shit, bro. GGG think Andrade beat GGG. Yeah, he beat GGG, man. Hell yeah, he beat GGG. First of all, I've never been impressed with GGG ever because to me, GGG never had that fight in order to solidify him as a great fighter. He's defended his belt multiple times in a weight division at 160 when it was a weak ass goddamn division. Okay, so he defended, he got a bunch of title defenses on his resume. But for me, he's never had that standout win. The only thing you could say about GGG, his claim to fame is really losing to Canelo twice. That's GGG's claim to fame. Anything outside of that, I mean, he got to win over Danny Jacobs, you know. But Danny Jacobs has never been the guy to prove that he's that top quality guy at 160 pounds. So GGG is just the definition of mediocrity, in my opinion. You know, I wouldn't pick GGG to be any top middleweight. You know, not Andrade, not Charlo. Shit, I don't even think GGG could beat Eubank or Lara. You know what I mean? Especially with GGG now, he about to be 40 years old. Which, by the way, we looking, they talking about a Canelo GGG fight in a sense where this is going to be the third GGG Canelo fight. For what? With a 40-year-old GGG who hasn't fought in 2 years, and his only fight is going to be against this Ryota Murata guy who also hadn't fought in 2 years. You know? So, you know, boxing be on that bullshit, man. You know what it is, man. My guy, Argenis Barber, done made it in a motherfucking building. Salute to my guy, Argenis Barber. Yes, sir. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my guy boxing channel. He don't post too much content, but you subscribe just in case, goddamn. When he posts something, you'll be ready. Argenis Barber boxing channel on YouTube. That's my guy. You know what I mean? Darren Young in the building say, the only reason Andrade is frozen out is because he pulled out of the Jermell Charlo fight due to money. You think so, Darren Young? Because I think that's some bullshit, really. Because dudes say that, But at the end of the day, there was an interview that Paul Andrade did where he actually explained that entire situation. Okay. And one thing that he said that was very important in regards to that situation was that that fight had actually never been signed. They never actually agreed to terms on that fight. There was no contract. PBC just started promoting the fight even though it wasn't agreed to. So there was never actually a fight. There was a contract in order to make the fight happen, but the fight never actually happened. And if you think about it, it makes sense, because if there was a fight, if they had actually signed a contract to make a fight happen between Andrade and Jermell Charlo, if Andrade would have actually backed out of the fight, like what a lot of people say that he did, PBC could have sued the shit out of him. They could have sued him. They could have sued the shit out of Andrade and probably got the amount that it would have took to promote the fight. But because there was no contract in place, because there was actually no agreement for the fight to actually happen, that's why the fight never happened. So Andrade never pulled out of the fight. They just never agreed on terms to make the fight happen. And PBC came out of their pocket to promote a fight that was never agreed to. So that ain't pulling out of no fight. There was just never a fight. You know what I mean? There was just never a fight. Argenis Barber say Andrade and Charlo beat GGG. Absolutely. GGG ain't shit. GGG. I mean, he's a solid fighter. I mean, GGG will beat all the C-level fighters and all the D-level fighters. He'll beat all them guys. But when you talk about a B-level fighter, when you talk about an A-level fighter, GGG is going to lose. GGG don't have the foot speed or the foot movement. He doesn't cut off the ring well enough. He doesn't have the punch selection. You know what I mean? He's going to lose to all the B and A-level fighters, you know? I mean, shit, it is what it is. People ain't going to like that shit, but it is what it is. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say, my bad, I was saying even GGG thinks that Andrade can beat GGG. I was even saying GGG thinks that Andrade can beat GGG. Yeah. He definitely does, man. I mean, honestly, when a fighter's not willing to fight you, right? And I did a whole goddamn live about this, right? If a fighter's not willing to fight you, well, there's only one reason why a fighter would not be willing to fight you. Because for every other reason, if you felt that you could win, you would still take the fight, right? And I did a whole live about this. The name of the live is called Duck Language, right? I did a whole live about this. And pretty much to my point, what I say is, or the parallel or the point that I try to make is, when somebody's sure they can win, there are no issues as to why the fight can't happen. So people make the money excuse, right? They'll say, oh, okay, well, you know, we need the money. We need the money. We need the money. Okay, we need this amount of money and that amount of money. But at the end of the day, if I paid you $1 to beat somebody's ass, somebody who ass you know you could beat, $1 really wouldn't be too much for you to throw a few punches and for you to knock somebody smooth the fuck out. You know, $1 wouldn't be too low of a payday for you if you knew all you had to do was throw a few punches and knock somebody out and collect $1. But if you thought that you could lose or you could get beat up, then $1 is too low. $1 is way too low to accept as far as to fight somebody. And if God forbid, if you thought you would get your ass whooped, then you would need double and triple and quadruple the amount of money that you would normally need in order to get into the ring or for you to fight somebody. Case in point, Sean Porter. Sean Porter is a great example of this, because for Sean Porter, he's a part of the PBC family, right? And we all know that the PBC family their highest guarantees are between what? 1.5 and maybe 2.5 million dollars, right? But when Bob Arum offered Sean Porter $1 million, oh, Sean Porter was insulted. Sean Porter was he was flabbergasted. He was insulted. How dare they offer $1 million for me to fight Bud? $1 million. That's how dare you? Even though this nigga's highest payday was 2 million, 2.5 million, maybe at best. And I'm probably overestimating with the 2.5 million. So you insulted by $1 million, but you've only made 2 million guaranteed. And then you fast forward to the fight actually happened, and it turns out Sean Porter had to get $4 million guaranteed in order to get in the ring with Terrence Crawford. So this is what I mean. When you need top dollar in order to get in the ring with somebody, it's probably because you feel you're going to get your ass whooped. Because if you thought you could beat someone, it wouldn't really matter what the pay was, because you know you could beat their ass and collect the money regardless and move on with the rest of your goddamn career. Now, I understand the whole training camp model and the training camp aspect of it and that sort of thing. So you got to get paid something. All that makes sense. But y'all get where I'm going with the shit. You know what I mean? Y'all get what I'm trying to say. Darren Young said he stopped GGG and I put my check on it. Absolutely, man. GGG get stopped, bro. GGG getting stopped, goddamn. GHH. Yes, sir. My guy, Newton Andrade says, Boo Boo also called Floyd Mayweather Jr. When they were at 154. Floyd made great business move by avoiding Boo Boo Andrade. Oh, we know Floyd wasn't fighting no damn Boo Boo Andrade. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. And Floyd definitely set the precedence, you know, for all this fuck shit that's going on right now in boxing, you know. Giving guys like Canelo Alvarez the opportunity, you know, and Canelo literally making his name off of a Floyd Mayweather, most of his name off of it, you know. But yeah, Floyd wasn't getting in the ring with no Andrade. Ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. He didn't even want to get in the ring with Keith Thurman. And Andrade beat the shit out of Keith Thurman in the amateurs. You know, actually, I think Andrade won 2 out of the 3 fights. I think Thurman beat him 1 time. But Floyd wasn't even trying to get in the ring with Keith Thurman. So ain't no way in hell he was getting in the ring with Andrade, you know. I mean, those are just facts. And Floyd ain't even on a 154 pounder at the end of the day, really, anyway. So I can't really blame Floyd for too much other than just holding up them goddamn belts longer than he should have. Argenis Barber say GGG's best win was versus Jacobs. Jacobs just takes an L. Absolutely, man. You know, dudes like bragging on Danny Jacobs, but if you look at dude's career is not that impressive. All his step-up fights he lost. The only notable win that Danny Jacobs got on his career is Peter Quillen. You know what I mean? You know, and Peter Quillen wasn't really nothing at the end of the day. You know what I mean? You know, so I mean, you know, dudes need to chill with this Danny Jacobs shit. Is what they really need to do. LL Bean J says the only guy I believe didn't watch film on his opponent is Colbert. But last weekend, he had no damn idea what was coming for him. Absolutely. And, you know, dudes really, in regards to the 2-week camp thing, right? Because the dude that Colbert fought took the fight on short notice. I think he only had like 2 weeks or whatever. So Colbert didn't really have time to prepare for him, you know. But likewise, other dude didn't have time to prepare for Colbert, you know, really. But you know, them full camps make a difference. I mean, when you're training and planning for somebody, and then it turns out you don't fight them, it could really take a mental toll on your ability to perform in the ring. And I think that probably played a big role with that Colbert situation. But that ain't no excuse. I mean, dude gonna have to come back. He gonna have to rematch. Hopefully, dude give him a rematch and we see Colbert in there. Because I think Colbert's a cool dude. I don't like all that shit he was saying about Wilder. But I think he a cool dude, man. You know, I think he brings something different to the sport. And, you know, I like the fact that he looked like he was willing to unify with Shakur. I'm looking for guys. I want guys in the position that's looking to unify. You know, Cobra looked like he was willing to get in there with Shakur. And that's all I really care about at the end of the day. You know, I don't have a high, you know, he don't throw enough punches for me, but, and he gets a little reckless, but, you know. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say, GGG win over Jacobs aging like milk in the sun. Jacobs just got beat by John Ryder, bro. John Ryder. Hey, those are facts, man. Absolutely. Aging like milk. He just got beat. Fought tooth and nail with John Ryder. You know, tooth and nail with him. You know, and dudes want to brag about the Danny Jacobs win. You know, come on, man. Come on, man. Just like my guy Knockout just said. Those are facts. Absolutely. Jenna's Barber say, you putting hits out for my dollar, my G. A dollar, my G. Yeah, man. Appreciate that, man. Hit the like. My guy AB say hit the like. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, AB. If anybody is new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody hit that goddamn like button one time for you, boy. I appreciate you, man. But let's get on with the video, man. Let's keep it going. You know, we got way off track around here.
Up to Benavidez, and Benavidez's style is perfect for Andrade because he's to come forward, you know, high activity. But I get you, you know. So $7 million, just to be clear, because I know Eddie's gonna hear this, and I mean Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith, they're gonna hear this. 7 is the talking point. Like, we can't even start talking unless you're talking about $7 and more million.
That's correct. Correct.
And let me ask you, because you know Eddie likes to throw numbers.
Even though this nigga never made $7 million or even close to that in his career, but we can't even have no conversation about a fight without $7 million on the table.
Out in the media. A month from now, you're not going to say, oh, well, David's career, you know, Al Heyman has got him to this point. He's put him on TV. I can't just take him to the zone.
I took Javier Fortuna.
All right. All right. I just don't want, I want to make sure there's no hurdles here because
I just like the way Ness is handling this interview in the sense where he's eliminating all the excuses, you know, because dudes like this dude, you know, it's this one day, and then next thing you know, the whole goalpost is moved and it's something else another day. You know, that's the thing about these dudes like this, you know. Now at first he's saying he needs $7 million, and then if they come up with the $7 million, then he gonna be like, oh, well, the fight got to be on Fox. Then the fight's on Fox, and it actually got to be on Triller. Then you put it on Triller. Oh, now the fight got to be on ESPN. Then you put it on ESPN. Oh, the fight actually got to be on HBO. Like, dudes like this move the motherfucking goalposts. These PBC niggas constantly move the goalposts at the end of the day. They do all this deflecting shit because at the end of the day, they know that they just don't want to see certain fighters, okay? They're trying to protect their investment, which I understand, but at the end of the day, it's hurting their fighter and it's hurting their pockets more than helping their pockets. But they're trying to protect their favorite they fighters, okay? And they're trying to avoid certain people in anticipation to wait for the biggest possible payday that they could possibly get versus Canelo Alvarez. And I wouldn't be surprised if Canelo was paying some of these dudes to not fight certain fighters. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Some of my conjecture, but I wouldn't be surprised if Canelo was paying certain dudes to not fight certain fighters. I wouldn't be surprised. You know? But let's keep it going, though. I mean, you know, Canelo definitely did something similar to that with Billy Joe Saunders. At 168 pounds, well, Billy Joe Saunders decided he was going to wait on Canelo Alvarez rather than fight Demetrius Andrade in the step-up fight for 168 when they were trying to make that fight. But let's keep going, though.
Obviously, David Benavidez, no one's signing up to fight him. and no one's signing up to fight Demetrius Andrade either.
Demetrius Andrade, he will fight, but the only thing I want to give him a nice GPS that this weekend.
All right, so that's the end of that right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the end of that right there. Okay, the next thing we're gonna have to go through is the interview that David Benavidez did in regards to a response from Samson, you know. And David Benavidez responded in a way that a fighter should respond. This is why I got a lot of respect for David Benavidez, because this is a dude who I believe truly wants the biggest and the best fights. You know, he's a dude that truly wants the biggest and the best fights. And, you know, and I think that we're going to see these fights come out of David Benavidez. I don't think Canelo's fighting any of these dudes for several years. So I think we're going to see dudes like David Benavidez sue his promoter or go against his promoter in order to make sure some of these fights happen. You know what I mean? But let's get that popping. This is an interview by Fight Hub TV.
First of all, before we get into that, I see a lot of people saying that I priced myself out, this and that, but this is not. It's negotiations, bro. It's barely,
Okay, so let me let the video load a little bit because it's on some bull ass shit. So let me let it load a little bit. Let me read some goddamn comments. Let me see what's going on here. Troy Soros in the motherfucking building say, they're all afraid that if they get their ass whooped by the boogeyman champ Andrade, that all their paydays will be affected from that point on. I mean, they right to a certain extent, but I mean, these do like Canelo's Mexican, man. Benavidez is Mexican. They gonna get support from their fans no matter what. You know, yeah, it's gonna hurt their value a little bit if they get their ass whooped. Fine, you know what I mean? But they gonna get support. People are gonna still watch their fights. People are gonna still support their country. I mean, Canelo got his ass whooped by Floyd Mayweather. People still come out. And he's the biggest fighter, one of the biggest or most selling fighters out today right now. But the point is they made that fight happen, and that's one of the biggest. That's the biggest and best fight on Canelo's resume, which consisted of him taking an ass whooping. But I mean, it's just the way they doing business. It's just real fucked up. They trying to elevate these fighters to they don't want to take any risks with these fighters. You know what I mean? They don't want to take no risks with them. They want them fighting a bunch of tomato cans and holding out for the biggest and best fight that they could possibly get. But the thing is these dudes could go their whole career without seeing these fights that they've been waiting years on. David Benavidez could retire before he ever sees a Canelo Alvarez. We saw Earl Spence get into a car crash accident, have an eye retina before he ever saw Terrence Crawford. That's the problem with all this waiting. All this, we gonna bank it all on the future. You don't know what the future holds. Canelo could get hurt. Canelo could end up retiring before he see any of y'all niggas. Because Canelo, I mean, honestly, dude done made enough money. I don't like the decisions that he makes in regards to the fighters that he be fighting, but he done made enough money where he could live comfortably for the rest of his goddamn life. He could retire any day now. But niggas are sitting here holding back their fighters in anticipation of waiting on guys like Canelo Alvarez, you know. But let's keep it going though. With the comments. My guy AB say Canelo got more popular after he got hands and feet put on him by Floyd Mayweather. Absolutely. after Floyd got in that ass, absolutely, Canelo got way more popular. You know, because that was first of all, that pay-per-view was one of the highest selling pay-per-views of all time. You know, I think right behind Manny Pacquiao was Floyd and Canelo. So, you know, it was a big event. But yeah, he definitely gained some fans. He gained a lot of Floyd fans. Floyd giving these dudes an opportunity to shine, you know. Darren Young says Colbert has no power, pillow hands. Absolutely, man. He pillow fisted. Him and Tevin Farmer, dudes, they kind of remind me of each other. Tevin Farmer definitely got way more heart. So I can't put him in the same category as Chris Colbert, but as far as them not sitting down on their punches, not having a lot of power, and kind of focusing more on defense than on offense and not throwing enough punches, they definitely have that in common, you know. They definitely had that in common. You know, LL Bean J say, sorry, to switch on Colbert, but all the more reason to study. Was looking forward to a bout with Shakur. Absolutely, man. A fight with Shakur and Colbert would have been a good one. Shakur's from New Jersey. Chris Colbert is from New York. You know what I mean? Maybe they could have fought in New York, or they could have fought somewhere in the middle or something like that. That would have been a big event. It would have been a unification fight. And you know, it would have been a good name to put on Shakur Stevens's resume. Because at the end of the day, I think he would have beat what you call it ass. He would have beat Colbert ass, you know. But I think it would have been a good fight. And I think that it's exciting. It would have been cool because I know both fighters wanted to fight. And that's just not something you see in boxing today, where both fighters want to fight. You know what I mean? So Argentin's Barber say, Benavidez snorting that coke again. Damn. Oh, man. Argentin's Barber say, damn. Absolutely. Knockout Boxing 86 say, man, all these dudes letting Canelo control their career. It's time for them to forget about Canelo and fight each other and build their own legacy. Absolutely, man. You know, but the thing about it is, when you have certain guys that don't give a fuck about Canelo, like Andrade and Benavidez, these dudes don't give a fuck about Canelo. Like, we're gonna listen to an interview right now from Benavidez, and David Benavidez he says everything but fuck Canelo. Okay, in regards to looking to make the big fights happen in or around his weight division. Okay, so you have these dudes that are looking to fight everybody, but then everybody else is fixated on Canelo. The Charlos and the Plants and these dudes, you know. Plant got his ass. He got the Canelo fight, so now he probably looking to do other shit. But I mean, Billy Joe Saunders, these dudes waited around for Canelo. I mean, they waited around for him. You know, we could have saw Benavidez, we could have saw Billy Joe Saunders and Andrade a year ago, 2 years ago. You know, but because Billy Joe Saunders was waiting on Canelo Alvarez, we never got that fight. You know, so it's everybody else. It's everybody else. LL Bean J said, yo, Colbert loses that one. Absolutely, man. Colbert gets whooped by Shakur Stevenson, man. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He gets his ass handed to him by Shakur Stevenson. I mean, period. But let's keep it going with this interview, though.
We're not even close to making the fight happen. I have the fight signed with David Lemieux. He has a fight signed with, who's he fighting?
Andrade, he's moving up.
Yeah, so he's fighting WBO, something like that. So we both have, it's just talks right now. So for people, you know, I see a lot of people getting on my ass, commenting on my style, you price yourself out, this and that. It was
rightfully so, because your promoter represents you. Even though that stuff's not coming out of David Benavidez's mouth, that's what your promoter's saying. So you and your promoter need to have a conversation in regards to what the fuck he should be saying and what he shouldn't be saying. You know? But yeah, rightfully so. They should be getting on your ass, David. You know what I mean? Your promoter saying the wrong shit, fam. But let's keep it going.
only talk right now. You know, nothing is even cemented. But I think this is a very lucrative fight for both sides, PBC and Dazin. You know, we both need that step up. You know, nobody wants to fight Andrade at 160. He's coming up.
See, and this is another dude admitting the same thing that we all been trying to say for the longest time. Nobody wants to fight Andrade. So why is it that you have guys like David Benavidez and Jason Quigley, dudes like that, who admit that nobody wants to fight Demetrius Andrade, but according to all Canelo fans and according to all these other dudes, you know, these fanboy channels and these other dudes, nobody's ducking Andrade. He's a horrible fighter. No one's ducking Andrade. That's what these niggas like to say. Nobody ducking Andrade. But David Benavidez just said nobody wants to fight him. So is he lying? Is David Benavidez lying? Is Jason Quigley lying? Or are dudes like Canelo lying when they say Andrade's a horrible fighter? Or are these fanboy channels lying when they say nobody ducking Andrade? You tell me, but let's keep it going.
168, you know, I'm having a hard time to find people who want to fight me. We both want the big names, and we both hold, you know, we both.
And the big names is, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Andrade ducking Yanabek to fight Benavidez, make it make sense. Both Andrade and Benavidez are looking for the biggest fights that they can possibly make. Why? Because that's what you're supposed to do as a fighter. You're supposed to look for the biggest and best fights in and around your weight division. So I don't know what these dudes are talking about when they talk what they talk. But let's keep it going.
Hold weight in both of our, in both of our promotion companies. We got big names too. So why not? I think that's the best fight we can make. Just fight each other, and then the winner goes to the next level.
So where did, like, okay, you're saying it's negotiations, but in the interview.
That's the right goddamn attitude. That's the right goddamn attitude. Let's just fight. We're going to see, and the winner goes to the next level. That's the right motherfucking attitude, man. I want to step up. I want to fight the best. Let's see who's the best. And then the winner get the recognition that they deserve to get as the best. That's how the fuck it's supposed to go.
That he did with Boxing Voice, Samson said like it has to be more than what was offered for Canelo, and like we're hearing now that like Canelo, that you guys were getting offered like 50 million for that fight, or at least he was for that fight.
Like I said, bro, I don't know. I'm a fighter. Those dudes, the promoters, Samson Lukowitz, Al Heyman, Luis de Cubas, they take care of all that, and I'm pretty sure it's going to come to it's going to come to agreement, something that's going to make sense for everybody. I feel like we both.
And again, this, you see, this is a guy that is willing to make a fight happen. We can come to an agreement. So that means he's going to go back and he's going to talk to his promoters. He's going to talk to his people in regards to making an Andrade fight. We're going to find something that works. We're going to find something that we agree on. We're going to make it happen. So when dudes want to say, oh, PBC is stopping this and PBC is stopping that and this is going on and Top Rank don't want this fight, at the end of the day, if the fighters want the fight, if they're serious about making the fights happen, they'll find a way to make it happen. They'll find a way to make it happen, period. And that's what David Benavidez is showing us in this interview. But let's keep it going.
Deserve that. Andrade's been there for a long time, ex-champion. I've been here for a long time, I'm ex-champion. So we're definitely going to we're going to come to an agreement. But first things first, I got to take care of David Lemieux. That's not an easy fight. He has to take care of his first fight at 168. So after we both get these fights taken care of, then we can move on to the next, and then we can start negotiating.
So that's the plan. Then after this fight with Lemieux, you want to go into a fight with Andrade.
I hope so. That's what I'm really hoping for. I mean, it's going to be a really big fight too. It's basically a world title. Canelo has all the belts, but the other one is going to be WBO interim, WBC interim. So it's going to be a big fight, and then the winner goes to the next level. Like I said, it's not an easy fight, but I don't want easy fights.
Oh, it ain't an easy fight, so that means Andrade ain't a horrible fighter. Because, I mean, if Andrade was a horrible fighter, I would think it'd be an easy fight, right? But again, the bullshit logic. Let's keep going.
So just because people are going to see this and be like, okay, he's saying that he wants to fight now.
Salute to Fight Hub TV for the goddamn interview. Salute to them for the interview.
Next, that the price stuff is just you guys negotiating. Like 110%, you want to fight him. It's nothing that like, oh, he's going to make me look bad. Oh, this is a bad like fight, like style-wise. He doesn't bring anything to the table. Like you want him next.
He brings a lot to the table. He's a great champion.
Oh, okay. So he does bring something to the table. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting that David Benavidez is saying something completely different than all these other niggas are saying. David Benavidez is saying he brings something to the table, even though Samson and all these other motherfuckers, Jamal Charlo and these other dudes, say that he don't bring nothing to the table. So does he bring something to the table or does he not bring something to the table? Let him know what it is, David. What is it?
He's been champion in 2 weight classes. How is he not going to bring anything to the table? He's been here for longer than I am, so how is he not going to bring anything to the table?
Oh my God. Oh my God, really? How is he not going to bring anything to the table? He's been a champion longer than I've been here. These are David Benavidez's words. These are his words. He's been a champion longer than I've been here. So how does he not bring anything to the table? How does a two-weight division, undefeated champion, not bring anything to the table? You know? But let's keep it going.
I'm not that type of fighter. Be like, oh yeah, he's, you know, his name's not big enough. Man, fuck that. You know, we're both boxers. We're both at 168. We've both been world champion. Let's make the fight happen. It's not that hard. You know, a lot of people are just, they don't want to make fights happen, so they got to come up with excuses. Oh, I'm a bigger star than him. He doesn't bring anything to the table. I'm the A.
Hey, David Benavidez exposing the game on these dudes, bro. He exposing the game on these dudes, man. He just told you. David Benavidez just told you when these dudes don't want to fight, they say everything but let's fight. They make up all these excuses about not bringing nothing to the table. They say that people are horrible fighters. They say 60-40, 70-30. They say other side of the street. They say all these other things when they don't want to make the fights happen. David Benavidez just told you. So as a real boxing fan, how can you listen to a guy like David Benavidez and say anything other than, you're right. You're right. You know? But let's keep it going, man. Matter of fact, hold on. Let rewind that part, goddamn. That was good. That was some good information. Say that again for him, David.
So they got to come up with excuses. Oh, I'm a bigger star than him. He doesn't bring anything to the table. I'm the A side. He's a B side. Man, that's all bullshit at the end of the day.
That's all you.
All bullshit at the end of the day. Ain't that what your boy King David always be saying? All bullshit at the end of the day.
Here now.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not gonna do that. I'm not even gonna entertain that. I just want to get to the next level. And I got a career too, and I'm not going to put my career on hold. You know what I mean? I want to fight the best, and if I can't get Caleb Plant, if I can't get Charlo, if I can't get Canelo, Andrade is the next best thing.
With Andrade, it's always been said that people are afraid to fight him, and that he hasn't had a big fight to really like put him over against anybody. Like, why do you feel that like people have been hesitant to fight him?
Because he's a good fighter. He's a lefty. He has power. He moves around a lot.
Tell me why this dude's saying everything that I've been saying for the last 2-3 years. You know, he just said it all in about 2 seconds. Everything that I've been saying for the last 2-3 years, but also the antithesis to everything that these other dudes have been saying. Well, let's keep it going.
And he's very intelligent. He's very intelligent. But as the thing of boxing, you know, with big risk comes big reward. You know, minimal risk is, you know, you're always going to stay in the same spot. You know, like I said, I've been professional 9 years already. You know, I'm 25 years old. I want to go to the next level. You know, I want to expand my name. I want to be a star. And how am I going to get there if I keep fighting, you know, I'm not going to say bums, but if I'm fighting people that people really don't know. You know, and in the boxing world, Andrade is known by a lot of people. He's respected by a lot of people. And a lot of people don't want to fight him because he's a big risk. You know, a lot of people, like I said, at 160, they all thought they were going to fight Canelo, so they didn't want to fight him. Now at 168, if he comes up, he does the same shit. You know, it's probably the same thing's going to happen to him. So I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be the one, oh, I'm not going to risk a fight or whatever. I just want to fight the best of the best.
That's a real motherfucking fighter right there, David Benavidez, man. That's a real fighter. I just want to fight the best. You only hear the best. You only hear the best fighters say that shit. I just want to fight the best. Bud says it. Devin Haney says it. Demetrius Andrade says it. These dudes say it. I just want to fight the best. You know what I mean? Let's finish this off. Then I'm gonna go to the comment section, and I dropped the link for y'all. Anybody trying to come through and chop it up, I'm gonna bring y'all in, and then we can cook. You know what I mean? But let's go ahead and finish up this interview, and then I'm gonna read the comments.
Point, I guess, you know, given like what you're telling me with like, hey, you know, I can't get fights with this guy. Do you think like eventually you'll meet all those guys at 175, and then like eventually Canelo will be the guy that you eventually meet also at 175?
So I don't know, bro. I can't tell you that. I can't tell the future. You know, right now I'm at 168. You know, there's a lot of great fighters at 168. Until I get to 175, then that's when I can plan everything out. But right now I'm at 168. There's a lot of great guys to fight here, and we'll see what happens in the future.
David Benavidez is the definition of a Mexican fighter. He's the definition of a Mexican fighter, man. David Benavidez is. This is a dude who wants to fight the best, who doesn't mind doing what needs to be done to prove himself. You know, these are the type of fighters that we need to celebrate more in the sport of boxing. You know, all these other dudes are capped. All these other dudes are capping, man. You don't want to fight the best. I'm not interested in you. You don't want to prove that you're the best. I'm not interested in you. I don't care. You a movie star. Go be on the next Avengers movie or some shit. I don't know. Go do something. Be some Hollywood ass nigga. You like taking pictures with shades on, whatever. But as far as fighters are concerned, the fighters that are always going to have my attention are always going to be the fighters that want to prove that they're the best. And David Benavidez, to me, is a representation of the old Mexican fighters for back in the day. The Juan Manuel Marquez's. Marquez is one of my favorite fighters. The Juan Manuel Marquez's, the Julio Cesar Chavez's, the Salvador Sanchez's. These dudes, to me, are the personification of what David Benavidez is right now. A guy who's looking to prove that he's the best. I'm going to read some of these comments, man, and I'm going to hear from my guy, Darren Young. I dropped the link for y'all. Anybody trying to come through and chop it on up, you're more than welcome to do that. But let me read these comments real quick, and then I'm going to get to my guy, Darren, see what he talking about. Let's see here. Leighton Andrade says, what do you think when Boo Boo gets by Parker and gains the WBA champion at 168 because Canelo vacates and moves to 175? Should Boo Boo move up and become a mandatory at 175? That would be very interesting if he decided to move up again to 175 to chase Canelo. That'd be very interesting. It would be. But honestly, man, how I'm feeling about it, if Canelo vacates at 168, I mean, there's no sense in chasing Canelo, honestly. Because you could vacate at 168, look for Canelo at 175. Canelo will probably vacate at 175, move back down to 160. I mean, that's the type of situation that we're looking at, you know, when it comes to Canelo Alvarez. And dudes don't want to acknowledge that that's what it is, but that's what it is. I mean, Canelo has had several opportunities to fight Demetrius Andrade at 154 and at 160. At both times, they were set to be very meaningful fights, but Canelo chose not to fight Andrade in both occasions. Canelo turned down a fight with Andrade when Andrade pulled up to this dude at his press conference. So that means Andrade was willing to move up to 168 in his first fight to fight Canelo, and Canelo shoots down the idea of a fight. So they just go to tell you everything you need to know. Canelo said he would never get the fight. Do I got to play that again? I remember Canelo saying he would never get the fight. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about a fighter when they say to another fighter, you're never going to get the fight, man? So it doesn't matter what belt Andrade gets. It doesn't matter how many championships he wins. It doesn't matter how many weight divisions he comes across. He's never going to get the Canelo fight because Canelo has already said, you're never going to get the fight, man. So they go to show you everything you need to say, everything you need to know about Canelo Alvarez. Argenis Barber say all three of them are 31 years and older. Absolutely. Argenis Barber also say, hold up, Cinnamon turned down $50 million. Thought PBC didn't have the money for Bud. Absolutely, man. I mean, that whole PBC situation is just crazy. And honestly, if I go back to that Boxing Voice interview, they offered Canelo more than $50 million to fight David Benavidez. They offered him more than $50 million. When I get cooking, I'm going to find that. I'm going to find that on here. When we get cooking, I'm going to look for that, and I'm going to go on and send it. But Canelo, they offered Canelo more than $50 million to fight David Benavidez. That need to be headlines right there. So that means that goes to show you Canelo took less money to fight a Dimitri Bivol and a Triple G than to fight a David Benavidez. Because David Benavidez was willing to give up his purse in order to make the Canelo fight happen. So it was probably more than $60 or $65 million for a Canelo fight. You know? But let's keep it going. Bold and Understanding's in the motherfucking building. He say, Benavidez keeping it 100. Absolutely, man. That's why I like David Benavidez, man. My guy Grievous is in the building. Salute to you, Grievous, man. I haven't seen you in a while, bro. Salute to you, fam. He says Lemieux's gonna walk into a brick wall. Yeah, he's gonna get beat the fuck up. He's gonna get beat up. Yeah, it's gonna be a nasty ass whooping. And to me, Lemieux has the heart to where he's gonna hang in there for as long as possible, but he's gonna get just beat up by and manhandled by David Benavidez. He's gonna take a lot of straight right hands, you know, a lot of punches and a lot of bunches, and he's not really gonna be able to do much with Benavidez, you know. He's just not gonna be able to do much. Rivas says Andrade is the boogeyman. Yes, sir, he is. My guy. Nilton Andrade says, King David, we have to clip that where David explains that the fighters use the excuses of Boo-Boo not bringing anything to the table. Cut that clip and put it on YouTube. Yes, sir. We'll do. We'll do. I'm going to put it on YouTube, and I'm going to do a video about it. So I'm going to do both. Nilton Andrade, I'm going to do both. We're going to make that happen for sure. LL Bean J say, kid is for real. Grivas says, Benavidez versus Andrade, good fight. My guy Troy Soros says David talks like a real king who wants all the smoke, unlike diva coward no cojones Duck Nello and Cub Charlo, who talks like a no cojones Duck Nello parrot. Shaking my damn head. Yes, sir. And my guy Newton Andrews says the funny part of when Boo Boo pulled up on Canelo, Reynoso was like, who is that? Who is this guy? Man, you know, the thing about it is, them dudes know exactly who Andrade is. You know, you don't think Eddie Reynoso has scouted these. Eddie Reynoso knows exactly who Andrade does not want to fight. He knows exactly who Andrade does not want to fight. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. All right, my bad, y'all. I'm back. All right. But yeah, man, these dudes, Eddie Reynoso and these trainers, they know exactly who Andrade is. Again, I was talking about this earlier, but these dudes know exactly who Andrade is. You know, they talk like they don't. They talk like he's a horrible fighter. First of all, in order for you to know somebody's a horrible fighter, you had to have watched them fight. And then a lot of these fanboy channels who like to parrot the same bullshit. We lost Darren Young. A lot of these fanboy channels that like to parrot the same bullshit, you know what I mean? They can tell you everybody who Andrade has fought, right? Because they like to say Andrade ain't fought nobody. Andrade ain't no fight nobody. But so they could tell you everybody Andrade has fought. But in order for you to be able to tell somebody everybody who Andrade has fought, I mean, you have to be pretty familiar with their resume. You got to be pretty familiar with them as a fighter. You had to have watched them fight in order to be able to say the bullshit that you're saying. So, you know, it is what it is. Grivas says Canelo versus Bivol is a decent matchup. Another belt. Expected Nello to come through that one without any hiccups. Bivol need a bit below par recent deficiencies. That'll be a good one. That'll definitely be a good one. Canelo and Bivol, I like that fight, man. I like that fight. I just don't like the other fight that come behind it, you know. I don't like the Triple G fight. I don't like the John Ryder fight or the Macaboo fight, because those are the other fights that are supposed to be on the schedule. I don't like any of those shits. You know what I mean? Those are trash, you know. But the Bivol fight is good. You know, I like the Bivol fight. I think that'll be a good fight. I think Bivol got a chance, you know. He got a solid chance of beating Canelo. For sure. Can Bivol raise his game against Canelo? Doubt it. Well, for me, Bivol is a big dude, so he's gonna be able to take punches, right? I never seen him really get hurt by no body shots, even though I'm sure Canelo is gonna probably hurt him to the body at some course during the fight. And also I think Bivol got some good pop on his punches. I don't think that Canelo is going to be able to walk through his punches like he's been able to walk through all these other dudes, like Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Plant. He's definitely going to have to look out for some thunder, you know? So I'm just thinking that that'll be the case, you know? that Canelo is probably going to be driving forward. He's probably going to be looking to push the pace, but he's going to have a lot to look forward to in regards to, you know, what's going to be coming back at him in regards to Demetrius Bivol, you know. So I think that's just going to be a very interesting situation or a very interesting fight when it happens, you know. But if Canelo does make it through Bivol, I'm not looking forward to what comes next. I'm not looking forward to a Triple G or a Makabu or any of that bullshit, you know. And also too, man, and I said this on my last video, Canelo should just drop the goddamn belts now. Like, why are you holding on to all the belts at 168 if you know that your next 3 fights aren't going to be at 168? Like, make that make sense for me. Like, just go ahead and drop the belts. Let's see if we can make the Andrade Benavidez fight a real unification fight rather than a fight for interim belts. Let's see if we can make that a unification fight, you know. Let's do something like that. Canelo doesn't need to hold on to these belts. You're gonna fight. You fighting Bivol at 175. You fighting Triple G. I don't know if that's gonna be at 168 or 160, which is very interesting because Bivol, or sorry, should I say Triple G hasn't been willing to move up to 168 this entire time. When Andre Ward was challenging him to move up to 168, he didn't want to move to 168. He was too small. But he willing to move up to 168 for Canelo. So he can move up for Canelo, but can't move up to Andre Ward. What does that say about Canelo as being the best fighter? And then also, if Canelo moved down to 160, that'll be very interesting because Canelo said he was never going to go back down to 160. So I don't know what that's going to be about. I wonder what weight that fight's going to be at. But either way, it shouldn't be any belts involved in the fight because Triple G hasn't done anything at 168. Triple G doesn't deserve a fight at 168 with Canelo. He's never fought at 168. It would be his first fight at 168. Why the fuck do we need to see a fight between Triple G and Canelo at 168? You know? And then if we see it at 160, now we got Canelo sucking himself down to 160. He said he was never going to fight at 160. So you're able to go down to 160 for Triple G, but you can't go down to 160 for Andrade or Charlo or any of these other dudes. You know what I mean? Grivas says Andrade needs a big challenge. He's 34. Time is running out. Absolutely, man. Time is running out, man. They want to age these dudes out. They want to age them out. Best believe it. Andrade get to 36, 37. You know, you're gonna have all these dudes running, you know, jumping over walls looking to fight him. You know, but now he's too dangerous. He's too dangerous of a fighter. He'll become a great fighter. Watch. When he turned about 36, 37, Canelo, you're going to hear guys like Canelo say that Andrade's a great fighter and they would love a fight with Andrade and all this other bullshit, right? Because people are great fighters when you want the fight. But when you don't want the fight, they're horrible. When you don't care about the fight, they're horrible. You're a horrible fighter when you don't want the fight, when you know it's a dangerous fight. You're a horrible fighter. But when it's a fight that you want or a fight that you like, it's a great fight and he's a great fighter. Because I'm not going to sell short any of my opponents. I'm not going to tell nobody I'm fighting a horrible guy. Okay? I'm going to make my opponent sound and look better than what he actually is. If anything, if I'm actually interested in the fight. But if I'm not interested in the fight and I want people to think that there's no reason for me to fight this guy, then I'm going to tell people that he's a horrible fighter. That's what I'm going to do. Knockout Boxing 86 TV is still in the building. Say Bivol ain't stopped nobody in 6 fights and he looks subpar in his last 2 fights. Yeah, I think Craig Richards really was getting in his ass a little bit, you know, but he still managed to pull out the win versus Craig Richards. And although he hasn't stopped nobody, he has hurt guys in his fights. You know, he has hurt guys. So, I mean, that's more than I could say about Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Plant. Them dudes are just pillow fisted. Them dudes don't hurt nobody. Them dudes pretty much boxed to 12 rounds. I mean, Billy Joe Saunders in his fight before Canelo, I think he fought some old dude. I forget who he fought, but he fought some old dude and it went 12, you know? And I don't think he was able to hurt dude once. But Bivol, he's constantly hurting dudes at 175, you know? And you know, although he may not have the power of a better Beeve or anything like that, I think he definitely has enough pop to be able to keep somebody like Canelo off of him and make it a pretty entertaining fight. You know, I think he got a good chance to beat Canelo, man. I really do. Anil Andre says, I'm starting to think Eddie Hearn is a blackballing boy, Boo Boo, because he lost Boo Boo's purse bid. Now Boo Boo has to go to the UK and fight Parker. Absolutely, man. You know, there was some information that I found out about Eddie Hearn that made me lose a little bit of respect for him, man. I just found out that Eddie Hearn, even though he was justified, because he was representing Canelo at the time too, Eddie Hearn helped block the fight between Boo Boo and Billy Joe Saunders. He helped do that, man. You know, so at the end of the day, Eddie Hearn is a businessman. He's going to do whatever is in the best interest of his business at the end of the day. But at the same time, it's like, even though that is the case, he makes certain moves that ends up hurting his fighters rather than helping them in a lot of cases. You know, and that definitely hurt Andrade, the fact that he wasn't able to secure that fight because he was helping out one of his other clients, Canelo, secure the fight. You know, Trosuro says fat ass Reynoso knows exactly who undefeated boogeyman Andrade is. Absolutely. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, he know exactly who he is. And I ain't buying that. He ain't know who it was, bro. He know exactly who is that. He know exactly who Andrade is, man. He's trying to know exactly who the fuck Andrade is, man. Because if they didn't know who he was, how would they know to stay away from him? You know what I mean? How would they know that he's a horrible fighter if they ain't know who he was? You know? So, I mean, you know, all of it is bullshit. All of it is duck language, duck talk at the end of the goddamn day. You know? Reva says Zach Parker reminds me of Joe Smith. Look like him too. Absolutely, man. He reminds you of Joe Smith. He do kind of look like Joe Smith, though. At the end of the day, he do. You know, I think that'd be a pretty good fight, though. I think the Zach Parker fight will be interesting for a few reasons. I think Zach Parker's style is, for the most part, is pretty straight up and down, pretty pedestrian for the most part. But one thing we can definitely say for sure about Zach Parker is he's a pretty big dude. He's a big dude. I think he's like 6'2", 6'3". You know, he's a pretty big dude. Not only height wise, but also like size wise. You know, so, and then also this is Andrade's first fight at 168. So he's going to be moving up in weight. So it's going to be really interesting to see what his power looks like. It's going to be interesting to see what his speed looks like. It's going to be very interesting to see how well he takes punches. It's going to be interesting to see his stamina at the higher weight division. You know, all these things play a role when you're moving up and down in weight. And when you're carrying around more weight, it's way easier to have stamina deficiencies because you're not necessarily prepared for the exhaustion or for the weight that you're carrying around while you fight. So all the moving around that Andrade likes to do, all these things are gonna hurt him, or all these things are gonna affect the way that he fights because of the extra weight that he's gonna be carrying around. Also, is he going to be able to carry that power up to 168 that he got from 160? This is a very interesting fight, man, between him and Zach Parker. You know, very, very good. Anil Andre says, I would like to see Bud and Boo Boo sign with Floyd. Interesting. You know, the thing about Floyd, I mean, we all got to say Floyd is a great fighter. Floyd is definitely a great fighter. But the problem with Floyd as a promoter is they follow that PBC script. They definitely know how to promote fighters. But while they end up promoting fighters, they also end up kind of holding them back in certain senses as well. You know, but I think as far as I wish that it was a situation where dudes like Andrade and Crawford can kind of hire Floyd, maybe like not as a promoter, but maybe like as an advisor, you know, maybe like as a publicist or something like that. I wonder if Floyd will be open to something like that, because promotion wise, I don't know that he necessarily makes the best decision. I mean, case in point, Tank, you know, when he made that fight with Isak Cruz,
You know, Isaac Cruz damn near beat Tank. You know, that wasn't really a good fight to make. And also, you know, there are certain fights in and around the weight division that I think that Floyd should have got Tank to take. I think they should have jumped on that Kambosos fight. I think if Tank was in the running for Kambosos, I think he would have definitely got that fight over Devin Haney, over Lomachenko, over all them dudes. And Kambosos is vulnerable enough where it's an easy enough fight where I think Tank will be able to win. You know what I mean? So, but we got my guy Bo to understand in the building, man. Bo, what's going on with you, fam? What's on your mind, man?
Hey, what's up, King David? Hey, man, you make some excellent points, man. Another thing, like what makes me not like Canelo is not really, well, you know, besides the ducking part he did with Andrade, but it's just damn like fanboys. That's what kills me about it because, you know, like you said earlier, anytime somebody trying to fight Canelo, his fanboys will be like, well, what did this guy do to get a shot with Canelo? But they never question people like, you know, your Derum or Rocky Fieldings and all that other stuff. So, like, you know, the thing that Canelo said yesterday, like, if them guys fight each other, I'll fight the winner. It sounds cute on surface.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't guarantee them a Canelo fight. Because Canelo could pick, you know, he could say, hey, I want to fight Zach Parker or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Or John Ryder, or hey, Anthony Durrell. He could pick whoever. So it doesn't matter what these guys do. So the thing is, when it comes to Andrade, the Canelo fanboys will say he's ducking Janibek. Janibek is, I guess, supposedly the made-up boogeyman now. But the funny thing about it, Janibek and Zach Parker has a common opponent. Janibek went life and death with this one dude, I think was Andrew Vaughn. Got a split decision win over Andrew Vaughn. Zach Parker sparked this dude in like 2 rounds. But the thing was so funny is was Zach Parker was calling out Andrade like back in January, and it was rumored that Andrade was going to fight Janibek. The same Canelo fanboys were saying Andrade was ducking Zach Parker. Now he moves up. Now he's ducking Janibek. So like to me, it don't make any sense. And it's just like even before Bivol got the fight with Canelo, they were saying, "Oh, Bivol is ducking Zerto," and I'm like what? You know, yeah, them dudes like Canelo fanboys, man. They be getting on my damn nerves with this. Like they always say, people hating on Canelo, but they the main ones hating on everybody. Like if you go to anybody that talks about Andrade, they don't even have to talk about Andrade and Canelo. They could talk about Andrade and somebody else. You see the Canelo fanboys in the comment section. Oh, boo boo is poo poo. Right. You know, and it should be like annoying as hell. I'm like, damn, they ain't even mention Canelo.
Right. Right. Absolutely right, man. I totally excellent points, man. Excellent points, man. Yeah, I see that all the time in the comment sections too, man. And I be just like, you know, they just identify themselves immediately as a fanboy when I see this shit. So you know, but I see my guy Everybody Fears Andrade in there. I see my guy Fresh BX in there. They'll be handling them dudes, man. So.
Oh yeah. Them dudes be going ham on them. And I think it's like one more dude too. I forgot his name. He be in there going ham on them too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so my guy Darren Young had made it back into the building, man. I'm sorry about that earlier, bro. I was trying to get through the comments, and I was gonna get to you, man. But welcome back to the show, man. What's up, man?
You good, big? You good, big homie, man? I'm actually driving trucks, man. I'm in the mountains, so my shit kind of cut out a little every now and then. But yeah, just want to tell you, man, good show, man, and blessings to you, man. Blessings to the other guy. You know what I mean? So yeah. But about the Benavidez though, man, you know, it's you know, he looking like he wants to fight. I definitely hope he get that with Andrade.
Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to that too, man. I you know how it's looking is Benavidez is gonna have to turn against his promoter, and he's gonna have to go outside of their wishes in order to make the fight happen. But I still think that it's possible because, again, for me, fighters make fights. Promotional companies they try to guide you, but if a fighter wants a fight bad enough, they can make the fight happen, you know. And I think that's what Benavidez is gonna have to do.
Exactly. That's the same shit that TGB said in the Crawford Porter press conference. You know, not to jump off topic, man. You know, you just hear a lot of hesitation from Earl Spence. It's just one clip that he did with Fight Hype. He said that you know, undisputed that'll be great, but you know, getting back in the ring is the best thing about everything. And, you know, it ain't just about belts and all this other nonsense, man. So it's just
Oh yeah, you gonna get us talking about Earl. We're gonna be here another 25 hours, boy.
Bruh, he just never says Crawford's name, and it's just like, my nigga, come on. Like, when you one belt away, you gotta say this nigga name. The other belt, who got the other belt? Come on.
Thanks. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think Earl was probably trying to talk about that ring belt and shit.
There you go. That ring belt, or maybe he talking about that IBO belt. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. You know, and then I was looking at the press. Did you see the press conference with Earl and Ugas today?
Nah, I just got out of work, but I'm gonna go check it out because apparently I guess Canelo and Bevo had a press conference today as well, and Jose Pedraza and his fight coming up, they had a press conference. So I'm gonna do a lot of catching up on this.
Oh yeah, a lot of boxing content out right now. That's what's up. Okay. But I didn't watch the whole press conference, but pretty much what I saw, and I'm gonna get the video ready. I'm gonna let y'all chop it up, and I'm gonna get the video ready because it seems like we about to switch over to Earl Spence, and I'm ready for it. But he was doing an interview, and in the interview they asked him about Bud Crawford, right? And this dude is still talking this we'll see shit. Like you know, really don't want to get in the ring. Just like what Darren Young was saying, really want to get back in the ring, but you know, we'll see what happens. Like we'll see. So even with all this going on, even with him cleaning up his side of the street, even with all this bullshit that's coming out of his mouth, we still getting words like we'll see and maybe, these vague ass words. And it's like, bruh, Bud ain't with Top Rank no more. All we gotta do is want the fight, and the fight gets made. Bud will probably sign a 2-fight, 3-fight deal with the PBC in order to make sure the fight happens. But nothing has been negotiated at this point, which I find hard to believe because usually these dudes start negotiating these things, you know, well in advance. And they've already like put out videos where they both talked and things like that. So, you know, just a lot of cappery from Earl Spence as usual. I'm gonna get the video queued up, but you know. But I'll ask you that while I'm getting the video ready. What y'all think about? Do y'all think that this fight between Demetrius Andrade and David Benavidez is gonna actually happen? I'll start with you, Darren Young, and then I'll go to Bowles. Darren, you there?
He probably in a bad area, like no reception or some shit. I don't know.
I'm looking at his mic. His mic say he muted, so I don't know if you muted. If you trying to talk,
yeah, man, I'm in the mountains. Yeah, man, I'm in the mountains, bro.
Oh, you in the mountains? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I drive trucks, bro. I'm in the mountains, so my shit kind of cut out certain ranges, man. But I'm almost off though. But you know, yeah, just touching up on y'all points though, man. You know, it's like this. I really didn't hear anything because, like I said, I was cut out. But you know, I think like this. Man, I just hope he get past Ugas or Ugas beat him and keep the same energy he got and just fight this man, man. Like, why?
Yeah, keep the same energy. I'm all about that. Yes, sir. But let me ask you then, Bo. Let me go to you with the question, man. Not Earl. I'm sorry. Benavidez and Andrade. Do you think that fight actually happens?
I mean, I hope it happens. It's just that the PBC, to me, it's just I don't know what to say about the PBC, man. They got like their promoters be fucking up shit, man. Because you know how people like it was cool when the PBC, you know what I'm saying, and those propaganda channels would clown Top Rank, right? But the PBC Because you know how they said Top Rank said no black fighter rule? Well, the PBC is kind of doing the same thing. They ain't trying to fight Andrade. They ain't trying to fight Bud. You know, they trying to like keep them away and whatnot. Like they got they implemented their own rule. Like they only concerned with, you know what I'm saying? I would say in house, but really it isn't because they're trying to break the bank to make the fight with Canelo, but they don't want to make the fight with Andrade. And I think that fight will actually sell because Benavidez got a fan base. He has a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think the promoters, you know what I'm saying, well, at least Samson Lukowicz, man, somebody need to kick his ass to the side. I believe both Benavidez and Andrade want to fight each other, but just the politics going to get in the way of it.
Yeah, I agree with Bold on that one, man. It is, but it's like you say, man. I think Benavidez is just gonna have to nut up and say, "Fuck it, man. I gotta take this, man." Because shit, if Eddie offer him, because like I said, I don't know if Eddie offer him 5, but me or 7, but shit, 5 million, 4 million, that's a good start for this young brother, man. Especially like all the money he done missed out on testing positive off coke. So you know what I mean? He need all the money he could get.
You know, absolutely, man. Facts on facts. Like you gonna make this man miss out on $7 million so he could wait for Canelo in a fight that may or may not happen 2-3 years from now.
Hey, King Dave, then it's kind of like the same shit they did with Wilder. Wilder had a chance to get 100 mil. He turned it down like a fool. Ain't no motherfucking way.
Man, oh man, oh man. Don't make no damn sense.
Like, you mean to tell me a nigga got you 3 fight deals, Eddie Hearn got you a 3-fight deal for 100 mil, and you don't take that shit because your advisors they don't do? Man, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm taking. Give me the money.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, nigga, knock me out in the second round. I'm taking that shit.
For real, for real. These PBC niggas, man, one thing about these dudes, bro, like, these dudes, I feel like they sign like 360 deals, man, to the point where they just got no control. Like, I kind of feel like that, but I kind of don't, you know, like, because to me, the only way I'm turning down a deal like that is if, I mean, shit, you got to have a gun to my head. Not even with I'd probably take the bullet. I mean, they got to be paid some sort of compensation plan for them not to take these kinds of deals.
Yeah, you know? I think I agree with that. It's kind of like Adrian Broner told you, man. It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Even like months ago, it's like they got these niggas on allowances, allegedly. I'm gonna say that they got these niggas like on an alleged allowance, like, you know what I mean? And like I say, what Al say is law, you know. And it's just, you know, like I say, if you your own boss, then the thing what gets us as the casuals conflicted is when these guys say they're their own boss, and that's not true. Because if you your own boss, why does it matter what platform you fight on? If ESPN got the money to put up 10 million for you and Crawford, shit, why not take it? Or, you know, as far as like ESPN had the money for Wilder and Fury, why not take that shit? You feel me? So you can't be your own boss if you got an advisor telling you, oh, you shouldn't do this. Now you don't have to listen to him. Like AB to me was like the pioneer of the PBC with the, hey, I'm gonna do what I want, because they didn't want him to fight Madonna. They didn't want him to take that fight. He took it anyway.
You end up paying for this shit.
Absolutely.
Hey, but he, you know, he at the end of the day, he has control over his career and he got that money, you know, because shit, AB would probably be like Tank right now. You know, Tank get all this criticism for not fighting nobody, and it's just like, you know, AB was like, nah, I'm gonna fight who I want to fight, and I'm not finna go out like no sucker. At the end of the day, I'd rather be known for the guy that fought everybody and maybe got a few losses than the guy who ain't fought nobody and who been just ducking every goddamn body. You know what I mean?
Facts. And still getting a big payday in them losses too. So you know,
for real.
Like, you know what I mean? Like niggas say, nigga Adrian Broner go with that moniker about $13. This nigga got money, man. Like it's no way. It's like all the money he got as a youngster. There's no way. You know what I mean? But still in all, you know, it's just like, you know, that's what get everybody conflicted. It's when these guys say they their own boss. They not their own boss. Like, you know what I mean? Not your own boss. If you listen to what Al tell you, which you should, because he's your advisor, but still in all, if you want something, like TGV said, If the fighter want the fight, we gonna make the fight because that's what the fighter want. And David Benavidez exposed a lot of guys in that video.
My guy, Lilton Andre told me I needed to clip that, put it online as a short. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do a video to it as well, because I think that was just very important. Because he really did expose the game, man. Dude literally told y'all out of his mouth, all that shit is duck lane. Same thing I've been saying for the longest.
Yeah, and that's what makes me think he'll take it. I think he'll go against the grain, and I think he'll take it, man. It's like this, man. You done lost all this money, man. So fuck it, you might as well fight Andrade, and not just for the money, but for your legacy, though. Fight him. See what you can do. Cause shit, he got a puncher's chance. I mean, Benavidez ain't no slouch. He got a chin. Conditioning is good. And that'll be a good matchup, man.
He's a naturally bigger guy. I mean, you fighting a dude that just moved up in weight, and you would fight him in his second fight at that weight class. So you got the advantage at the end of the day. Like, I don't get these niggas. Like when Andrade pulled up on Canelo at that press conference, I mean, to me, that was the perfect opportunity to Canelo to take the fight, because you got a guy that's moving up in weight. So if he would have called Andrade bluff at that time, fought him moving up, he would have had the advantage going into that fight. Do I think he would have still lost? Yeah, you probably still would have lost, but he would have definitely had the weight advantage going into that fight.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's just like I say, man. They gotta. Like I said, I think Benavidez be the one to bite the bullet and say, fuck it, man. But I want to get your take on what you think about Bivol and Canelo. How you think that's going to go?
I think that's going to be good, man. I was talking about that a little earlier. Bivol and Canelo. A lot of people have a problem with Canelo punching power. I mean, not Canelo, Bivol punching power. But I think he has good pop on his punches. I think he has solid fundamentals. I think it's going to be a real tough fight for Canelo. I think they'll definitely be the toughest fight that he's had in the last 5 years. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be a real tough fight. I kind of, to be real with you, I slightly favor Bivol in that fight. I slightly favor him in that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I kind of want to go. With Bivol in that, but I'm gonna just stay on the edge and say it's 50-50, man. Because like I say, I gotta see how Bivol takes that first overhand right from Canelo, because it's gonna connect. Canelo gonna try to chop that tree down, and I'm gonna give Canelo. If Canelo ends up stopping this guy, we gotta give him credit, no matter how much cherry picking he did in his day, in this prime. We gotta give him his credit, man, because this right here, this guy Bivol was a great amateur and an Olympian for his country. So but his biggest test to me still is Artur Benavidez. I never seen a guy who can cut off the ring without even throwing a fucking punch like he did with Marcus Brown. Just cutting him off, making him move, making him think. And even though Brown made it ugly, once he took them shots, it was just like, nah, it was over with. Once he felt that first one, it was over with. And I just got to see how Bivol come in with this and come in with a good game plan, because he has an underrated jab. His jab is not a regular stick jab. That motherfucker got some pop to it.
Marcus Brown pissed me off in that damn fight, but yeah, man, a better Beav is definitely probably, he's probably the toughest guy for Canelo. And yes, Canelo definitely gets full credit for me if he gets past Bivol. My thing is, why they got to take 5 years for Canelo to get in the ring with a motherfucker that we want to see him fight? You know what I mean? But I ain't complaining. I mean, he gets past Bivol, full credit for me. I don't want to see Triple G next, though. I don't want to see Makabu. But I can understand him taking one of those fights and then maybe moving on to a more difficult fight afterwards. But I damn sure ain't trying to wait another 4 or 5 years for this dude to fight somebody competitive after this Bivol fight.
Yeah, nah. I think after this Bivol fight, whatever he waiting on, if he waiting on the Andrade and Benavidez, or waiting on Charlo, I just want to see him fight good. I just want to see him fight good competition. And like I say, Charlo a good comp, but he stops Charlo. I'm sorry. I even though that's my fellow brother, stop him, man. Stop him, bro. after that Montiel shit, I was like, nah, man, he could never take that type of beating or that type of punishment against a guy that he was supposed to stop. You know, and granted, you don't get up for those certain type of fights, but you know, if you're trying to fight the cream of the crop, man, you can't look like that. And this last couple fights, he looked exactly like that, except for Derevchenko, because he beat the shit out of Derevchenko. But you know, I just don't think he could fuck with Canelo. I'm sorry, I don't. Him or his brother.
Okay, Bo, go ahead, bro. I see you trying to jump in. Go ahead, fam.
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50 fight with Bivol. I think Bivol it's because Bivol isn't known that, you know, he's gonna be the underdog in the fight. The only flaw I really see in Bivol is sometimes he pulls straight back when he's trying to get out the way and he leaves himself wide open. But other than that, like when he's on offense, he does move his head a lot. It's just that when he's trying to go backwards on the defense, he just goes straight back. And that's the part I don't like about him. And if Canelo was smart, he could take advantage of that. But other than that, I think he'll definitely, like if Bivol come in with his A game, I could actually see him beating Canelo.
Hey, Bo. So look, so you know, Canelo have a bad footwork cutting off the ring. What if Bivol, because Bivol got good footwork, what if Bivol come with that same game plan, not as like Caleb Plant, but move, attack. How you think Canelo will fare against that?
Well, I think I can't really say Bivol is kind of a slick fighter, but he's definitely offensive. Like he's the type of person, he'll blitz you. You know what I'm saying? Step back and then come blitz you again. So I think he has enough power to keep Canelo honest.
Yeah. And that was my argument too, because a lot of Canelo fights that we watch, the big issues to me is he's always fighting guys that they just have no power. They pillow fisted. Billy Joe Saunders, pillow fisted. Caleb Plant, pillow fisted. You know, these dudes don't have the power to keep Canelo off of them. And given the
King
style, go ahead, fam.
My bad, King David. But hey, even though Billy ain't had that power, he gave Canelo fits, man, just with the movement.
Oh yeah, he gave him a boxing lesson. But the thing is, with Canelo is he's gonna pressure you all fight, and you have to be able to slow him down in order to you know, take some of that pressure away. And you slow him down with some hard shots, you know, to make him think about it. But if he's able to walk through your punches and just continue to pressure you all night, eventually you're gonna get exhausted, you're gonna get tired, he's gonna wear you down, and he's gonna knock you out. And I don't think he's gonna be able to do that to Bivol, because I think Bivol got the boxing ability to be able to keep Canelo on his toes, but at the same time, he got the punching power to the point where Canelo ain't gonna be able to walk through his punches like he was able to do for his last 5 or 6 opponents. So I think this is gonna be a real entertaining fight. But again, I like how you guys said that you guys you want to see how Bivol looks when he comes into the fight, because you know, I'm not saying nothing, but for some reason, when dudes get in the ring with Canelo, for some reason they don't know how to throw punches, or they throw pity pat punches, and it looks like a sparring match instead of a fight where we got 2 guys trying to hurt each other. The last dude that seriously fought Canelo was Triple G. So I want to see Bivol coming in this fight looking like he's trying to win, and you know, anything otherwise, you know, it's gonna be hard to pick him. But based on, you know, him coming in at his peak, him coming in as a, you know, a guy who's looking to win, I slightly favor him in this fight to beat Canelo. But if he come in looking like, you know, then Canelo's gonna win, of course, you know.
Yeah, it definitely be a good fight. You know, but like you said, like Bivol, he got a lot. He got a lot of skills. You know, if he put combinations on Canelo, I put it like this: if he put Canelo on the back foot, it's gonna be a long night for Canelo ass. Because in that first Triple G fight, Triple G put Canelo on the back foot. Looked like Canelo done gassed out, and Triple G just kept walking him down. I know Canelo tried to make a comeback at the end of the fight, but to me, it just wasn't enough. So, you know, in that case, of course, you know, it had a controversial draw. I don't even see how that happened, but
yeah, we may see something like that. We may see something like that in this fight here
Hey,
because
hey,
even
hey,
though
I was just about to.
you was
I
about
was
to say
talking
that
about
too,
that.
huh? Ain't it?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, if he definitely pull him and get him back, it could be night for Canelo.
Yeah, but the thing about it is because we haven't seen Bivol really stop anybody per se in the last maybe 6 fights or anything like that. If this fight somehow makes it to a decision, we may see a robbery. You know what I mean? Because we know dudes have a hard time getting decisions versus Canelo. So I don't see things being too much different in the fight with Bivol. So maybe that's why they picked Bivol, because although Bivol may be able to control the fight and win, he may not necessarily be able to get the win on the scorecards, you know.
Exactly. It's like one of the old wise guys said, fighting Canelo, shit, you already 5 rounds down.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Let me get to some of these comments real quick, man. Let me see what they talking about. So LL Bean J says they should hire Kinahan. Don King killed a couple of guys. What the fuck is the difference? Damn. Daniel Kinahan, huh? You know, these powerful mob boss dudes in boxing, you know. We want to kind of get these guys a little bit out of the sport, you know, not necessarily give them more business, but you know, guys like Kinahan can definitely get shit done. So, you know, I can rock with that to a degree. You know what I'm saying? Grivas says after the Lopez fight, Cambosos will be as sharp as a razor. It won't be easy to dethrone him as some think. Interesting. That's interesting. So Cambosos is gonna be sharp as a razor, huh? I think he will. I think he looked good in the Lopez fight, and I think he's gonna be sharp. I just think that as far as his style goes for Cambosos, I think he's pretty just straight up and down and kind of predictable. And for somebody like a Devin Haney or a Lomachenko or even a Tank, they just have the ability to do different things in the ring. And you know, boxing, I always say, like, boxing is kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors. You know what I'm saying? In a sense of making adjustments, because you got scissors that cuts rock or scissors that cuts paper, and then rock that crushes scissors. So when you have a guy that can use rock, paper, and scissor, he can fight in different ways. In which case, if scissors ain't working, he can't cut the paper. If we got a rock, then he could be paper and cover the rock. You know what I'm saying? That was a lot to unpack. I know, you know, motherfuckers probably having problems following that. But as far as Cambosos is concerned, I just think that he's pretty one-dimensional, and he's going to have a hard time trying to beat guys like Devin Haney, because Devin is going to be able to figure out whatever he's doing, and he's not really going to be able to make the adjustments needed in order to get the win. But if the fight happens, I mean, I think they're both going to be competitive fights, whether it's Lomachenko, whether it's Devin Haney, whether it's Tank, whatever. I think they're all going to be competitive. I think Cambosos is definitely a good fighter, but Devin deserves a fight at the end of the day, for sure, for sure. LL Bean J says, yeah, there's no real deal. Canelo got these guys skipping rope, doing some running, man. The moonwalk, moving without making any moves. Absolutely, man. Tired of these dudes, man. It's really outside of Benavidez and Andrade, it's Charlo, Triple G, you know, Plant, Saunders. These dudes were just waiting on Canelo, you know. And when you have mostly everybody doing it, the guys that don't want to do it, they can't get the fights that they want to get, you know. So, you know, it's crazy. LL Bean J also says, I think it's gonna happen. Promoters have been looking pretty bad lately. Aaron making the fights he probably wouldn't make. He probably wouldn't if he wasn't being sued by Crawford. Absolutely, man. I don't think he would have made that damn fight with Shakur Stevenson if he wasn't getting sued by Crawford. So that's a great point. You know, that's a great point. Because what did he say about that fight? He said, I forgot what Bob Arum said about that fight. He was trying to put Shakur in the ring with, I think it was Burchell. I don't remember exactly who it was. He put Shakur in the ring with Burchell, and he was trying to put Valdez in the ring with Burchell. and put Shakur in the ring with somebody else, and the winner was supposed to fight each other. But it was like on some bullshit at the end of the day, because there was just no reason for it. Because the only fights to make right now at lightweight, the only fight to make at lightweight was Shakur and Valdez. And then the winner fight Ogawa or the other guy, which is Roger Gutierrez over there at that division. So, it just didn't make sense to do anything outside of that. So, but yeah, for sure. For sure. LL Bean JC is question for Spence. How much of it is him? I keep going to that $1 million bet clip. Aram is rolling with Bud with Bun with Bud. Yeah. Yeah, man. They bet $1 million on that. How much of it is him? I feel like it's 80 to 90% Earl and 10% PBC. I feel like I feel, because it goes back to my overall philosophy on these fights, man. I feel like if the fighters want the fight, they're gonna make it happen. The fighters want the fight, they're gonna do what they gotta do in order to make it happen. Sean Porter wanted the fight with Bud. He did what he needed to do in order to make the fight happen. Now, granted, he needed the highest possible goddamn payday that he could possibly muster up in order to make the fight happen, but he wanted the fight, so he made it happen. Became a mandatory, got in position, challenged Bud. They made the fight. Bean J says, question: how much of a resistance is Spence, and how much is PBC? Keep going back and forth with the $1 million bet. Spence was a super reluctant, but Bud had his promoters with him. Yeah, absolutely, man. Spence don't want no smoke, man. Grievous says Spence versus Crawford should have happened years ago. Opportunity gone. Absolutely, man. Definitely should have happened. But if you listen to a lot of these Earl Spence fans, they say, well, Earl was cleaning up his side of the street. That's what he was doing. Even though Earl said he wanted to take the easy route, they all interpreted it as the easy route as the easier fights to make. Even though that ain't what Earl said. These dudes adding context where it never was at the end of the goddamn day. Grievous also says Benavidez, aggressor, Andrade, counterpuncher, great classic matchup. Grievous says Canelo will whoop Bivol. Interesting. And Grievous also says Bivol won't be able to hold off Canelo for 12 rounds. Well, possibly, but he definitely got a better chance than Caleb Plant and Billy Joe Saunders. That's for sure. But on the time will tell, because the fight is official now, so we'll see. But let me ask you guys this, man. I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. Let me ask you guys this. One thing I did a video about this, probably a few videos ago. I did a video about the fact that DAZN offered Canelo this $85 million deal. But the $85 million deal that they offered DAZN consisted of Bivol and Triple G. But why would you offer a lucrative deal like that for Bivol and Triple G when you got Andrade over there on DAZN, who's been with you for about 4 or 5 years now and has yet to secure a big fight? So why put up that money for a Bivol and a Triple G and not an Andrade?
Bo, you can answer that one first, Bo.
I think probably because they probably think Canelo wouldn't take the fight. Take that deal. Because according to Canelo, he already said Andrade would never get the fight anyway. And I guess for Eddie Hearn, he like, shit, I want to get back in good business with Canelo. If I throw Andrade in there, that would probably mess up my whole operation. Because that's the thing. Anytime somebody put Andrade up for a fight, everybody looks the other way. They act like this dude doesn't even exist and shit. But they know who he is. You know what I'm saying? They knew he was an amateur standout. A lot of those guys already boxed him in the amateurs, but they try to pretend like they don't know who he is now. So I think in this case is, Eddie just like, well, fuck it, I ain't gonna fuck this business up. Shit, I already know Canelo don't want to fight him, so let me just put Triple G in there.
Yeah, I basically agree with the same thing with Bo, man. I think, Andrade would have spoiled the party if Andrade, he probably would have took that Charlo deal. So yeah,
wow.
It's just, yeah, man. I just think, Canelo don't do good with fighters, with slick fighters who got good IQ. We saw it with Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant, what made Caleb Plant so worthy of the fight? Because Canelo knew he was food. And it's just the same thing with this. It's just he don't know how much food Bebo is, because like you say, Bebo ain't really get that exposure. He just one of those. His name came from that Olympian background and that amateur background too. So like I say, man, he knew Andrade would be a tough task, and I'm pretty sure Eddie knew the same thing. So he's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Let me just pay him this money and shit, get back in our good graces.
Man, I guess I can get it from a business perspective because they just want to get the business back, but it's still because the PBC, they offered big money to Canelo, but they offered big money to Canelo for tough fights. Like Charlo fight, although a lot of people think that he stopped Charlo, I still think that's a tough fight for Canelo. Same thing like Benavidez, that's a real tough fight for Canelo. And PBC put up big money to get them two fights because at the end of the day, they want Canelo in there with the tough fights, and they want also their fighter to beat Canelo. But in this situation, the zone, they offered fights. They didn't offer the toughest fights for the biggest money. They offered semi-tough fights, and I see how they did it too. Like they sweetening the pot. They're like, well, you could beat GGG. He's 40. You know what I mean? So they're like an easy fight coupled with a tough fight with this Bivol fight. This Bivol deal. So I see how they did it, but it's just like I think they still should have put that offer on the table. First and foremost, started with that as a negotiation, and then but maybe that it did start like that. I mean, who knows what actually happened behind the scenes? But I just if I'm Andrade, I'm a little insulted that my name is not thrown out there in regards to trying to make a fight happen. When I've been with you guys for years, and you're promoting Bivol, a guy who people barely know who the fuck he is. He's won one belt in one weight division. He's fought some solid dudes, but this is a new dude. This is a dude that just kind of hit the scene. Versus me, somebody who's just been around for a long time and who's a 2 weight division champion, undefeated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I'm thinking about it. But
and it's like this too, though. I mean, I can kind of see how Boo Boo could be frustrated though. But I mean, he the one that signed with Eddie. He went over there and took the bag. So it's basically like he kind of got to take whatever he get whenever it comes. Because it's like he knew going over there. You trying to get a fight with Canelo. You just know the stereotype with Canelo was he don't like fighting slick fighters, and who's the slick fighters? The black guys. So it's just basically like Andrade took the money route, but he did want legacy too, though. I do feel that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he dropped off a little bit. But Bo, let me ask you this, man, because he just said it. If Andrade signed with the PBC, do you feel like his career would be a little different?
Nah, I don't think so, man, because them guys, they don't want to fight him over there. Like Charlo, he don't want to fight him. Like none of the Charlos want to fight the dude. Maybe him and a Benavidez fight would definitely get done, but because they on a quote unquote same side of the street. But other than that, I don't see none of them dudes at the PBC trying to fight Andrade. Only dude I could really see is David Benavidez, and maybe at this point in time, maybe David Morrell, because he's still trying to make a name for himself. But other than that, Andrade be still in the same situation he's in right now.
I agree, man. I agree. I think the situation this would be very much the same. It would be even harder. Triple G would probably have even more of an excuse to not fight Andrade because he would be able to say, "Oh, he's with the PBC," right? That would be the excuse. Jamal Charlo, he would still use the same bullshit excuse because at the end of the day, Jamal Charlo's never said, "Oh, Andrade's on the wrong side of the street." He's never used the Earl excuse, right? The only excuse that he's used is, "Oh, Andrade is blackballed because we tried to make the fight with his brother, and they didn't want to make the fight." Blah 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 blah. So he would still be able to use that same punk ass excuse, even if Andrade was on the PBC. So shit. I mean, PBC, the zone, Top Rank, it's all really the same thing. Honestly, I probably would have preferred for Andrade when he was coming up probably to be with Top Rank. I think Top Rank would have got him the fights and would have built up, his resume in a way it needed to be built a little better than how he came up. But I don't know.
I heard he tried to. I don't know. I forgot who said it, but I don't know how true it is. They say he had a chance to sign with Top Rank, but he signed with that Star Banger, whatever promotion company he was with at first. The people that kind of like screwed him over and shit, and they ended up getting with Rock Nation, and that shit ain't, that shit fell through as well. Yeah. So I think with the whole thing with the DAZN, that pretty much got him out of the financial situation he was in.
Yeah, they definitely did. I wish he would have went the Top Rank route. That definitely would have been better, probably, for his career, because Top Rank know how to build up fighters. They definitely put them in the right situations while they're coming up. Once they become a star, it's a little harder for them to promote black fighters, but they definitely get them fights. They keep them active, and they get them in the right fights. We seen Andrade, have long layoffs just because of bullshit, and that would have never happened if he was with a Top Rank, and he probably went like a Bud Crawford route. And a lot of people, when it comes to Bud Crawford, a lot of people clown Top Rank, like, oh, Bud shouldn't be with Top Rank, Bud shouldn't stand with Top Rank, blah, 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 blah. But Top Rank, man, Top Rank did well for Bud's career. Top Rank got Bud all the fights that he needed in order to be able to call himself a pound for pound #1 fighter. He got all the fights he needed at 140. He got some of the fights at 135. He got some good fights at 147. Like, Bud's career has gone well. I mean, if he was on PBC or any other promotional company, his career probably wouldn't have gone as smoothly. What PBC fighters do they even have at 140?
Well, they got Antoine Russell. They got that's probably about. Damn, well, they had Regis Prograve, right? But I think he left. Damn, yeah, they ain't really got much.
Yeah, especially at the time at 140 when Bud was there, I ain't had shit.
Nope. That's the thing. Like, I don't think I think if Bud was with the PBC, I don't think they would have marketed him right anyway.
No,
like Top Rank is a machine. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Bob Aaron be on some, some punk shit at times, but like you said, they promote. Like, if you look at the Olympic team, they just signed all the damn the Olympians coming out of this past Olympics. He signed all those boxes. So he's gonna put the fighters out there. He's gonna build, like you said, he builds them up. I don't think PBC really builds up fighters like that. Like, yeah, you had Keith Thurman, right? Keith Thurman was doing his thing, but Keith Thurman also build himself up. You know what I'm saying? Because he's out there. He talks a lot of shit. Same thing with Adrian Brown. He talks a lot of shit. They build themselves up. But if you look at Errol Spence, right? The only reason why Errol Spence pretty much got built up is because they living off this rumor of he done knocked Floyd Mayweather out in Spawn or some shit. And he's chasing Keith Thurman. That's how basically Errol Spence got built up. Other than that, they ain't really build that dude up. And I think they know that. That's why Errol Spence ain't, he's making all these excuses not to fight Bud, pretty much. Because if Errol Spence was that guy, that fight would have happened 4 years ago.
Definitely would have happened 4 years ago, man. Definitely. But I mean, if you think about these dudes' career, like Errol Spence has won 2 belts in one weight division. I mean, that's been the highlight of his career. In the time span that Bud has gone through 3 different weight classes and been undisputed at 1 already. So, and there's a lot of examples of that at Top Rank as opposed to PBC, where dudes have kind of just been stagnant in their careers and not really accomplishing much or being put into positions to accomplish much. So but we got another guest in the building. This look like a modest. Hey, yo, in the building, man. What's going on with you, fam?
How you, big dog?
I'm chilling, man. You know how it is, man. What's going on with you? What's on your mind?
Shit, I was just getting on. What's the topic?
We talking about right now Andrade and Benavidez. I did a whole spiel in regards to Benavidez doing just being a warrior and being a dude I respect. And Andrade strategically making the move up to 168 in anticipation to make the fight with Benavidez, and also Benavidez and his promoter kind of like not being on the same page and shit with Benavidez wanting to fight and the promoter needing more than $7 million in order to make the fight happen. So that's pretty much what we're talking about. But we also discussing other things too, because we got a few press conferences going on today. Canelo and Bivol. And then we also got Earl and Ugas press conference going on as well. So a lot of shit to cover, man. You know what I mean? So you can touch on whatever you want to touch on, fam.
Oh yeah. I mean, to start, I guess I would say, as far as Andrade and Benavidez, I think we talked about that last time. What's up, Bold? I think you was on here last time. I was on here too. Make sure.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Say what's up to you. When I think I was telling you, I think I was in this channel. I was telling you that Benavidez tried to leave PBC before. And he could, and something ended up happening basically where the other promotional company that he with was going to sue Top Rank essentially, or PBC was going to sue Top Rank essentially. He's trying to go to Top Rank. So Benavidez, I don't think he a duck. I think he really a fight anybody. His issue is just discipline, but I would love to see that fight. I hope Boo Boo beat Zach Parker, and I think he could pull it out against Benavidez. It's a tough fight for sure because Benavidez big as shit. So, and he don't stop coming. But of course, Andre's better technically. It'd be a good fight if it do happen. Like I always say, I don't have no faith in PBC fights getting made when they come to fighting other promotions. So if it happens, it happens. I'll be glad, and I'll pay. If it's gonna be in pay-per-view, and I'm gonna support Andre. But I don't know. Whenever it comes to PBC, I always take it as with a grain of salt. But with Spencer Ugas, man, I ain't got nothing to say about that. When he fight Crawford, then I'll talk about Spence. I'm tired of Spence.
Who you think gonna win though?
I don't know. When the last time Spence fought? Ain't it been like almost 2 years now?
About a year and some change.
About a year and some change.
Yeah.
I mean, if they best, I would take Spence, but I don't know. It's really a question mark with how Spence look. You get a detached retina, that ain't nothing to play with. So it just depends. Like if Spence can hold up, I would favor him to get a decision. But if he ain't himself, Ugas might be able to pull it out. Ugas, a lot of like I seen people talking about him on a different channel, talking about all the losses he got. But context is never added. Most of those at 140. And to me, he beat Porter. Personally, I think he beat Porter in a close decision. If you had it the other way, that's fine. But I think Ugas, he a solid fighter. So he and his trainer, they've been racking up victories. Matter of fact, his trainer, what's my man I just fought? Colbert. I think
Hector Garcia. Yeah. They got a good trainer, man. He trained a couple of dudes, quite a few dudes over there.
Yeah, I think his name's Silas. Like whatever he's doing over there, he got his fighters sharp, and they taking advantage of every opportunity. So if Spence ain't right, Ugas can pull it out. But if you making me pick, if Spence is himself, he should win. And what's the other fight? What's the other fight y'all was talking about?
Canelo and Bivol.
Canelo and Bivol. I don't know. It's a good fight, but I'm not excited about it. To be honest with you, I don't expect. I mean, we know the routine. Even if Bivol win, he ain't gonna win. So it's just hard. It's hard for me to get excited about Canelo fights, honestly. But Bivol is. I'll say this, in my opinion, I'm not sure how familiar people are with Bivol. From a pure boxing standpoint, he might be the best boxer he fought, and probably since Triple G. If we talking about from a technical standpoint, I know a lot of people, for some reason, don't see the little nuances Triple G had in his prime, but if talking about just from ability and then fundamentals and all that type of stuff, Bivol, he's basic, but his basics, he be winning fights off of 1-2, and not many fighters can do that. Like dominating. His past couple fights, he ain't looked as good, but his overall body of work, like You know, he made light work of Joe Smith. A lot of people can't do that. That's what. So he tough fighter though for sure.
Okay, so who you picking in that fight? You think it's just gonna be Canelo?
Come on. You know I mess with you and play devil's advocate with Canelo, but I know what's up though. He ain't getting no decision. You got to knock Canelo out to get a draw, man.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that one day.
Yeah. So you got to knock him out to get a draw. Man, that was a fact.
Dude, you know that. I
Damn.
mean, I think Bivol can beat him if it's gonna be scored properly, but I don't know. See, the thing with Canelo, if nothing else, he got a chin. So if he don't respect your power, though, you know, you have to have a game B or a plan B, might even C. So
I think he's gonna respect Bivol power. I think it's gonna be a similar fight though, the Canelo and Triple G, the back and forth of it. You know, I think he got respectable power to get Canelo respect. But just like you said, bro, like if it goes 12, which I think it probably will, because Bivol doesn't have devastating punching power, enough to be able to hurt Canelo like that. I think it goes to decision, and just like you said, Canelo wins probably by robbery.
right, and that's sad. We gotta, but it is what it is. Like.
Yeah, facts. It is what it is. You know what I mean? What I'm about to do, I'm about to play an interview from your boy Earl Spence. You know what I mean? Hold on, did I get dropped off? Y'all can hear me, right?
I can still hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. It went real silent, real fast. I was like, hold on, wait. But yeah, I'm gonna play an interview from your boy Earl Spence. Hold on, shit. You know, man, and I want to get y'all take on this shit. Hold on, let's share it. Share screen. Share audio. Boom. Okay, cool. Alright, here we go. Y'all can see what I got going on here?
Yeah, I see it.
Alright, let's listen to your boy.
You already good boxing. You mentioned wanting to become undisputed. What would it mean for the Earl Spence legacy to become the undisputed welterweight champion of the world?
It mean a lot, but I feel like, we just continuing the fight and after all the situations and stuff that I've been through, and to come back and still continue to fight, I feel like that means a lot more to myself and something that I basically talk to my kids about and tell them so they should never quit or anything like that. So I feel like that means a lot more to me than winning another belt. But I mean, I'm on the verge, God willing. I stay healthy. I'm definitely gonna do what I've always been doing and keep winning, keep fighting the best out there. And if it wasn't for the pain, if it wasn't for my eye injury, I would have the Ring magazine and the WA belt. So that'll tell you it all right there what's next. So
You mentioned Earl. You starting out prior to you becoming a champion. You said that you were fighting for legacy. You want to be remembered as one of the greatest fighters in our era. And right now, you're on a pathway to do that. But you mentioned the WBA, you have the WBC, IBF belt. There's one more belt that's out there. Obviously, Terrence Crawford. I know he's gone on record and said that he's spoken with you, had some sort of conversations with you about potentially making a fight in the future. What do you honestly feel that it would take for you guys to, potentially make that fight happen? I think that's the fight that all the fight fans are wanting. Everybody's asking for. Everybody's clamoring for, and it needs to happen.
It definitely needs to happen. I mean, we'll see after this fight.
That's the part that pissed me the fuck off. We'll see. I don't want to hear that shit from Earl Spence, though.
Hey, before you play that, see, that's the thing too. I was on I forgot who I was talking to before, like the other day. I was like, yo, he tried to backdoor his way into the Ring Magazine belt when he was trying to get that fight with Pacquiao, because Pacquiao was rated number 3, and at the time Earl Spence was rated number 1. And because at 147 they've been trying to reward somebody with a Ring Magazine belt, and they realize they can't get the Crawford and Spence fight, they try to use the Manny Pacquiao situation. And I ain't gonna say luckily, but fortunately, with the supposed eye injury happened, that that was off the table. But my thing, what I don't understand about Earl Spence, he said he was gonna get the WBA belt. I mean, I don't understand how he was gonna get it if Manny Pacquiao was stripped of the belt.
Absolutely. He didn't have that belt. So I mean, there was no cleaning to do on that side of the street, if we know it correctly. It's funny too, like how people pick and choose when and how they gonna use that reference, right? Earl said he was gonna clean up his side of the street. He said he was gonna collect the belts. Okay, but Danny didn't have a belt. Mikey didn't have a belt. So how is he cleaning up his side of the street if it's just about belts? Because they constantly move the goalposts with that, right? But then when he says, oh, he's gonna fight everybody on that side on the PBC, the easier fights to make. Okay. Well, Jerome Boots Ennis is also on that side of the street, in regards to the cleanup, So does that mean he's gonna be fighting Jerome Boots Ennis if he don't fight Terrence Crawford? Because that would be the fight to make, which would also account for him cleaning up his side of the street. So it's funny to me how people pick and choose when and how they're gonna use that argument, but But as you can see, man, Earl is still on the we'll see shit. He's still on the maybe shit. He's still on the very vague talk. And at this point in the game, we've already waited 3 years, 4 years for this Terrence Bud Crawford fight. He hasn't even said Terrence Crawford's name. Have you, we're going to listen to something else after this, but he hasn't even said Terrence Crawford's name. So, I just have a hard, I don't believe this fight is happening next. I just don't. I mean, between all the mandatories lined up for Earl, Virgil Ortiz, Jerome Boots Ennis, Keith Thurman, they're setting up that fight. Stanionis, who was paid step aside money. I think Earl fights Stanionis next. You know what I'm saying? I doubt it's gonna be Terrence Crawford after this fight with Ugas. If he does make it past Ugas, he's not calling out no damn Terrence Crawford. I mean, I don't believe it. He hasn't even said his name now. Anyway. I'm gonna finish the rest of this video and then I want to get y'all full take on it. But let's keep it going.
To my fault, it's something that I'm not gonna talk about to the public and stuff like that, and things that I need this, he needs to do this, he needs to do that. Me, boxing head, we got egos too.
That's a little promising though. The fact that he's like, all right, well, I ain't gonna throw no deals out there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna throw no deals out there because that's not productive in regards to a negotiation. So I respect the fact that Earl has acknowledged that that's not how you make fights, But at the same time, I can't help but notice the reluctancy in saying that's the fight I want next. That's what we're trying to do next. I want to fight Terrence Bud Crawford next. I'm noticing that there's a lot of hesitation in regards to making the fight, like saying that this is what I want to do next. But that's my problem with Earl Spence at this particular time. But let's just finish it up. Let's finish this up real quick. Hold on. Damn. Here we go.
Somebody telling me I need to do something. I need to do this, or he's telling me I need to do this, I need to do that. That just plays into it. So not the fight not happening, that plays into it. So I just feel like it just need to happen behind closed doors, and something that our teams talk about, and hopefully the fight can be made. So I definitely think it's very promising, especially me snatching this other belt from you guys. So We'll see.
That's a wrap, guys.
So at the end of the day, it's we'll see. That's what it is at the end of the day. But let me get y'all takes on it, man. I'll start with you, Amadis. What's your take on that, man? What Earl Spence got to say about Terrence Crawford?
That Earl still don't want to fight. his body language changed when you talk about Crawford. Crawford initially started side of the street. They really need to pay him for it because if it wasn't for him, that wouldn't have came into existence. What's my man? Knockout Boxing in the comments saying how many times I want the man to say he comes from Undisputed.
Amadis just dropped off. Oh Lord, knockout! What you done sabotage that man? You done made him drop off the panel. I dropped off the panel, man. But let me go to you, Bo, while we waiting on Amadis to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think Earl want to fight, man. I mean, I think Earl Spence fanboys are making more excuses for Earl Spence. You know, they the one. It seemed like they the ones that said we're gonna clean up our side of the street first. Like to the point that Earl Spence was like, yeah, I did say that. Yeah. Like he don't even want to mention Terrence Crawford name. They make when it comes to Terrence Crawford, they make Terrence Crawford look like a secret operation and some shit. They like, damn, we can't talk about this shit, man. Like, I don't want to talk about this motherfucker. If I mention his name, man, that shit might come after me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's Spence or is it just. Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think it's the PBC and Errol Spence. They don't want shit to do with Terrence Crawford. And if I was Terrence Crawford, I'd have moved on a while ago because I'm not gonna let a dude that's already scared, you know, to get in the ring with you to try to dictate your career by having you waiting on him. Like, nah, forget that. If the man ain't saying he want to fight Terrence Crawford, if I was Terrence Crawford, I'd have been moved on.
Okay, Amadis, go ahead and finish. You cut out in the middle. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I mean, he basically said what I was gonna say. He just don't seem like he want to fight. But you know, though, Bo, even with that said, like towards the end of what you're saying, he'd have moved on. That's the problem. If he tried to go at the 54, well, that was at the time, and even now, that's dominated by PBC still. So his options is either he could have kept fighting, like wait for Josh Head to move up, maybe fight Prograde, but them fights don't necessarily. Nobody looks at those fighters in terms of talking about casual. Nobody looks at those fighters and go, "That's going to enhance his legacy." Everybody wants to see the Spence fight. So I mean, if at that point, his other option really is retiring. Because if you probably can't get the winner of Castaño and Jamel fight at 54, and then you can't get the Spence fight. What are you sticking around for? I'm sure he's not going to fight Boots or Virgil Ortiz. Not for nothing. Not for no belt. Not for that don't make sense to take them risks. So he really don't got many options, and PBC know that too. So I honestly think they trying to wait him out, hoping he retire or something, or because it just don't make no sense. I'm sure y'all would agree. I mean, over the past 3-4 years, it's probably been one of the 3-4 biggest fights you could make in boxing. So when you hear what was it, Tom Brown saying they don't want to pay. Is it Tom Brown? One of them saying they don't want to pay these fighters all this money, or Crawford costs too much to pay and all this type. Like it's just, I think it's as much PBC as it is as Earl too, because Earl don't seem like he want to fight, just like PBC don't seem like he want to fight.
I hear you spitting them facts, man. I mean, I agree with y'all, man. I mean, this dude still is not. He doesn't seem like he want to fight. Like, I mean, it just is what it is. Like, he still ain't. Like, I like some of the things that he's saying in a sense where he's like, well, we're not gonna talk about this in the public because that's how things spiraled out of control before. So we're not gonna do that again. I like that part of it, but there's nothing wrong with you showing genuine interest in the fight in a sense where you're like, well, that's the fight I want next. I want Terrence Bud Crawford. You see, when we played the interview earlier, when we were looking at David Benavidez, he was openly talking about Demetrius Andrade. He was like, let's make the fucking fight. I want to make the fight happen. And he was very adamant about making the fight happen. That's a guy that you can genuinely believe wants to make the fight happen. But for Earl Spence, it's like, when Terrence Crawford is involved, I mean,
He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna get this third belt, and then we're gonna get the other one." What? Okay, what other one? You know what I mean? You mean the IBO belt? What you mean? What? What are you talking about? Ring Magazine? Which other belt? At what? You know? And then in this interview, it's a bunch of vague talk. Like we'll see. You know, kind of like when you're a little kid and you ask your dad for something and you be like, "We'll see," but you know he ain't got no goddamn intention of getting what it is you asked for.
Right though.
So I mean, that's how I'm looking at this situation, man. I'm not feeling confident at all that the fight is gonna happen next. Salute to my guy Knockout Boxing 86, but I don't see it, fam. And you're welcome to jump on here, man. I dropped the link for you, Knockout. So if you want to come up on here, you want to defend your point, you want to defend your boy Earl, you more than welcome, bro. You got the platform, man. I love to hear what you got to say on this. I know you're going live later on today too, so you're probably trying to say your energy, but I hear you, fam. But salute to Darren Young, man. He was in the building earlier, man. I appreciate you, fam. He made it up out them damn mountains. Darren Young was driving through them damn mountains earlier. He was all cutting out and cutting in and everything. Salute to you, Darren Young. And let me read some more of these comments. The Jimba is in the building. I ain't seen you in a while, man. He say play the rest of the interview. I hope I did. I think I did play the rest of the interview. I think I did. You know what I mean? Knockout Box 86 says, how many times you want that man to say he coming for undisputed? Just make sure Crawford don't be on that floppy BS he been on. I don't know what you're talking about, Knockout.
He blaming Crawford. He ain't gonna blame Spence for the past 4 years.
I know what he gonna say. He gonna say, "Oh, Crawford say he ain't want the fight. He said he was over it." And then he said, "You know," but the fact is, you'll mention that, but you won't mention the fact that you won't mention all the things that came before Crawford saying he was over the fight. Like, I mean, how do you get to that place? You get to that place from frustration. You get to that place from pursuing the fight the entire time and not getting the fight as a result of pursuing it. So, you know, shit, I mean, if I told you I was going to give you some money and shit, every day, I'm like, I'll give it to you. I'm going to give it to you. Eventually, you're going to be like, fuck it, I don't even want the money.
Right.
You know, so dudes want to act like they don't understand that concept, but they do. You know, it's all deflection stuff. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, what's weird to me about Spence energy with Bud, I don't know how y'all felt, but when they first was bringing it up, I had to fight 50-50. Like, it's not as if, like, people feel like Bud will probably now, but at the time, that's why everybody wants to see the fights 50-50. Like, when people was doing breakdowns 4 years ago, I could have seen how Spence could beat Bud potentially. Vice versa, I could see that's why everybody wants to see the fight. It make you feel like he don't think he can beat Bud.
For real. He had a much better chance of beating him back in the day because, I mean, Bud was coming up at that point. He was still like a 140 pounder. He had moved up pretty fast from 135 to 140, really. Yeah. So, really, he was probably still technically a 135 pounder, really. Right. So, if Earl and Keith, if they would have jumped on him then, they would have had a much better shot. But now, shit, deny. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bud, fuck around, stop, bro. No.
For real. I got D-Ray Promotions in this motherfucking building with the headphones on listening. Salute to you, D-Ray Promotions. Drop that link for you, man. If you want to hop on, man, you're more than welcome. D-Ray Promotions also says, Ugas won the today press conference to me, basically saying he's 2/3 best at 147. Corny. What the hell? I'm about to watch that press conference. I don't know what the hell going on. I got Knockout Boxing say, I'm coming, bro. Finishing up work right now. Okay, so Knockout finna hop on the panel. Yeah, bro, you're more than welcome to hop on the panel, man. Defend your point, man. You know what I'm saying? I know you're gonna ride for your boy. I know you're gonna ride for Texas. You know what I'm saying? Come on here and see what you defend your boy. KO 86C, salute, fam. Yes, sir. All right, y'all talking back and forth. D-Ray said you got your tickets yet. Oh, y'all got tickets to the fight, huh? Shit, the fight gonna be in Texas, right? For Ugas and Spence, it's gonna be in Texas, right? Dallas Cowboy Stadium.
I believe so. Yeah, Jerry World.
Okay. I might even think about going. I ain't going to that fight. Are y'all gonna order the pay-per-view?
No. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna watch it probably, but I ain't ordering that.
Damn.
I don't got no problem paying for fights we want to see. I'm not paying for nothing nobody asked for. Nobody asked for.
Damn.
I remember Ugas got online talking about y'all should be happy the fight being made. He got to sell us the fight. Like nobody want to see this fight. No disrespect to him, but this ain't what we asked for. And y'all charging $80, $90 for the pay-per-view. Just saying. And you know, if y'all think about it, how many pay-per-views happened the past year? Like 20?
Man, you ain't lying, man. PBC going crazy with the pay-per-views.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Between the zone now, they doing pay-per-view now too for the Canelo Bivol fight. So ESPN and PBC hitting people over there for pay-per-views every couple months, every other month.
Let me tell you, the zone gonna end up winning this little battle between PBC and the zone. They're gonna end up winning. All these fighters are gonna end up on the zone, bro.
You think so?
I'm saying it right now. They're gonna end up on the zone. Because the zone got the right like mindset with it. The zone is like, listen, we ain't gonna do pay-per-views. What we gonna do is we're gonna charge you a subscription, a monthly subscription. We're gonna put all our fights on that subscription. It's a streaming service. So we not working with no other networks. We our own network, and we get worldwide. We have worldwide rights to it, kind of like UFC kind of shit.
Oh
yeah, that's what Top Rank did with ESPN.
Mm-hmm. But the zone, they got it perfected a little bit better. Their system is a little more efficient than what Top Rank is doing. The Top Rank got to split the bag with ESPN. You know,
but I think Top Rank said they make more money with the app than they will with regular pay-per-view. I think that's what a lot of people like the apps. Like everybody moving to the app, right? But
yeah,
they just gonna do pay-per-view on the app. Like this Canelo and Bivol joint's gonna be on pay-per-view.
Yeah, but the app is basically the zone model because the zone been doing the app this whole time.
Yeah,
but apparently the Canelo Bivol pay-per-view might be on Prime, from what I hear.
I heard that might be on pay-per-view though. I ain't buying that goddamn pay-per-view. Well, I might get that one. I might. I think it's gonna be a good one.
But again, it's a fight you ain't asked for. That's the problem. It's just that we have paid. But if you gonna put Canelo and Bivol in pay-per-view, can we get an undercard? Can we get Andre Charlo on the undercard? Like then y'all charging for the fights and the undercards be trash most of the time.
Yeah, you know, that's a great point. I might stream that one. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You know what I'm saying? And it's because it's every other month. It's a pay-per-view. It ain't like it's just the only the biggest fights. They just put Keith Thurman and Barrios on pay-per-view.
Yeah, they wilding with that one.
You know what
I'm saying? That shit barely belonged on Friday night. One of them ESPN Friday night fights.
Tuesday's night fights.
Yeah. The fuck, dog. Yeah, man. You know.
And that's why I think, not to switch off like that, but that's why I think Spence gonna fight next.
Who? Keith? I mean, that's how
I can see that happening. I can see that happening for real.
They put Keith in the position. I mean, the WBC. He's WBC mandatory at this point, right?
Yeah. Well, technically, it's supposed to be Ortiz. Yeah.
Okay.
But they gonna step right over Ortiz because I mean, honestly, he don't even need to be mandatory as long as he's high up in the WBC rankings. Earl's justified in fighting him.
But what's the name trying to position himself there too is Boots. Boots got that up and coming fight, and it looks like it's an eliminator for both the IBF and the WBC.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's gonna be a real interesting ass situation right there. You know, but that's why if you Earl Spence, it's like, why would you not fight Bud? You gonna risk it all fighting these young guns who might knock your ass out for way lower money. But I think Earl's gonna fight either Stanionis or Thurman next. Stanionis is a low risk, low reward, and then Thurman is a higher risk, higher reward, but nowhere near as high as anything like goddamn Terrence Crawford. You know, that's what I'm thinking gonna happen. But we got Knockout Boxing 86 TV and made it into the building, man. Knockout, man, welcome to the panel. What's going on with you, pal?
Man, salute to you, bro. Great work you doing over here, man. Hope all is well with you, dog. And salute to everybody on the panel, man.
Yes, sir.
Salute.
Salute to you, bro. Yes, sir. All right, man. We're gonna stake your piece, man. I know you got some comments you want to let off. Go ahead.
No, man, just like it's the same old with y'all, man. Y'all don't listen to your own fighter, bro. You don't listen to your own fighter. Your own fighter come out here and tell you who to blame. He'll sue the man. He'll tell you he talked to Spence himself, and he knows Spence want to fight just as bad as him, and he knows Spence ain't ducking him. And y'all still keep running with this shit that Spence is ducking the dude from Omaha, Nebraska. Man, let me ask y'all some real shit, bro. Like, was Canelo Alvarez ducking Caleb Plant?
Was it
No,
ducking
he
Caleb
wasn't.
Plant?
No, he wasn't. That was just the last fight he fought on his road to undisputed. How about Clarissa Shields? Was Clarissa Shields ducking Christina Hamer, bro? When
Now,
she went
now you
against
know,
no, Christina Hamer was just the last
you know,
person that she fought.
I
What
got
about
hold on. You know. Now you know good and well that the
I'm just saying, bro,
Canelo
if a fighter is collecting belt by belt, how they ducking if they saving somebody for last? Let me get
Hey, can I ask you the same? Can I ask you the same
let me
question
get
though?
it all off. Let me get it all off, and then I'll be quiet, bro. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So
Go
then after that, Clarissa Shields fought Marie Eve DeCare last. Was she ducking her too? I don't think so. What about Bernard Hopkins? Was he ducking Felix Trinidad because he saved Felix Trinidad for last on his undisputed run? Or how about Evander Holyfield? I guess Evander Holyfield was ducking De Leon too, huh? Because he fought him for undisputed last at cruiserweight. This man has told y'all time and time again, and for the most part, he has kept his word. He's saying he coming for Terrence Crawford, bro. He's saying he want to be undisputed. Y'all think that the PBC paid all this step aside money for this WBA tournament so this man could go fight Ugas, potentially get 3 belts, only to get 1 fight away from undisputed, and then don't make the fight? Like, bro, he coming, bro. Just make sure when he ring the doorbell or he call the phone, just make sure Bud Crawford answer that hoe, bro. I'm telling you, he's gonna go try to make that fight. And he just told y'all, what y'all in neglecting to realize that the same press conference that y'all talking about, the reporter asked him. He said, I'm going for undisputed. He said, we gonna see about that fight. And then they asked him again. He said, you see my shirt? Look at my shirt. The shirt say strap season. What's the only other strap out there, bro? Like, why he got to put it in subtitles or some shit for y'all, bro? Like, I don't understand, bro. You don't believe your own fighter. How you don't believe the man that you rooting for when he tell you that the man ain't ducking him, dog? This shit don't make no sense. But that's all I got, King. That's all I got, bro.
Can I get in there? For a second?
Go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
So I hear what you're saying, but you got to apply that same thing to yourself, man. Because Earl Spence has also said he is gonna fight. He want to be undisputed, right? So then you have to explain the Mikey fight. That's not for undisputed. You got any non-title fight he's had. You got to explain that. Then you got to explain. So you using Canelo and them as examples, but what's the timeline for that? It wasn't 5 years. And it's not a bunch of excuses. There's not a bunch of why would I fight you? But you don't have to fight
5 years. 5 years.
4, at least 4.
5 years. Okay.
At least 4.
All right. So we are all pretending that the business of boxing doesn't exist. Is that what we're doing up here on this panel? We pretending that.
But see, this is the thing, man. I thought Earl Spence was his own boss, so we can't use that excuse to talk about the business of boxing.
No one on PBC. No one on PBC. None of these dudes. They had their own little promotion companies, but they ain't moving without Al Heyman, bro. Y'all know that shit.
But I mean, according to Earl Spence,
we using your fighter words.
Boss, you know what I'm saying?
We using your fighter words.
And he moving with how he said he was gonna move. Did he not say he was gonna get all them straps, bro? Like, am I missing something? Did he not say he gonna collect all these belts and then he gonna come see Terrence Crawford? Am I making that shit up?
He never said that. What he said was Sean Porter got a belt.
He didn't say that. So you didn't hear multiple.
He said Sean Porter got a belt too.
Bro, you can go check this shit. He said he said it on barbershop conversations one time, and then he said it was some later reporter that was interviewing him, and he said it there too. Like, and he's doing that shit, bro. The only fights that y'all are giving me was Mikey Garcia. That was his first time on pay-per-view. They're trying to build up his business, build up his brand. And then the only other non-title fight he had was Danny Garcia. That was a WBC mandatory. Other than that, he collecting belts, bro. Like, what?
Don't
Unification
Trump mandatory, right?
Yeah, it do.
So why would he fight Danny if he could go unify with Bud?
Because he couldn't unify with Bud because he had to go across the street. He couldn't, bro. He couldn't. Why would think about it like this, bro? Why would the PBC, why would Earl Spence go try to do business with Bob Arum? They know that Bud contract is almost up. Why would they go try to split money with them, bro? He's making the fight as big as possible, bro. It's gonna be for undisputed.
The fight is not bigger now, though.
I think I heard one of y'all say y'all ain't even gonna buy a 3-belt unification fight, bro. But let me ask you this: Did you buy Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter?
I got a receipt. I can't.
Did you buy it?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
So you bought the Sean Porter versus Terrence Crawford fight.
Yeah.
I bought it. I bought it too. I bought it too.
But y'all not buying Errol Spence versus Udinese Ugas.
But to be fair, I had to, not to cut you off, Bo, but to be fair, I had the Porter Spence receipt too. Cause that's the fight I wanted to see.
No. So why don't you want to see it? So let me ask you this then. This is where I get y'all. So if Terrence Crawford was fighting Udinese Ugas, would you buy it?
Nope.
You're lying, bro. If
I
you
would
bought
buy it.
Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter, if you bought Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter, you wouldn't buy a fight where Terrence Crawford is fighting a man to beat him in the amateurs and it's a 2-belt unification fight. You wouldn't buy that one up.
I would buy
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
I mean, you can keep asking me. I'm gonna keep saying no. I'm being honest with you. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I would buy it. Look, listen, I would buy it, but at the end of the day, the situation is different because Terrence Crawford's looking to fight the best competition in the division right away. Not in 3 fights, not in 2 fights, right away. You know what I mean? He didn't give
Ugas not part of the best competition, King?
No, but the best competition is Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford. You know that.
I ain't never thought I heard nobody going for undisputed, bro. And we shitting on that shit. Like the man said he gonna fight the man multiple times. And don't you want the biggest fight to be the Super Bowl, bro?
Hey, let me.
Can I say something real quick?
Was Mayweather versus Pacquiao for undisputed?
Nah.
It was still the biggest fight in boxing history, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So far, yeah. In my opinion. I mean, if you talking about money, yeah, but we talking about legacy and great fights, and it wasn't. But money wise, yeah, bro, that was the biggest fight.
Let me ask you this question. So you saying he was going to collect the belts, right? Why was he trying to fight Manny Pacquiao?
Because that's what everybody does. So was Terrence Crawford.
No, I'm just saying. But you said Errol Spence. You said he was going to clean up the side of the street, collect his strap season. Yeah. What strap that Manny Pacquiao had that when he was trying to fight Pacquiao?
He had nothing. But that's kind of like if you get the Canelo fight, right? Like Manny Pacquiao, Canelo, Floyd at the time. It don't matter what you got going on, bro, or what you say.
So my thing is this:
I'm trying to answer your question, bro. If they come calling you, if Canelo Alvarez call your phone, let's say you Jamal Charlo and you got a Demetrius Andrade fight, or you Demetrius Andrade and you got a Jamal Charlo fight. If Canelo called them, bro, they dropping what they doing, unification or not, bro. Same thing with Manny Pacquiao. If you at 147, I don't give a you Terrence Bud Crawford at the time, and Terrence Crawford getting the Errol Spence fight, they got that shit signed, sealed, and delivered. And Manny Pacquiao say, look, I'm coming back, bro. I want to fight. They both gonna be like, nah, we need that Pacquiao fight because that's the biggest name on your legacy. That's gonna get you the biggest exposure, and you get a whole country of fans that otherwise wouldn't watch you to put their eyes on you and watch you because they Manny Pacquiao fans, bro. There isn't a fighter alive that's gonna turn that shit down, bro. Miss me with that, bro.
I'm not. No, hold on. This is what I'm trying to get at. Because I don't doubt that. Of course, yeah, you want to fight somebody with a big name like a Manny Pacquiao. I don't doubt that whatsoever. What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to Errol Spence, is it strap season or is it my kids don't eat belt? Is it strap season or is it cap season? You know what I'm saying? Because it's only when it's convenient when it comes to Terrence Crawford, the man Errol Spence almost don't even want to say the man name no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part.
The logic applies to everybody though. Like Terrence Crawford was calling for Errol Spence. That's what y'all telling me. He wants to fight, but even he put that shit on hold and he tried to go make a Manny Pacquiao fight, bro. So where's the energy for him? Because he doing the same shit that you trying to shit on Earl for. He did the shit too, bro. You like shit? Yeah, I want the Earl.
Hey, have you ever heard Terrence Crawford say strap season?
Yes, he said he wanted to be undisputed multiple times, bro.
No, you ever heard come out of Terrence Crawford's mouth and said this is strap season?
What's the difference between strap season and going for undisputed, bro? What's the difference?
My thing is this though. He been trying to get the fight for Manny Pacquiao for years, but after that he moved on from Manny Pacquiao. When he moved up, he wanted to fight Keith Thurman and Errol Spence. Now Keith Thurman and Errol Spence wanted to fight Jeff Horn for that belt, but since Terrence Crawford got that belt, all of a sudden they went to like plan B. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, well, let me fight Sean Porter. Sean Porter got a belt too. Oh, let me go. It's like one excuse after another. But when Jeff Horn had it, it was a different story.
Who was Terrence Crawford fighting under at the time, bro?
Hey, man, just let me interject real quick, bro.
I don't understand why we acting like companies don't do this shit. Like Bob Arum does it, Eddie Hearn does it, Al Heyman does it. If I got a big fight over here, if I got three champions, two of them are on the same promotional company, and one of them is not. They're going to make the fight, bro, that's in-house where they get to keep all their money and they don't have to split shit, bro. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Listen, from a promoter perspective, I get it. But what I'm saying from a fighter perspective, you gotta pick what you want to do. It's either gonna be strap season or cap season. Is it gonna be strap season or my kids don't eat belts when it comes to Terrence Crawford? Is it gonna be strap season or is it gonna be 60, 40, 70, 30 or whatever we decide to give him? You know what I'm saying?
I wonder what the narrative is going to be, because keep in mind, Terrence Crawford's last fight under Top Rank was Sean Porter. I wonder what y'all narrative going to be when his very first fight, because he probably ain't going to fight. He going to wait to see what happens with Spence. I wonder what y'all going to be saying when his very first fight, the time that he's a free agent, the time that he ain't signed to Bob Arum, when his very first fight is Errol Spence. His very first fight as a free man will be Errol Spence. Because all that shit about moving up, the PBC run 154 too, dog. And if you think he gonna fight any PBC fighter not named Errol Spence, you gotta be crazy, bro. So it's all gonna play out. The man done already came out and told y'all what it was. Y'all don't believe the shit though. When he talks, y'all don't believe the shit, and that's y'all fight.
I mean, the big difference between
his very first fight is gonna be Errol Spence after he get out of Bob Arum. Just remember that y'all said Spence was the one ducking it.
But I'm just saying.
But the thing of it is, though, brother. My bad, Bo. The thing of it is, though, brother. Not out 86. I ain't knocking what Spence doing, what he's saying. It's just why can't he say the man's name? Oh, I'm gonna go get the belt. I'm gonna go get the other one after this. And then he keeps saying, "We gonna see. We gonna see." I ain't never heard Bud Crawford say we gonna see. He said, "Yeah, I'm not."
We gonna see. Hold on. Negotiation. It could mean if he.
But the thing of it is, though.
You want to say the man's name, bro?
Yeah, he should say his name. Yeah, because Bud said his name after his fight. Oh, he came to my fight. Maybe Spence could get his tail out his butt. I mean, it's the thing about this. And then you're right. Negotiations, bro. Negotiations. Now, allegedly, this nigga asking for more than 60-40. But how can you ask for 60-40 when allegedly your guarantees ain't been over $3.3 million? And this man making $6 million guaranteed.
Your key word was allegedly, bro. All the shit. When you say allegedly, like that ain't a good point because you can't verify the shit, bro.
Just like it's on Forbes. It's on Forbes. 1.5 million, 2.5 million, 3 million with him and Mikey Garcia. But that's guaranteed though.
I don't want to get into the numbers, bro.
No. We gotta get into the numbers because
you don't want to do that because it's not gonna favor your guy, bro.
But why is not when he makes more guaranteed money than Spence?
It don't matter about. Listen, when it come to making these deals, bro, when it come to negotiating the fight and they get in that room and they start talking, it don't matter about how much the fighters make. It matters about how much revenue they generate. How much money do they bring in?
Okay. Time out. Hold on.
Pay-per-view numbers looking like that's.
Listen to me though. Okay, since we talk about pay-per-view numbers, when the last time Spence fought out of Dallas?
That was Sean Porter when he did 300.
Okay, so but the thing of it is, and look at this though. This is a 3-belt unification, big brother. Why is he fighting him in his backyard?
Because he got the keys to the keys to the city from the best team in the world.
Nah, that's because no, bro. They did that shit because they know Ugas can't sell outside of that market. You feel me? Like that's why I'm thinking of it. Why they putting this a 3-belt unification? This shit should have been in Vegas. This shit should have been in Vegas.
Yeah, you think a Bud Earl fight? You think that would be in Texas?
Nah, that shit need that one never. That can be neutral because Terrence Crawford is a great fighter, bro. Y'all might think just because I like Earl.
It shouldn't be.
I rock with Terrence Crawford, but it should be in Vegas, and I wouldn't mind if this was in Vegas. But at the end of the day,
no,
100,000 seat stadium, bro, and you got the Dallas Cowboys. They owners up there on the platform podium with you, bro. That's good business because you know that shit gonna sell. You got Dallas Cowboy fans that don't know who the hell Urdinas Ugas is, Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, but just because Jerry Jones went up there on that podium and he said it's gonna be a great fight and buy some shit, man, that shit gonna sell, bro. You can't knock that man because of where he's from.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to play this interview, knockout. I want to get your take on it, man. It's the Earl Spence after the press conference with you, Dennis Ugas. So I want to get your take on it.
Let me hear it,
bro. If it wasn't for my eye injury, I would have the Ring Magazine and the WA belt. So to tell you all right there what's next. So.
You mentioned Earl. You starting out prior to you becoming a champion. You said that you were fighting for legacy. You want to be remembered as one of the greatest fighters in our era. And right now you're on a pathway to do that. But you mentioned the WPA, you have the WBC IBF belt. There's one more belt that's out there. Obviously, Terrence Crawford. I know he's gone on record and said that he's spoken with you, had some sort of conversations with you about potentially making a fight in the future. What do you honestly feel that it would take for you guys to, potentially make that fight happen? I think that's the fight that all the fight fans are wanting. Everybody's asking for. Everybody's clamoring for, and it needs to happen.
It definitely needs to happen. I mean, we'll see after this fight. To my part, it's something that I'm not gonna talk about to the public and stuff like that, and things that I need this, he needs to do this, he needs to do that. Me, boxing head, we got egos too. Somebody telling me I need to do something, I need to do this, or he's telling me I need to do this, I need to do that. That just plays into it. So the fight not happening, that plays into it. So like it need to happen behind closed doors, and something that our teams talk about, and hopefully the fight can be made. So I definitely think it's very promising, especially me snatching this other belt from you guys. So we'll see.
All right.
You want me to react yet? Shit, yeah. Sound like a man that's about to go try to make that fight, like he been saying he gonna do, bro. Sound like a man that's gonna do exactly what he said he gonna do. Look, bro, hey, we gonna talk behind closed doors. I ain't gonna get into it with y'all. Y'all know what it is. That's a fight that I want.
They knock out.
What you think about him saying we'll see though?
I mean, shit, we'll see. You got to go talk to the man, right? Cause your boy was talking about, man, look, man, I might move up to 154, all that shit. Like, bro, he gonna go, bro. King David, I'm gonna end up being right, bro. I'm right a lot, and you know that. Yeah. I'm gonna be right. He gon'
you be wrong. You be wrong a lot too.
Nah, I don't be wrong a lot, bro. You know that. Come on, don't do me like that.
But my thing is not,
bro. And if he don't, let me, cause I said it on record on my channel, and I say it to everybody, cause I'm 100 with it, bro. If he does not, y'all ain't gonna be able to give him more smoke than I'm gonna give him, bro. Y'all not gonna be able to, cause that's how I give it up for all these fighters, bro. Like at the end of the day, I like boxing more than I like any boxer, bro, cause these dudes gonna retire. They're gonna be gone and shit. And I'm gonna be right here as a boxing fan. I've been watching this shit for 20-some years, bro. So if he don't do what he say he gonna do, I'm gonna be right on the front lines going in on his ass. But until he come out and he lying shit and he don't move how he say he gonna move, I'm gonna ride with it. He gonna go see your boy, bro. I promise y'all, bro. He gonna go see your boy. He gonna go see him. Just tell Terrence Crawford, man, you got this lawsuit. That shit expensive. You know what I'm saying? You need a big payday. Come on over here and get your ass whooped, bro. Come on.
Oh shit, I doubt that. But why Spence didn't? You heard what he said. We gotta let this go behind closed doors. Well, why the fuck he didn't keep that shit behind closed doors with the 60-40 or 70-30? Why he didn't do that shit from the beginning?
He was stunned. He was stunned on Crawford, and Crawford didn't like that shit. And then you know, man.
But listen, hold on, bro. But the thing about it is, though, you saying he's stunting on him, but damn, bro, if that ain't your mentality now, then why you put that same energy in it like that? To me, Roy Jones did that shit to Bernard Hopkins, bro. I don't know if y'all remember that shit back in 04. 60-40, I'll whip your ass. This, that, and the third. And that was just basically a duck tactic that he did.
Homie, Darren, if we looking at it like from an objective lens, they both was out there stunning on each other. Bud Crawford 60-40 my way and no fight. If anybody need, like, they both out there big dog.
Well, yeah, he did say that. He did say that one time. I do remember that.
I accomplished more than he did in his little career. Like they are, bro, that's
exactly.
They gonna stun on each other, bro.
But Earl the one that started that shit. How can a nigga who only rubbed two belts in 10 years compare to a nigga who didn't got 3 belts and who got 3 belts undisputed lineal, like
I can't speak for that. I guess
but
maybe
but
because
the,
he felt like
that's what
147 was his
that's what I'm.
division.
But listen though, brother, that's what I'm saying. That's like me and you, bro. All right, now you might got more accolades than me, and I'm coming over here shitting on you, and you like, man, what the fuck? This little nigga shitting on me, and he ain't even did nothing.
But
How
what
would
you
that make
shitting
you
on?
feel?
What if I got more? But what you shitting on? Because if let's say I
No,
got more
that's
accolades, but you got more money and shit. You bringing in more money than me, and that's what you talking about. If that's what you talking about, I can't get mad at that shit. It's true.
But at the
I'm
end of
gonna get mad at the truth.
nah, it's not getting mad at the truth. It's just like, all right, come on, my nigga. Look, I respect your craft. You got the money. Let's split this shit 50-50. If you believe in your skills, like I believe in my skills, let's split this shit down the middle, bro. Cause I bring
Man,
asses in the seats just like
you
you.
sound like a real one, bro. So I'm gonna break it down, and I gotta hop out, but I'm gonna break it down to you like that. That makes no sense to me, bro. And here's why. At the end of the day, we can agree that they both dangerous to each other, number one, and we can also agree that they both like boxing, bro. People die in that ring. So at the end, you gotta leave shit for your family, right? So at the end of the day, why? If I know that I sell more than you, if I know my gates are bigger, if I know I'm bringing in more money, why the hell in a sport where you could die, why would I say, yeah, bro, let's just take 50-50? What if Terrence Crawford go in there and knock fire from Spence's ass and knock his damn eye out his head, and Spence took 50-50 when he could have got more money and he never get to fight again, bro?
But I tell you this, big brother. I tell you this, big. I tell you this, big brother. They'll both get their highest paydays fighting each other.
Facts.
But
I agree with that.
They both get their highest guaranteed.
But negotiate your worth, though, is all I'm saying, Darren.
Yeah, you got it. That's what.
If me and you go half on the business right now, bro, and let's say it's $100,000 business and I got $30,000 and you got $70,000, when the profit come back, you ain't gonna be trying to split 50-50 with me for shit, bro. You gonna want your money. You like, nah, knock out. I put in more money, bro. What you talking about? I need more.
Listen to me, brother. Listen to me. I'm a real nigga. So if we start the business together, my nigga, don't matter if you put 30 in your name on this. Hey, what? I break you off another 20%, bro. That's just how I am. Just a real nigga, bro.
Maybe I'm just greedy or some shit. I don't know.
Hey, it ain't nothing wrong. It ain't nothing wrong with that.
I want more money, bro. If I put in more work,
that's fine.
If all that was the case, why Earl get Ugas 50-50, bro?
Thank you, brother.
King David, don't do that. I already.
Yeah, nah. That's the truth. He gave that nigga 50-50.
Nah, Darren, what you don't know is King David. He talking about a comment he left under my video and shit. King, I already killed that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know that shit. You know that shit dead, bro. Don't do that.
I did another video about that too. You got to check it out. I did another video about that too. But look. The thing about the thing with Ugas is that if you saying the argument, because I know how you said the argument fake, the person's fake. Okay, if you want to say that
it is. I'm not saying that it is. The article say 50-50, then down at the bottom it say Spence guaranteed $5 million and the other dude guaranteed $2.5 million. I ain't no mathematician, but that shit ain't 50-50, bro. So that dude don't know what the hell he talking about. That dude write articles about hot women in sports and shit, bro. And that's your source. So he got the drop on Coppinger, he got the drop on Raphael, he got the drop on Chris Mannix, he got the drop on all these.
But look, I agree with you. Okay,
he the one with the sources, bro. Come on, dog.
Question the credibility. Hey, you can question the credibility of the source. I ain't got no problem with that. But at the end of the day, one thing you got to admit, if that ain't accurate, it's damn close.
Yeah, because
we see PBC with these low ass numbers. We see them with these low guarantees. We see it going on.
I don't think that. I don't think guarantees. They just did 800,000 with Canelo and Plant though. And they pay-per-view fights been trash. So that's why they numbers though. Like ain't nobody checking for no Keith Thurman and Barrios. Ain't nobody checking for no damn who was that? Luis Ortiz and Charles Martin and shit. That's why they numbers trash. Ain't nobody checking for Tank Davis and Isak Cruz. You know what I'm saying? If they give people a good product, some good fights, then shit, people will buy for that shit. Like, I just don't understand the notion that people don't want to see Spence versus Ugas when I know damn well it's a lot of people like I supported Crawford versus Porter. And if Crawford was fighting Ugas, I'd buy that shit too. I just don't think boxing fans should be shitting on unification fights when we don't get these guys to fight top fighters like this on a regular basis. Like how long?
Here go the problem though. If Terrence Crawford If Terrence Crawford had an option to either fight Earl Spence or fight Ugas, and he chose to fight Ugas, I wouldn't support that shit really either.
They would murder that nigga, bro. They would murder him.
You'd be like, oh hell no, he had a chance to fight Earl, he fought Ugas. Why?
They would.
But neither one of them has had a real chance to fight each other yet, though, bro. Like,
Yeah,
let's
we
the
done had
Bucks,
this.
they haven't had a chance to fight each other. Like Bob Arum and Al Heyman do business when they forced to. And then keep in mind this past year and a half, what's been going on, bro? They've been damn near in court for this Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder shit. So you think they just gonna go on the GP, go on the strength of doing business, and just do a big deal with Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford when they got their litigations and shit going on between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury? Like, y'all got to think about that shit, bro.
Hey,
Like,
hey, another thing too, knockout is them niggas see that record with PBC versus Top Rank too. What it is, 4-23, like 4 wins and 23 losses to Top Rank.
yeah, a
Some shit
lot
like
of
that.
them dudes did get their ass whooped.
Oh yeah, nah, that's a fact. That's a fact. That's a big fact. And it, it's like you said earlier. When you got an in-house fight with 2 guys and 1 guy on the outside, you're gonna definitely do an in-house fight too, especially because you don't want that outside guy to take that belt. And it's, to me, if I gotta just guess and just going off of my knowledge, I think Terrence Crawford already been signed some shit over there with PBC. I really do. That's just not.
Bro.
I really do.
Not
I really
even just Spence, bro. Like, if he gonna move up and become a 4th division champion, or he gonna do whatever, all the smoke is for him over there, bro.
That's facts. And that's facts. And I think he did do something underhanded over there. But at the end of the day, you want what you want, bro. And I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. When they fight, bro, I think he gonna fuck Spence over just for the weight, bro. Just for the weight. Just for the weight, bro.
It's gonna be like watching your favorite pit bull and Terrence Crawford get in a fight with a goddamn wolf.
Nah, bro. I'm sorry.
I tell you what,
I'm sorry, bro.
Once Bud whip on Spence, man, Spence fans gonna use the car accident. They're
Oh,
gonna use They're gonna say, oh man, it was the every excuse out the book, man.
You talking to the wrong. I'm glad you got the right fan, bro, because you talking to the wrong fans. If that's the shit they say.
No, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying.
Whoever win that fight, they get full credit, bro. Like, if the doctor's telling you Spence is okay, if he telling you he okay, if he get in there and get his ass whooped, man, ain't no excuses for that shit, bro. You gotta stand 2 toes down on that shit. So I ain't trying to hear that. Like, if somebody come in my chat with that bullshit, man, I'm going in on them, bro. We ain't on that shit. Hell no, you can't like that. Because guess what? If he go in there and win, guess what Spence fans gonna want? They gonna be talking big shit. They gonna want all their credit. So if he go in there and lose, you gotta stand on that shit too, bro. All the way around. But King, I gotta hop off, bro. But I appreciate you letting me hop up, and salute to all y'all brothers, man. I appreciate y'all letting me talk. We disagreed. Didn't nobody cuss nobody out or threaten nobody. That shit was nice, bro. So I appreciate
we grown men, bro. We grown men,
bro. Yeah,
we grown men.
We try to keep it breezy on here, man. But yeah, man, salute to you, man. My guy, Knockout Boxing 86 TV. We disagree on a lot, but there's actually a lot of stuff we agree on too, man, which is surprising. You know, man. But y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my guy channel, man. Knockout Boxing 86 TV, man. And we're gonna keep this thing going, man. But I don't think the fight gonna happen. He convinced the fight gonna happen, and I understand he makes some good, strong points in regards to, whether the fight happening or whether or not Earl gonna live up to his thing. But at the end of the day, man, we just seen too many inconsistencies when it comes to Earl Spence. Just like Bo said earlier, he didn't have to fight Mikey Garcia or Danny Garcia. Them dudes ain't have a belt. Them dudes wasn't on his side of the street. And if they were on his side of the street, shouldn't he fight dudes like Boots Ennis, who also don't have belts, who are also on that side of the street with PBC as well? You know what I'm saying? He was going to fight Manny Pacquiao without a belt. There's just a lot of inconsistencies. And then at the same time, we got to go through the history of Earl bringing up all these different things in regards to why the fight can't happen, the side of the street, the 60-40, 70-30, the easy route, all these little things that came up in regards to why the fight can't happen. And it's just like, come on, bro. And now, even after all that, years later, right, we in 2022, and they ask him about a Bud Crawford fight, and the only thing Earl Spence can think to say is, we'll see. And it's like, come on, bro. We've been waiting this long, and that's all you got for us is we'll see. Let's not forget about the fight, the fight that he was at, where Terrence Crawford knocked out Sean Porter, and he left the fight without saying nothing to nobody. I mean, these are big telltale signs that Earl Spence ain't looking for no damn Terrence Crawford fight. And I'm gonna hold true to that, man. I mean, this is one of them situations where I hope I'm wrong rather than, I think I'm wrong. I think I'm right. You know what I'm saying? But I hope I'm wrong. I hope Earl Spence proves me wrong, calls out Terrence Crawford, and we can get the fight that we were looking for. We can get the biggest fight in boxing, which is Earl Spence versus Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm thinking about this, man. My Darren Young that dropped off. Amadas, you still there, bro? I see two of your ass. You got you and a clone. What's going on here?
My bad. I told you I don't really get in. I'm tired of that Spence conversation. If they fight, I watch it. I pay for it. If they don't, I ain't tripping. That shit. I'm tired of talking about that.
Oh, they done burnt my guy out.
Because the one thing he didn't say is Spence should have said that fight is next. Yeah. That's the only thing we want to hear. If it's all the belts, well, if you get the third one, well, that's the next fight. I want Bud next. So if you saying anything other than that, you sound like the same past 3-4 years. That's all. So
exactly. Like, why we got to read into what you're saying? Like, why we got to interpret the shit? You know, oh, we're gonna go get the other one. Oh, well, he said he's gonna get the other one, so there's only safe to assume that the other one would have to be like, what the fuck? Like, say that man's name. You know, say it with your chest on top of that. I don't even want to hear
that's my only thing, King David. Why he can't say his name? Like that shit is disgusting, man.
and then you look at the situation, bro, and you look at all these mandatories. You looked at the fact that they paid, and you saw how he jumped off of that 50-50 talk, because I was gonna kill him because in regards to it being close, because they paid Stanionis step aside money, so you know they paid him at least $1 million. So I bet that came out of the purse too. I bet that came out of the Earl Spence, Dennis Ugas purse, which is why them guarantees are so damn low. You know,
you know how PBC do? They're gonna give them that $1 million payment installs.
Mm-hmm. And then they had to come out of pocket for step aside money. Oh please, come on, man. Hell no. That's why anyway. So you know, it just all signs are just pointing to the fight not happening. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Can I accent? My bad, cut you off. But I remember originally you was asking about several topics. I came in late, so I didn't hear all your opinion. Jumping over to the Boo Boo Benavidez fight. If that fight do happen, who y'all favor and why? If y'all don't mind me asking.
I got Boo Boo, bro.
I got Boo Boo too, man.
I can see that fight going either way. I like both fighters. I will cheer for Andrade, but I can see it going either way. To be honest with you,
maybe I don't know. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I think Andre slipping. I see some slippage in him. I see him get hit with punches that he didn't get hit with before by lower level competition. So it just
you gotta also look at this too, though, bro. I mean, how would you feel when you trying to get a fight and you gotta fight these guys that you really don't want to fight? So you know that's just kind of like with Bud Crawford and the Mean Machine. You know what I mean? It's like he didn't want to fight that guy, you know, but at the end of the day, he whooped his ass. But you know, when the competition comes, bro, your amount levels up. Just look at how Crawford fought Porter. He really could have did damage to Porter. He toyed with Sean Porter if y'all didn't really see that shit. And what I look at in a fight is a nigga footwork, his movement, and Sean Porter had some of the best feet at 147, and just seeing how Bud Crawford did that movement to him. I mean, I can just imagine what a guy like Boo Boo Andre, you talking about a guy that was top amateur in his class, you know, beating guys, you know, the likes of Jacobs and Porter. The only one that beat him was Keith Thurman. That's why he got his name one time. You feel me? So
I thought he beat Keith Thurman. I thought he beat Keith Thurman.
Nah, Keith Thurman beat him. That's why Keith Thurman got one time.
They fought like 3 times, and I think
they fought like 3 times. Yeah, and Keith beat him, so that's why he called himself one time. But yeah, man, just to tell you, like, man, yeah, Boo Boo, when he get in the ring, bro, and he see a level opposition like David Benavidez, bro, or Jamal Charlo, man, you got to believe that guy gonna be on the A game, bro.
So you don't see a slower. You know what though? I guess to kind of poke a hole in my point, he might look.
I'm trying to figure out who did you see was catching Andrade in a fight?
Liam Williams.
I didn't like the second
Liam Williams
fight.
Andre, I mean, Liam Williams.
I wonder if that's making 160 though, because Andre big. But I wonder if him getting up in age, cutting into his punch resistance is his stamina. But I'm just saying, Liam Williams ain't half the. To me, he ain't half the fighter as David is. Now it's a different. They're not exactly the same style, but it's a pressure style. If David's landing them punches against Andre, that turns into a different story.
You
But
right,
Liam,
brother.
Liam
You
Williams was
definitely right.
Liam Williams was, to me, when I saw that fight, Liam Williams was getting hit with uppercuts. Like,
Yeah,
left and right.
Liam Williams was getting beat the fuck up, man.
Yes, he
I mean,
was.
you know, he caught Andrade a few times, but I mean, he's a puncher. So that's what happens with punchers. It would be the same thing with Benavidez. Benavidez probably gonna catch Andrade. He's probably gonna hurt him
Yeah.
sometimes.
But and also King David, Benavidez ain't win against a slick left-handed fighter. You know what I mean? That shit gonna give him problems. Benavidez ain't got real good footwork either. He's very stuck in the mud. It's just his reach gives him so much. His reach just covers so much space, bro. But when you're going against a guy that's the same height as you, or maybe even taller, because I think Boo Boo like 6'2". So you know, it's gonna be real interesting, man. But I just think the IQ of Demetrius Andrade is just gonna overtake Benavidez, and that's what I think what would happen if him and Canelo would fight. But it's just the only thing is that we all know that he'll keep Canelo off his ass, though. And that's a fact. You know, we all got questions about. Go my bad, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, my only thing is I noticed after Liam Williams fought Andre, I noticed Liam Williams ain't got no punch resistance no more. That motherfucker got dropped with a jab by fucking Eubank and whatnot.
Oh yeah. Dudes ain't the same after they fight Andre. They not the same. He break them all the way the fuck down. He break them down. He hit them with punches and just destroy their confidence, man.
Exactly.
Listen. I don't want y'all to take what I'm saying out of context. I don't think that David Benavidez is a better fighter. I'm not saying I'm sure I would favor him. I'm saying Boo Boo is natural. He's 34 now, right? 33, 34?
Yeah.
Turned 34.
Also remember to move up in weight now. You got to also take that into consideration because you're saying
I'm wondering if he'll look better. I wonder if he'll look better from a stamina standpoint because I don't know at 33, cutting to 160, which I don't know how he used to make 154 because like I said, Boo Boo big. It ain't like he a little. Yeah. He big for middleweight. So the fact he
Boo Boo should have definitely been 175 at least.
Finishing off his career, yeah. But
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Slippage in him though at all? Y'all don't feel like he a little slower? Y'all don't feel like he a couple punches that he would have dodged and countered before?
Yeah, I mean, but you know that comes with age, though, bro. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you know, you can see a slow a little bit, but it's not to the point where damn, this nigga ain't the same fighter no more.
Oh yeah,
nah, it's not that, bro. But you also got to think I'm gonna take experience over youth because, like I say, David Benavidez ain't never been in the ring with a guy like Demetrius Andrade. To be honest, I think he got a better shot beating Canelo than Andre. That's just my thing.
Benavidez got to say it again.
I think Benavidez got a better shot beating Canelo than Andre.
Oh, those are facts, man. That's why he need more money to fight Andre than he need to fight Canelo because he know he can beat Canelo. He know the way Canelo fights, his straightforward style, his one-dimensional approach to fights. You know, Benavidez will be able to out Canelo because he gonna throw more punches. He gonna be more durable because he's naturally bigger. You know what I mean? He's gonna outpoint Canelo, and then at the same time, he got power.
See, this is where I disagree with you. Is the fight gonna be at 60 or 75? That played a big factor.
What that is? Who Boo Boo and
for
you talking about Benavidez and Canelo?
Yeah, that played a big factor.
Shit, 75, bro.
It could be at 68 or 75.
Nah, I can't be at 68.
Benavidez
can't make 68 like so. Come on now, Dave.
Oh yeah, Canelo was slap those rehydration clothes on his ass.
Oh Lord,
yeah. And hey, King, we got to think about that with Bevo too. What if he put that rehydration cause on Bevo ass?
Oh, you're not lying.
Bevo's not
about whether or not
Bevo's not a big
75.
Bevo's not really a big 175 pounder though.
He's not.
Oh, okay.
So he always offered to come down to 168 to fight the champions.
Shit! So you think he fighting at 168 in this fight, Bevo? Because they didn't announce that yet.
They said 75, I believe.
Yeah,
I think he got the belt. I think he got the belt at 75.
If you see what they're trying to do, it's supposed to be better be a Joe Smith, Bevo, Canelo, then the winners are gonna fight each other.
But apparently, is that belt going to be on the line now? Because you know the sanctioning body's putting the pressure on the WBA.
As they should.
Yeah, I would hope. I would hope shit. It should be.
Yeah, like the
It looked like the Russia thing might be a problem too, because I heard that was gonna be an issue.
Yeah, I hope not, but it might be because people definitely
Yeah, yeah,
Russia.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the other sanctioning bodies, they trying to remove the other Russian champions and shit. And in WBA, if they go on and sanction this fight for a title, they might get heavily criticized for it.
Yeah, yeah. Damn, I forgot about that. Forgot about the war
That's a
and
good
shit.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
that
good
is a
point.
good point. But I mean, yeah, man, that's just my take on it, man. I think Andrade is a lot for anybody, and that's why those guys don't want to step in the ring with him.
Yeah, especially Dave. You made this point a few times in the past. Before it made sense, okay, low risk, low reward, but not when you getting offered your career high payday. Even Canelo got offered. Was it 50 million they offered him? Eddie said to fight
Yeah,
Andre.
Yeah, he offered
yeah, 50.
Canelo like 50 million. Yeah.
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 So what's the excuse now?
Shit, hey, sometimes money can't buy it. Money can't buy you every time, man.
And
Shit.
and and that's the point. I just didn't want to argue, but the points that and not to attack because he's going now. But what was it? 68 sports.
Oh,
Hey,
That's
knockout
knockout
86.
boxing.
knockout. Yeah, like all the points you making, they can. We got too many examples that are not being true. So even with making it the
Exactly, bro.
biggest fight, it's too many times guys turned down money when they got career paydays.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's just my thing. Like he was saying, you know, we're gonna do this shit behind closed doors. He should have been said that shit from the beginning instead of trying to stun on this nigga with this 60-40. Nigga, you not Floyd Mayweather. It's like you said early, Bo. The nigga only got his name from a sparring session.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's a fact. I didn't even think about that. That's true.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Bo said that earlier. Is he only got his name from a sparring session, bro? And you know, like, and niggas ran with that shit. And then when Floyd said fight Keith Thurman, everybody ran with that shit too. You know what I mean?
So what y'all think his best win is though? Sean Porter.
Who? Oh yeah, all day long. His best one is
Okay.
Sean Porter. Yeah,
Okay.
his best one is Sean Porter.
If Brooke didn't come off that Triple G fight, I would say Brooke because he went over to his hometown.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
he
And
just got his
that's
face broke half
yeah.
a year ago. So
Hey, hold on real quick, man. Hold on. Let me shout my boy Fresh BX is in the motherfucking building. My boy be tearing up them comment sections with them fanboys, man. Salute to Fresh BX in the building, man. Let me catch up on some of these comments because it's just starting to get out
Yeah.
of hand over here. Shit. Who over there cooking, man? Y'all hopefully, hey, make me a goddamn plate. Whoever over there cooking and shit. Let's see. Knockout boxing. Okay, let me get to where we at. Grievous says Crawford gets better as the fight goes on. Absolutely. He also says best believe Crawford will work out Spence. Absolutely. I.e. ducking for years. Knockout Boxing say salute to the panel. Yes, sir. Y'all take it easy. Salute to you, Knockout Boxing 86 TV, man. And if y'all want to check my boy out, man, Knockout Boxing 86 TV, you can check his channel out, man. He got a good channel over there, man. When it comes to Earl Spence, we won't agree on nothing. But he make a lot of good points about other fights. He talks about a lot of other things, and I agree with him with. D-Ray Promotion say Ugas say 200%. Yeah, absolutely. Fresh BX say Boxer Dot told us when he was gonna holler at us on the next one and then hit us with the okie doke. God damn. I hit y'all with the okie doke. I hit y'all with the okie doke. I ain't been on for a little while. That's what he trying to say. He probably right about that. D-Ray Promotion say Boo Boo and David B really 50-50. I mean, I'm gonna stop there for a second. It's definitely hey, whoever doing that, can you mute? Whoever doing dishes or whatever. Yeah, there we go. So it's definitely a very competitive fight as far as Boo Boo and David Benavidez, man. I wouldn't call it a 50-50 because I just think that Andrade is just he's gonna have the slight edge. I think his boxing skills are better than Benavidez, and he has more ways to win than David Benavidez. But I definitely give David Benavidez a good shot to win. His punches and bunches are gonna make for a tough fight. Because although Andrade is a counterpuncher, the kryptonite to a counterpuncher is a guy who throws a lot of punches, but then vice versa is also the same. So I think that this is just a fight that it's a really good fight as far as stylistically, because now you got a good contrast in styles where either one of them could end up stopping each other because of that. A good counterpunch can hurt you and put you out, but at the same time, if somebody's throwing a lot of punches and you can't get their timing well enough to be able to counter their punches well, then that's also a recipe for you to be able to get stopped. So I think somebody gets stopped between Boo Boo and David Benavidez. I favor Boo Boo to stop David over David stopping Boo Boo, but that's definitely a good fight. 50-50. Grivas says Morrell has thunder and nose fists. Yeah, Morrell's gonna be a tough one, man. I just want Canelo to vacate those belts, man. Like, we know you're not about to do shit at 168. Just drop the belts, man. Go to 175. That's what you're gonna do. You know, let my guy Boo Boo pick. Let Boo Boo and what's the dude named Zach Parker fight for that belt, the WBO. Let Morrell come up on that WBA, and let Benavidez get that WBC. And let's see if we can get some of these unifications popping off. I don't know who's in line for that IBF, but you know, either way, it should make for a very interesting division. Whoever comes up on that IBF, because I think we'll see a lot of unifications finally. A lot of good unifications finally at 168 pounds. So,
not to cut you off, but this is kind of what we got into before. When you say you're going to see a lot of unifications, between who?
I think we could see Boo Boo and Benavidez if Benavidez was gonna get that WBC. I think once Boo Boo was able to unify at a division, I think that makes it a lot easier to try to make a fight, because you immediately gain leverage over everyone else in the division, being that you have 2 belts and everybody else has 1. So I think that just kind of puts you in the driver's seat. That's why this Benavidez fight is really big, because the winner will become a unified champion. David Morrell just seems like a guy who's just willing to fight any and everybody. So I don't see it being an issue as far as trying to do a unification fight with him. I don't know who would pick up that IBF belt afterwards, but that probably would be the hardest fight to make given the situation. But if we can get this Benavidez Andrade fight going on, and we can make it a unification fight, I think that would be just an ideal situation for the division.
You're an optimistic man. Yeah. I don't see, because I still feel like I hear what you're saying about Canelo vacate the belts, but they was there for 2 and 3 years and nobody fought each other. It was champions in that division and nobody unified. Like everybody's waiting on the Canelo sweepstakes. I feel like if Andre had 3 belts, he couldn't get Charlo to fight him still. He couldn't get certain guys to fight him. That's
crazy.
That's how I feel. Same thing with Bud though. I never seen, and y'all might have been watching boxing longer than me, I never seen 2 champions have to ask for people to fight them.
It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, but if you ever notice, when Bud did pick up that second belt, he was able to make that undisputed fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, they had it in-house, luckily. You know.
Yeah, I mean, but that's just kind of what I mean. Like, once you become a unified champ, I think it just kind of puts you a bit in the driver's seat. Now, I mean, you could be right. I mean, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong as fuck. In which case, you know, it's not a problem making these fights that need to be made. But I think it's, you know, once a unified champion is established, and I think David Benavidez understands this too. If he be, that's why when we played the interview from David Benavidez, he was just like, you know, whoever the winner is, we just go to the next level, because it'll just put whoever the winner is in that space where they'll kind of be in the driver's seat in the division and kind of be able to kind of, you know, make fights happen, you know, in that regard. Because I think a lot of it is just posturing, you know, when each guy has a belt and then one guy wants to fight another guy. And then I feel like these promoters do little things where they try to stop certain fights from happening and stuff like that. But if we can get a fight like that to happen right off the rip, you know, I just think that's an ideal situation. And then
of course,
more fights at the same time.
Bo, what you think about, if you don't mind me asking, Dave, Bo, what you think about what I said though about the unification stuff? Because David always optimistic with that, and I go, well, nobody did nothing before. Like Canelo just came on and said, I'm gonna need some of y'all to start fighting each other too, because I can't fight everybody. So, you know, like, would you have faith that if Canelo vacated the belts, people will start fighting each other?
Nah, I agree with you, man. Like, you know, PBC, I don't know what's up with the PBC, man. Like, because David Benavidez and Caleb Plant should have already fought each other. I don't know what happened between that situation, why that fight never got off, and like you said, like you know, all these guys at the PBC, I think honestly they were possibly waiting for a Canelo fight, and I'm just upset when it comes to the Andrade situation because at least in Andrade's situation he was trying to fight whoever, and he can't get a fight with nobody. And I could say David Benavidez was trying to make fights with different people too, but you know he's in the same situation. That's why I'm more happy about the potential between David Benavidez and Demetrius Andrade, because both of those dudes are being kind of avoided.
Right, which is why it makes all the sense in the world for them to make the fight next. And although Samson is on some bullshit where he's like, well, we need $30 million for an Andrade fight. No matter what kind of fuck shit's coming out of his mouth, David Benavidez wants to fight. And I think he's ready to take his career to the next level. And he understands that he's not getting the fights that he wants. And Andrade's clearly not getting the fights that he wants. So it just makes all the sense in the world for them to fight each other, you know, especially if they can get a deal on the table where, you know, it makes sense for both of them along with their promotional companies. Because that's what I got. That was the indication that I got from David Benavidez and his team. Or David Benavidez when he was doing his interview. Like, hey, like, if we can make a deal where it makes sense, then we can make everybody happy and we can get the fight done, you know. But I just want, whenever the fight does happen, because I feel like it's going to happen. Like, for me, I think there's a really good chance that the fight happens because David wants to fight. And that's always going to be the difference between him and other situations. You know, when we talk about Earl Spence, when we talk about these other dudes with PBC and why fights ain't happening with them. Well, the difference is David wants to fight, you know, just like Sean wanted to fight with Terrence Crawford when his time came. Although he needed an X amount of money in order to get the deal done, they got it done because Sean wanted to fight. So, you know, I think the same situation applies or holds true here. I think David wants to fight. So for that reason, I think that both Team Andrade and Team Benavidez will figure out a way to make the fight happen. And that's all I care about. I just want the belts to be on the line. I want Canelo to stop wasting people's time, drop them goddamn belts, and allow these guys to fight in a unification fight, and allow these guys to do what you say you want them to do, Canelo. Because what did Canelo say? If everybody else fights each other, I'll fight the winner. That's what he said, right? Which is some bullshit anyway, because I don't believe that shit. But that's what he's saying. But that would just put more icing on the cake in order for something like that to happen.
Yeah, I think hopefully something gets going, man. You know, another thing, like I've been doing some research because I noticed like there are a lot of people that be shading Andrade. I guess some people try to say he ducked Laura, right? And I looked into the situation, and it was actually that was Laura who ducked Andrade, because apparently they were going to make the fight between Andrade and Laura after Andrade beat Koke. But by the time Andrade came back from overseas, he was told by his team was told by Steven Espinoza, Laura turned down the fight 2 times. Like he didn't even want to fight Andrade. Even though Laura came out on the video saying, well, I beat you in the amateurs, and try to, I guess make fun of him. So I don't know why some people be spinning that narrative of trying to say Andrade ducked Laura when it was actually the opposite.
Facts. And the thing about it, Bo, that makes it worse is that was the second time, because the first time, if you recall correctly, Andrade was calling Laura out for a unification fight way before that even happened. When that WBA situation happened, that was when Andrade had gotten stripped by the WBO and he had to fight Koke for the regular WBA title. So that was the second time. The first time Andrade was trying to unify with Laura, but Laura ended up fighting Canelo. So
my bad, King Dave.
Nah, you all good, fam. You all good.
Can y'all fill in the timeline with me for that? Because I remember Andrade also did say, to be fair, he did say he'd rather fight a different champion than fight Laura Bourne.
He said that Laura runs around the ring and he doesn't throw no punches, which is true. He does fucking run around the ring like a jackass. and throws 1 and 2 punches at one time. But Andre was trying to unify with him back at 154 when Andre had the WBO. Lara had that WBA. He was trying to unify them belts, but Lara held out and he waited for Canelo. He played the same card that these dudes play right now. He waited for Canelo. He fought Canelo. He lost to Canelo, and then after he lost to Canelo, he tried to fight Andre after that, and then he ended up picking up the belt, the WBA belt again after that. I forget when he picked up the belt and who he picked it up from. Maybe it was from Austin Trout. Not Austin Trout. I don't know who it was at the time when we picked it up from. But that was around the time that Andre had signed a new deal with I think it was Rock Nation at the time. I forget.
Yeah, it was Rock Nation.
Was it with Rock Nation? Okay. He signed a deal with Rock Nation, and that was when that whole cold case situation happened. You know, and you know, Lara turned down the fight again 2 times. So, I mean, there were several occasions. I mean, even at 160, Lara's the WBA regular champion at 160. Did y'all know that? Did y'all recall that?
Yeah. But apparently he's trying to make a fight with Triple G, right?
I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. Is he trying? He hasn't fought in like 2 years.
I thought he fought last year.
I think he fought last year. I'm over exaggerating, but he hadn't fought in a while, and we haven't heard nothing from him. But why he ain't call out Andre again? They could have fought, even though he ain't got no belt.
But you know what's so funny is, like, you notice the pattern when it comes to Andre, right? The people that Andre is going to fight, you know, they're going to make the fight. Those guys will dangle Andre like a carrot just to try to get a fight with Canelo. They be like, yo, like Billy Joe Saunders did the same thing. He was like, yo, Canelo, we gonna make this fight or what? If not, I'm just gonna fight Andre. Like he just they dangling Andre as a carrot just to entice Canelo to come in and make the fight with them.
Yeah, no facts. They use Andrade as a they use him as like a negotiating tool. Like, hey, you know, you gonna give me the money I want. You gonna fight me right now, or I'm gonna fight Andrade. I know you don't want me fighting Andrade because if I lose, you're gonna have to fight Andrade if you want to be undisputed. And I know you don't want to fight Andrade. And that's incentive enough for Canelo to be able to give them whatever they want in order to make, you know, in order to make the fight happen, you know. So, you know, it definitely is a pattern, Bo, man. Good point. It really, really, honestly and truly is, man. Let me get through some more of these comments, man. I only got halfway through. Grivas says Benavidez, young lion. Grivas always says in prime. Okay. Grivas says that's why I say if Boo Boo beats Benavidez, then there's no denying him a shot at anyone. Absolutely. That's why people, the powers that be, are gonna do everything in their power. They're gonna do everything in their power to make sure that fight don't happen. Which, you know, that's why we hear Samson coming out of his mouth talking all that bullshit, because they see the talent. At the end of the day, they see the talent. They know that there's a good chance Benavidez will lose to Andrade, and they know that if Benavidez loses to Andrade, then that puts Andrade in the driver's seat at 168 pounds, and guys are gonna want to see Andrade in the ring with these top guys like Canelo, you know. But I want the fight to happen. Grivas also said Canelo ain't interested in fighting Boo Boo until he beats someone half decent. See what I'm saying? But he shouldn't be. He shouldn't. That shouldn't be the issue. If that was the issue, then he wouldn't have fought these other dudes, these Rocky Fieldings and these Caleb Plants and these Billy Joe Saunders and Avni Yildirim's. And like, it ain't got nothing to do with Boo Boo's level of competition. I guarantee you, if Boo Boo could beat Benavidez, and then afterwards he could fight Jacobs, and afterwards he could fight Triple G, and he could fight all them dudes in the same order, and Canelo would not fight this dude. He wouldn't fight him. I seriously doubt it. And the reason why I doubt it is because it has nothing to do with who he's fought or not fought, and it has everything to do with Canelo not liking the style and not believing that he can win. You know what I mean? Fresh BX says it was allegedly 40 million. Absolutely. Allegedly 40 million for the deal that Boo Boo gave him with his own. Absolutely. He turned down the deal. So Canelo took less money
So the deal was 40 million for Andrade. Canelo took less money, which was like 35 or 32 million, to fight Kovalev rather than Andrade. So that should tell you everything you need to know. It wasn't just Charlo that turned down $7 million. It was Canelo too that turned down $7 million in order to fight Andrade, because the zone offered him $40 million. But instead of taking the $40 million, he took 32 million or 33 million so he could fight Sergey Kovalev in a fight that nobody wanted to see. You know, but Fresh BX always dropping them damn facts. D-Ray Promotion says Porter was EJ and Bud and Ugas' best win. Yeah.
Well, Ugas lost, right?
Yeah, Ugas technically lost, but a lot of people say he won.
Oh yeah, he won. Yeah,
a lot of people say he won. I don't. A lot of people say Sean Porter was Bud's best win, but I don't necessarily.
See that either. Yeah, because I think Gamboa was a better win. You know,
I think
for
so too. I think so too. I think Gamboa was a better win. You know, I think that Postal win is also up there too. You know, Postal just lost, but he lost in a tough fight to what's his name? Yuri,
which was a premature stoppage.
Premature stoppage, right? He gave him a good fight, though. You know what I mean? And that was and he was a unified champion, something that Sean Porter has never done. Shit.
Even Gary Russell will always try to shit on Crawford.
Yeah, they always be hating on Crawford because they got a little beef and shit going on or whatever. So I don't take nothing Gary Russell or any of them say about Crawford. You can't take anything they say seriously when it comes to Terrence Crawford, because you know it's gonna be based in just hate, you know what I'm saying, and whatever the grudge is between the two, you know. So Fresh BX say this is the toughest step up fighter Andrade could have realistically fought, in my opinion. For Zach Parker, you talking about?
No, I think you're talking about Benavidez.
Oh, Benavidez. Yeah, I mean, who's a tougher opponent than Ben? And you know what? And it's a shame that Andre got to move up 3 weight classes in order to get a decent fight against one of the top guys. And we still don't know whether or not the fight's actually gonna go through. But it just go to show you how this young man's career has gone thus far. You know,
and be careful with that fight too. Frank won that fight. And so, you know, Eddie Hearn ain't got the judges in this fight. You know, might be Boo don't, you know, to dominate. Don't be surprised you get a funny looking decision. I noticed that who won that fight, that first bit, it wasn't DAZN this time. It wasn't Eddie Hearn. It was Frank Warren.
It was Frank Warren. But you know, I ain't worried about it because the thing about Andre fights is he typically dominates all his fights 10 rounds to 2. Like 10 rounds, like 11 rounds to 1 usually is, you know, how he dominates this fight. In the fight with Liam Williams, he won at least 10 rounds at least, you know, and the same thing with most of his fights, you know. So unless it's a supreme super duper robbery, you know, I don't think
I agree. He does gotta be careful, because remember when he fought Martirosyan, right? He dominated Martirosyan. Like, true. Even when Martirosyan dropped him in the first round, he dominated the first round before he got dropped. He dominated the fight, and it somehow ended up in a split decision.
Oh yeah. You right. You're right. I mean, shit. But I mean, they're gonna have to rob the shit out of him. It's gonna have to be one of those nasty Super Saiyan robberies. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you see what they just did, Josh Taylor.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't watch this fight,
speaking of that, fellas, what y'all think about Josh Taylor?
Oh shit.
I think he pulled a, I don't want to say pulled a TO, but he came into the fight expecting to be easy, walk through, but he came to fight. It had a game plan crafted for him, and Josh Taylor made no adjustment. So you could tell he ain't taking him seriously.
What you think, Bo?
I think he knew about Jack Catterall. He been talking about how good Jack Catterall is. I ain't gonna lie, like 2 weeks ago, I was watching Jack Catterall fights, and I was like, yo, this dude got a lot of talent. He just, you know, just the level of competition he's fighting, you know, that's the only reason why he's probably unknown. But when they both fought, I was like, damn, I could see it. Like Jack Catterall is probably a lot better than what people give him credit for. But he did exposed Josh Taylor in that fight.
I think so too. And
it was weird. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you go, G. Go ahead.
And it was weird to me because that's what I'm saying. He made no adjustments. Like in the Progress fight, he made adjustments, and in the Ramirez fight, he made adjustments. I don't know, but he had a different coach for some of them fights too. So it just was weird. It's like it ain't working, but I'm gonna still keep doing it anyway. And he boxing my ears off. You know what I mean? Like it was one gear the whole time. It's like he was almost coasting through the fight, knowing that he was gonna get a decision or something. You don't want to think like that, but it's just that don't make sense to lose a fight probably 10-2, 11-1. That's how you got to find rounds to give him, honestly.
Yeah. And see, I ain't gonna lie to you. I know he was with Shane McQuiggan. He was with Shane McQuiggan, I think, with the Progress fight.
Okay.
I don't know who he was with for Ramirez. I want to say Shane, but it could have been Ben, or it might have been their first time working together. Him and Ben against Jack. But the thing is, what I noticed with fighters with Ben Davison is he looked at like Fury did in the first fight with Wilder with just that fake probe of a jab. And another thing I see from Taylor that I don't like is even in his previous fights, he keeps his head in the center to where his shit can get rocked. And he never fought a puncher.
Yeah, he did. Progress could punch.
Shit, but I mean, Progress could punch, but he didn't affect him. He ate all this shit. We talking about like I want to see him against when he move up to 47. I want to see how he handled the likes of Boots, of Virgil. Maybe not Spencer Crawford. Well, maybe not Spencer. Spencer probably be out the way, but I want to see how he handled those guys because But and then the thing is, his weight, his punching power might carry up to 47 because he is a big dude.
Yeah, he got 5'10", 5'11". He is big for welterweight for sure.
All them dudes, Jose Ramirez, them dudes, they all fucking fight like they 5'5", but they 6 foot. I don't get it.
Yeah, nah, but
he's fighting this Friday too, right?
What'd you say?
I believe so.
Yeah, Ramirez and Jose Pedraza fighting this Friday.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, Pedraza moved up to 140.
Yep.
Oh,
ESPN.
Shit. Oh, that might be a good one. I wouldn't be surprised if Pedraza gets upset.
I wouldn't be surprised either. That's gonna be a good one.
That motherfucker could box, regardless of him getting knocked out by Tank. That motherfucker could box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was arguably winning the rounds against Tank Davis before Tank caught his ass. And to be honest, I thought he was giving Lomachenko a hard time in that fight because after 10 rounds, I personally had it 5-5. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
that was a close fight.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, I was just thinking, man, and I might be out of pocket for thinking this, but the Josh Taylor that fought Jack Catterall, how y'all think Lomachenko would do if he was to go up there and fight him?
Oh Lord.
I think 135 is limit, man. I think Lomachenko gets stopped at 140.
Think so?
I think so.
Yeah.
He a little dude, man. He 5'5".
Yeah.
He a 26 pounder. People forget that. He really a 26 pounder though. 30.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, definitely a smaller guy. Featherweight.
He only moved up to 35 because he couldn't get the belts at 130 because Gary Russell and them was holding them belts, I believe. Like PBC had a couple. There was no chance for him to go undisputed. Dude. That's the only reason he moved up so fast to 35.
Now he beat Gary Russell for the belt, right?
Yep, at 26. And then I believe it was Gary Russell and Leo had the belts at 30. And, PBC ain't working with. They ain't let Lomachenko come over there.
The only reason they took that fight with Gary Russell is they thought Lomachenko was green.
I would have thought that too.
And he beat the fuck out of Gary Russell. Niggas say that shit was close. That shit was not close. This nigga was swirling Gary Russell. This nigga Gary Russell was swinging at air, and this is at the time when Gary Russell was throwing the fastest punches in 9 seconds. I say, I say this dude is a beast.
And that win, people like the Lomachenko detractors, they gloss over that. But before that and since, Gary Russell was never dominated to that point like that. Like, so there was no reason to think Lomachenko would do that.
Never. He did not. I will say he did drop Lomachenko. They should have called it. But still in all, he was beating the shit out of Gary Russell.
Yeah. What y'all think about to switch gears a little bit? Shakur Valdez. Think it's a stoppage. I think it's UD. Think it's a close fight.
Stoppage.
Shakur, stop him and Nate.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I put it like
Yeah,
this,
bro.
man. If Shakur don't stop Oscar Valdez, and I might have to look at Shakur with the side eye. Be like,
why you say that, Bo?
Why you say that?
No, I'm just saying, like, because my thing is this, Oscar Valdez been in some fights where this motherfucker was getting fucked up. Like, I thought Oscar Valdez personally lost the last fight, but they gave it to him because they want to make the big fight with Shakur. But I just see how Conceição was putting it on Oscar Valdez, and if Shakur doesn't do something better than that, I'm just gonna be like, yo, damn, like what's going on? You talked all that, with the coffee, and we caught the duck. Now it's time to cook the duck. Like I'm gonna be like, yo, man, you should have stopped Oscar Valdez.
Hey, Bo, you know what? You got a point, because the way how he finished Herring was a dominant performance. He definitely got to follow up on that. So I definitely agree with you on that. He got to stop Valdez, in my opinion. He got to, nigga. I'd be in Colorado Springs right now with Bud Crawford training. Hey, when I need to do this, that, and the third. Hey, yeah, he got to get that stuff. You right, Bo. He definitely got to get that stoppage. Just from the shit he talked about with Valdez and just how much he wanted this fight.
Nah, he gonna stop him. I mean, to me, Jamel Herring a better boxer than goddamn Oscar Valdez, man. So if he did that to Jamel, I think Oscar got his work cut out for him. He got a puncher's chance. That's it.
Yeah, and I don't even think that would cut according to Shakur stats. This motherfucker don't get hit but 3.8 times around. So.
You know what I mean? He ain't gonna touch the hair on the chin.
I mean, like me, I'm expecting a Floyd Gotti type fight.
Oh, hey, Bo, I swear to God, I was just finna say that shit. I swear to God, I was just finna say that. Oh, yeah, it's definitely gonna look like Gotti and Mayweather.
Shit. God damn.
But,
Y'all predicting an ass whooping like that, huh?
Or Floyd Corrales.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna stop my boy G Park on that one. That's gonna be a historical ass whooping if it's like that. I mean,
don't got no respect for the juice, huh?
herbal tea ain't gonna help him. I mean, skills at the end of the day are skills, man.
How did y'all assess? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, my bad. And the thing of it is, man, Valdez is a scrapper. Even though he went to Reynoso, he's still a scrapper, man. You can't get that dog out of you. So that's why I think it's gonna be a good fight, because Valdez is a dog. You got a chin. But yeah, that's why I think it's gonna be in Shakur's favor, because once you punch a dog, everybody got a plan until they get hit in the mouth a couple times, bro. And I think he's gonna fold and go back to that old style like Burchell.
Y'all don't think who was a fighter that Shakur fought before here when he didn't look good? I can't remember his name.
Yeah, that Nakatilia or some shit like that.
Yeah, there we go.
Do y'all think that Nakatili punches harder than Valdez?
Hell no. Nah, no. That Nakatila got he got serious power.
Okay,
but yeah, he doesn't have the skill as Oscar Valdez.
Yeah,
you think he punch harder though?
I think so, just because he winds up.
Okay, I'm only asking because that's the only performance I've seen in Shakur where I can go, okay, that's something maybe somebody can build off of. When he get hit, when he feel a guy got power, he become more economical. Like I'm playing devil's advocate to see an avenue where maybe Valdez can slip in the crack or somewhere, because he can't crack.
You really trying on that one, boy.
Yeah, I'm reaching.
Yeah. you really.
I mean, the only thing I just hope, like you say, I just hope Shakur don't come out like how he did with Nakatili, because he should have stopped that guy, man. But
he was gunshot.
And he was awkward though. I will say that, but he was very awkward. Wow, herky jerky. So sometimes different styles make different fights, and I think the style with Valdez is gonna come at him, and he gonna run into something.
Yep. Let me read some more of these comments before y'all keep cooking, man. Let's see here. Fresh BX says Andre having to go two weight class divisions higher than his original weight class to have his first elite fight ain't easy. Absolutely. Fresh BX also says the same thing with Andrade. Benavidez happened. Benavidez promoter Samson stopped the plant fight. Oh wow.
Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Said it got to be built up and be on pay-per-view because people checking for Benavidez and Plant apparently.
Oh man, so this dude Samson fucking up left, right, and center. Because if he would have beat Plant, we would have never had to watch that goofy ass goddamn Plant versus Canelo fight.
Yep.
But you know them promote Tom Brown and Simps. They just extensions for Al Heyman. Just like all those fake promotional companies all them fighters got. That's just to funnel money through. Al ain't letting. That's why I've been telling you. I was not letting Andre near London his fighter. Just like Crawford, that's in their contract. They can't fight. They can't fight Andre.
Contract's in the fine print. God damn.
I think it's in the contract. Where he at? I wouldn't be surprised.
You are not to ever engage in combat with. What the fuck? This shit crazy.
Hey, King David, not even engaged in combat. You can't even say this brother's name.
Is that why Earl over here talking about we're gonna get the other belt?
Oh yeah, you know it's Al behind that shit. Don't say his name, Earl. We don't need you to give him free publicity.
Oh my god. See, and that's another thing, man. I'm glad you said that because that's another thing. If they intended to fight Bud Crawford next, wouldn't your intention be to promote the fight?
And not post them in the graphic for the champions.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's what I thought promoting was. And hell, I didn't even go to fucking business school for that shit.
Sure, it's like Ugas got more heart saying Terrence Crawford name than Errol Spence does.
Thank you, Bo. Thank you. Ugas ain't got no problem saying Terrence name, do we? He said, "I want Terrence Crawford next." That's what Ugas say. But with Errol Spence is, we'll see. We're gonna get that other belt. What? Man, I know you tired of talking about this shit of modest, but I mean the contradictions just pile up, man. I just, we got people that still defend this shit. I don't get how.
That's what it is. Just people just don't want to keep them on it. I don't got nothing against none. I don't know these fighters. I ain't got nothing against person. But I'm gonna call it duck a duck though.
Yeah, facts, and that's a good thing. Hey, I remember Buddy had asked if would it be a good idea if Spence and Crawford had the unification for Undisputed in Dallas. Shit, I think Crawford would bring just amount the same people would bring Earl, because like Nebraska Omaha not that far from Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And I think and Bud Crawford fans travel. If they travel to New York and Vegas, shit, they ain't gonna be tripping about going. Like it's just like the Nebraska and Texas rivalry back in the Big 12. Them people used to drive from Nebraska all the way to Austin, Texas to go support their Cornhuskers. So what you think they're gonna do with Bud Crawford if he's right there in Dallas, man? Niggas talk about my nigga don't sell, but he put 14,000 in the Garden, man.
Yeah.
And I'll put it like this, man. Nebraska,
duck language, bro.
Nebraska got some hardcore fans, man. I remember just in the UFC the long time ago, the dude named Houston Alexander. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
this
yeah,
motherfucker, he was a fucking nobody, but that motherfucker came out with a Nebraska hat one day. They saw that shit. The next few fights he was in, whether he won or lost, them motherfuckers Nebraska fans came out in droves. I was like, damn, man, like they got some hardcore fans over there.
Oh
yeah. Nebraska support their own, man. The heart of America.
Oh yeah,
the heart of America.
No fans is die hard, man. I mean,
and shit, it ain't nothing to do with Nebraska, man. It's nothing but cornfields, so they gotta support people.
They ain't got shit else to do. Shit, we gonna watch some boxing tonight. Goddamn, shit, and that's. It's crazy. A lot of these dudes try to act like Bud ain't got fans and shit like that. Like that's just crazy to me, dog. Like, even at that Sean Porter fight, bro, that stadium filled up,
man, with celebs, with celebrities, man. Like with celebrities, yo. Like we're not just talking about just ordinary people. We talk about celebrities is at that bitch. Like so,
and got their money's worth because they got
their money's worth. And King David, just think of this. When the last time Bud fought in Nebraska?
When the last time Earl had a knockout?
Hey, it probably was the year before that.
Right? You right. He ain't fighting Nebraska in a long ass time. Like, you know, imagine if he fought
been that
it.
damn ball fight.
I don't know why dudes don't do that more often, fighting their hometown. Like, we just don't really see that no more. It's usually
But
the usual suspects.
well, I basically the same shit that happened with the Charlo twins, the same shit that happened with Josh Taylor, the same shit that happened with Valdez a couple months ago. You fight in front of your home crowd, man. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. It's definitely a lot of pressure, and that's what I'm saying. With Earl Spence did it a couple times and he didn't look good, man. And that's what I'm saying. The pressure got to be on him even more just this fight because he has to win this fight, man. He didn't held up the division too long with these injuries, and you know the eye injury probably wasn't his fault. The car accident, you know, I got to put that on him because you know you can't be just drinking drive. But you know, and it's just you know he been holding this shit up too long, man. And
fuck
he
that. I put all that on him. Fuck that. I put it all on him. You know why I put it on him? Because that nigga was talking that shit with Keith Thurman. Remember Keith Thurman was getting injured? You're like, oh, Keith Thurman always injured. He injured every time I want to fight him, he injured. But now you the injured man now. You in your car accidents in your eye and shit, nigga. So you holding up the division.
And yeah, man, and it's just I just can't see, you know, and this is just a myth, but I just can't see a nigga who drink beating a nigga who just dedicated to this sport, right?
For real.
And that's just what it is.
Yeah. I don't think the fight happening though. I just don't, man. I don't think the fight, bro. Like the IBF right now. Like when the last time Earl fought an IBF mandatory, man?
Oh, Campo, I think.
How long ago was that? That was like 2 years ago.
Shit, that was before the Michael Garcia fight.
2018.
2018.
Yeah,
that was 4 years ago. When the last time Earl fought? What other belt he got? The WBC. When has Earl ever fought a WBC mandatory? Never. So he got 2 mandatories in Boots and Virgil Ortiz right there. And then if you win the WBA belt, he got a dude that just stepped aside, a dude that they had to pay. So he already mandatory. They had to pay this nigga to step aside in order to make the fight between him and Ugas. Man, that fight ain't gonna happen now. That's why
but King David, look at this though. It's got to happen, or is either like this. Okay, if Spence win these belts, he either gotta fight Crawford or he gonna have to drop these belts. Because I know damn well he not about to take a Mando against Boots, a Mando against Stanionis or Ortiz. Them some young lions, man. I don't see him doing that shit.
Well, here go the thing. The thing is, he might have to, because if they enforce the mandatory and they say he got to fight them, I mean, not all sanctioning bodies have that rule where unifications take precedence over mandatory. So he may end up having to drop one of those belts anyway. And then if he has to do that, it's like we waited around all this time because you was collecting all the belts on the side of the street. Now you telling me you're gonna have to drop a belt? You know what I'm saying? Which that might happen.
If I say it like this, he drop a belt and they didn't lo and behold, just if he dropped the belt and they sanction Boots in fucking Virgil Ortiz fight, you know, what you think Crawford would do? Would you think Crawford would fight the winner of those two?
Man, I think Crawford would fight both of them in the same night if he had to. I mean, shit, Bud ain't never gave no type of energy that he wouldn't fight any of them dudes. When it comes to Boots, when it comes to Virgil, if anything, them dudes are going in the opposite direction, because although they like, I'll fight him if I'm ready, I think I'm ready, I hope I'm ready. Although they talking like they may be ready, they going the IBF route and the WBC route, which are belts that Earl has, even though both of them are ranked really high in the WBO. And if they wanted to get the Bud fight, they probably could get it almost right away.
That is true.
And I'm surprised the IBF didn't already strip Earl Spence. I mean, Campo, that 4 years of no.
But Bo, you got to think of this too, though. That nigga probably been paying them people that money.
I'm sure he been doing something because he ain't been fighting. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all still there? Oh, y'all boys all got muted.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask Shorty, do any of y'all know, is Josh Taylor super? Like when he move up to 47, can he mandate Bud to fight him?
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah.
He's a super. Yeah, because he's undisputed. I don't know that they voted him to be super yet, but he should be able to petition him to make him super. But they didn't give it to Andrade.
He's a super.
He's a
It's
super.
just that if even if he positioned to be the mandatory, it's gonna be a minute because technically Terrence Crawford just for the mandatory.
True.
You seen what they just did to Andre? 2 mandatories in a year. Same year. Not even a full year. And WBO and Bob Aaron pocket too. So you know.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. They could force a fight, which would, oh my lord, that would just be catastrophic.
Right.
That's another strike on Earl Spence, because again, he's the one prolonging the fight, talking about easy routes and all this. So if that did happen, it would be on Earl Spence, because you could have made that fight already several times already before. You know. Let me get back to these comments though. I ain't never finished with the comments real quick. Fresh BX say Lara ain't have a big WBA belt until Andrade got stripped at 54. Absolutely. Yeah, man. When Andrade got stripped, that's when Lara came up on that WBA belt. I forget which one it was though. I forget who he beat to get that belt. You know, but he came up on that belt and Andrade was trying to make that, make that fight. Lara turned down the fight 2 times, D-Ray Promotions say, I was at Gamboa and Bud. Yeah, man, I can only imagine the fireworks that you had up in that motherfucker, boy. You know what I'm saying? Fresh BX say, yeah, David. Fresh BX say, notice how Andrade split decisions on another promoter's cards. He will be on point versus Parker, though. He's gonna have to be. But I'm sure he will, man. I mean, honestly, none of his fights are close. If we get a fight that's even competitive, I'll be surprised. Where the dude wins 3 rounds, I'll be a little surprised. Because I don't even remember the last fight where Andre's lost more than 2 rounds, So D-Ray Promotion say Jack hit Josh Taylor with the Bud Crawford combo for the knockdown. Yeah, he did. He did. D-Ray Promotion say Houston Alexander, the homie. Salute, King. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. D-Ray Promotions also say Bud Crawford last fight at Omaha, Nebraska was fire. Absolutely. Yeah, man. I bet it was.
He said it was against Jose Benavidez.
Oh, Jose Benavidez. Yeah, it was fire. Yeah. Yeah, it was a fire. It was all them fights over in Omaha be turned. I don't know why they don't do more fights in Omaha. To be real,
I think because he don't want to do it. Yeah, I think he don't want to fight. Well, he said he wanted to expand. That's why he hadn't fought there in so long.
Yeah, but you should do at least maybe once a fight a year there or something like that.
True. Yeah. I think if he was to fight Tim Tszyu, bring that bad boy to Omaha.
Yeah, the Sean Porter fight should have been in goddamn Omaha. Really, shit. But it's all good, Fresh BX say he been skating with them injuries. ESJ, that's the only feasible reason. Yeah. Fresh BX say Bud is a super too, so Taylor would have to wait 18 months after the Porter fight to even become the mandatory. Yeah, but would he have to wait 18 months?
I don't think so.
I don't think he'd have to wait.
I don't think so.
I know Bud just fought a mandatory, so maybe that's what he's saying, because he just fought.
Hey, Bo, would he have to wait, or he could just go up and fight Crawford as soon as he relinquished that belt?
I thought it was like 8 months that you had to wait, after in between mandatory. I thought it was something like that. You there, Bo? Bo over there, he got on mute. He handling some business over there, but yeah, man, I think a fight would, Josh Taylor. I don't think he would have to even go that route.
My bad. I had to show my daughter something real quick.
Oh, no problem. He was asking because Fresh BX made a comment saying that Taylor would have to wait 18 months for in order to be able to become a mandatory for Bud belt. Is there any truth to that? I don't think it is. I thought it was like
Yeah,
8 months.
I actually heard about that. I think who was it? Mike. It was either Mike Coppinger or the other dude actually saying that. So I think he might be right.
18 months.
That's how it's supposed to go. But I mean, for as long as I know, you couldn't have 2 mandatories in the same year. So you never know. You know.
Yeah, but they did. Andre just fought 2 mandatories in the same goddamn.
Yeah. You know how that go.
Crazy as hell.
The rules in boxing don't mean nothing, man. They don't enforce the rules. They pick and choose.
Yeah.
But I just said the IBF ain't enforced, ain't stripped Spence yet.
Right.
Sands, man.
But see, I think Bud got that same tag on him. I think he's a super WBO champion, so I think he could move up and fight the champion. How y'all think he would do against Castanos?
I think he beat Castaño.
I don't think so.
It'd be a good fight. I tell you that much. Castaño, he's the type of person who's going to keep the pressure on you. So,
thing about pressure fighters is they're very predictable, man. You know what they're gonna do. Although, you know, it's being, you know, having somebody who's a pressure fighter is like, you know, it could be tough because, you know, you gotta they're always on you, and they usually have a really good gas tank, but they're very predictable. For somebody like Bud with the boxing IQ, or somebody like Bud, he's gonna be able to turn Castaño. He's gonna be able to give him different looks. He's gonna be able to throw him off his game and to control the pace. And that's one thing Andrade is good at too, man. And these fighters like that. Devin Haney, Andrade, Crawford.
Come on with this Devin Haney, man. Not to cut you. You know how I feel about Devin Haney.
Oh Lord. Okay, we're gonna get into it about Devin Haney again.
Do not put Devin Haney in the same class as Bud.
See, you gonna put some respect on Devin Haney name, bro. Because every time you come on here, bro, it's always Devin Haney disrespect. That's all what it is. But Devin Haney is good at controlling the pace. He's good at controlling the pace. He's good at you know, controlling the fight, how the exchanges go, when the exchanges take place. Devin Haney is really good at doing those things.
That's King Dave, I think he needs to move up to 140, man.
That's what I keep telling David.
You don't think he'll get that Kambosos fight? He might get the fight now.
Well, I mean, yeah, I hope he do get Kambosos, but man, you could just
Tim Tszyu is the mandatory, right?
Say it again, Bo.
Tim Tszyu is the mandatory for the WBO right now.
For yeah, for Charlo. For Castanos.
Yeah,
I believe so. I think he stepped aside, right, last time.
I think so.
He took a step. Yeah, he took a step aside. Yeah.
But yeah, he was Castanos mandatory though.
Okay. I don't know. I think Bud's too small for 54. I think if he go up there and beat one of them, that enhances legacy a lot. Because Jamel is not a junior middleweight. He's a middleweight. Like, I don't know how he make the weight either, honestly. But so he go up there and if he had to beat Jamel, I don't know. Bud get hit a lot too. So him taking a punch from Jamel, like I would love to see it.
But Jamel gets hit a lot too. I think he have an easier time beating Jamel Charlo than Castaño.
Hey Bo, you like the third person I heard say that shit. Like, everybody says that he got a better chance of beating Charlo than Castaños. But I mean, and I think he can beat Charlo. I mean, hell, Tony Harrison did it. And he's not half the fighter as Bud Crawford. But
Tony Harrison is 6'1", though. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got size.
That's true. That is true.
They reach almost the same, though, man. Bud got like a 75-inch arm reach.
And yeah, Charlo's is only like 71.
But it's still different, though. You in there with a bigger man physically. So, yeah, the reach. But he's a bigger man. Like, Bud is a 40, 35-pounder. You going there with dudes who killing themselves and makes 54. So I don't know. Like, Bud skills-wise is better than both of them. But, you know, that ain't the only fact. You talking about moving up with bigger men.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
but I seen Jamel Charlo struggle even against Martirosyan. Jamel Charlo struggled. Like, some people made the argument that Martirosyan actually beat Jamel Charlo.
And that was at 147, right?
No,
that was at 54.
That was at 54? Okay.
4, yeah. Nah, yeah, I think skills wise, but better than both of them. I'm talking about so when Jamel land, because that's Jamel. You know, he always come back and fights and hurt guys. So when he land, y'all confident that Bud gonna take the punch? Well, I don't see him get hurt by lesser punchers. He get dropped by lesser punchers.
That's
why I want to see the fight.
Get hurt one time, and that was against Gamboa. I haven't seen him get hurt ever since that.
He was hurt against Mean Machine hurt him. He won't admit it. He was wobbling a little bit, but
it was a solid punch, bro. It hurt. He was buzzed. I definitely believe that. But if you look at it, he rolled that shit. Now, it wasn't like the Gamboa. Gamboa caught him flush.
Yeah, his leg did a little.
Yeah, he danced. He definitely danced. Like Gamboa caught him flush, but Kaviaskis, he rolled that bitch. But he still ate it though. He still got caught. I will say that.
Damn, all right. If y'all feel like I don't know. I think Mel punch hard, man.
Oh
like,
no.
I think what people mess up with the Charlos don't like body punches. You notice people don't go to their body that often, but they don't like body punches though.
Hey, bro, and it was just like with that Rosario fight, man. Rosario was tagging his ass to the body, and Jamel was complaining about that shit.
The whole fight, yup. He damn sure was.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Fresh BX in the building. Propose a question, man. Who y'all got, Josh Taylor or Gary Russell?
Oh, that's a good one.
Based off the last fight, Gary Russell.
I think that could go either way because I like Antoine Russell, but the thing is he was getting caught with counter punches. The dude was lunging into punches. It was almost like a Sean Porter-like performance, and then it was like it was a bad stoppage on top of that. Now, don't get me wrong, he got the work rate. I like his energy and stuff like that, but I just wish he could just settle down a bit and stop trying to go for a damn knockout in every fight. You know, it will come to you if you just relax a little bit. Set up your punches. He just going in there just trying to get a kill. And I think that will play right into Josh Taylor's hands if he keeps fighting that way.
Yeah,
so you pick Josh Taylor?
So. Yeah,
as of right now, I would pick Josh Taylor.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Josh Taylor too because I just think I know Russell kind of got skills with him too, but it's just like if he come in with that bull, like trying to just rush in like that bull, he gonna catch him just like how he caught Jose Ramirez.
Oh, good.
And they both kind of green though. I'm not gonna lie, because Josh Taylor only got 18 fights. He's still pretty green, but Lil Russell is green too. So it's tough. But I'm gonna go with Josh Taylor just because of his competition he fought.
Yeah, I like the Jose Ramirez comparison because Ramirez got all the size and strength advantages that Gary Russell don't really got. Really,
exactly. Ramirez is every bit of 5'11".
You know what I mean? So if a guy that's 5'11" with 75-inch arms can't do that to you, how's a 5'7" guy with, I'm not saying that that's all that matters, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle for him the way how he handled it. But
I will say this, King. I will say this: Josh Taylor tends to fade in the second half of the fight, and that would probably be the only advantage Gary Russell would have.
Yeah, I see that too. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Shit. All right, well, damn, man, we've been on here almost 5 goddamn hours. Shit. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna wrap up the stream here, man. I'm gonna let y'all give y'all final thoughts, man. I'm gonna start with you, Darren Young, man. Give me some final thoughts on this, man. While we close the show.
Oh man, appreciate you for having me, King David, man. Anytime you're on, bro, I definitely support the show. Nice seeing Bold, nice seeing you too, AOA, man. Y'all keep doing your thing, man. We just gonna keep supplying the pressure on these suckers, man. We got to get these fights, bro. We got to get these unifications, man. And if it's up to us as the fans, we the bosses, bro. And so, we want the fights that everybody want to see, and we just got to stop paying for this bullshit. I ain't telling y'all what to do. Y'all want to pay for Spence Ugas, y'all pay for it, whatever, buy it, whatever, go to it, whatever. All I'm saying is the more that y'all keep up the bullshit, the more the bullshit gonna happen. So let's all come together as a boxing community
and shit, say fuck these bullshit fights and get the fights that we want, man. I appreciate you having me, King, and I'm out.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Darren Young. Appreciate you for showing support to the channel, man. It's on you, Modest.
I'm gonna say thank you for letting me on as usual. I'm gonna stay in your neck about Devin Haney till he prove me otherwise. Nah, Devin Haney a good fighter. I'm not high on him yet. I want to see more. Yeah, I love coming on your channel though, because whether we agree or not, you fear and you come with facts. And you got smoke for everybody. That's one thing I like about you. Somebody has some bullshit, even if you like him, you gonna call them out. So, salute to the panel. Salute to Bold. Bold, you got a channel yourself?
Yeah, Bold.
Go ahead, Bold. It's Bold and Understanding. Oh, my bad. Nah, it's Bold and Understanding.
Bold and all right. I'm gonna check you out.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, check my boy Bold out, man. I was listening to a video on his the other day, man. It was a good video, man. So Bold definitely come with the facts, man. Y'all all make sure y'all subscribe to Bold and Understandings, man. My dude put out some real good content. So for sure. But go ahead, continue what you were saying, Amash.
But nah, checking out though. I appreciate you letting me on the channel. Me have a good night. And I'll try to get on the next one with you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Bold, it's on you, fam.
Hey, man, another great content, man. I definitely like coming to this channel because it's definitely mature and stuff. Even when people disagree with each other, like, what Knockout Boxer 86 came on, everything was all love. It was all respect. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely appreciate all the guys on the panel, Darren Young and Amadis, and salute to you, King David. And, definitely I'll be listening to your content when I be at work, man. Be getting me through my day, man.
Oh, man, I appreciate that, man. Yes, sir, man. I do it, man. I do it for the fanboys. No, I'm just playing. Yeah, man. I enjoy putting content out. I enjoy putting content out. It makes me happy to hear y'all, man. Y'all like the content. So I'm gonna just keep putting it out. I'm gonna try to get more consistent with it, because shit, I be falling off from time to time. That's why my boy Fresh BX was on my bumper earlier. He was on my neck earlier. He said I was gonna come back and I ain't come back or something like that. He said, but I'm gonna try to get a little more.
Let me just say one more thing real quick.
For sure.
Shout out to Fresh BX and everybody fears Andrade, man. Them dudes, them dudes be in the comment section, be giving them Canelo fanboys the business, yo. For real, man.
Yeah, I love them dudes, man. Them dudes, they come with the facts. You know what I'm saying? They break down the timelines and they come out with the facts, especially Fresh BX, man. But both of them, man, I appreciate both of them dudes, man. Because there's a lot of in an era where there's just a lot of misinformation. It's good when you get to hear from people who just come with real facts and not propaganda and misinformation. So that's what's up. Shout out to them boys, man. But yeah, go ahead, wrap up your final spiel, man. My bad.
Oh, nah, that was it, man. But thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it.
Nah, no problem, man. You're always welcome to come back, man. All day, every day, man. And I'm gonna try to be on here more consistently too for y'all, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody who was able to join me on the show today, man. We had a good little show, man. Talking about Andrade and Benavidez, man. And and the fact is that this is the fight that we want to see, man. And and hopefully this fight happens in the time frame that it should happen, unlike a lot of what goes on in boxing right now. But I just want to thank everybody who joined me on the panel, everybody in the comment section, Fresh BX, D-Ray Promotion, my guy, Everybody Fears Andrade was in the building earlier, man. I appreciate all y'all for sliding through. Even my guy G Parker was in the motherfucking building, man. Salute to you, G Parker, and Knockout Boxing 86 TV for coming through on the panel, man. Showing some love to the channel, both in the comment section and on the panel. I appreciate my guy, even though we don't agree on a lot of stuff when it involves Earl Spencer, Terrence Crawford. We do agree with a lot of boxing stuff, in general. So salute to everybody, man, who was able to join me, man. I appreciate all y'all, man. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe, and everybody be sure to hit that goddamn like button on your way out. But until next time, man, I'm gonna holler at y'all. Peace.